Subscribe, like, and don't forget to comment. Turn on the notifications so you don't miss a thing. It's Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube.
Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. The social media team at Next Round Live is dedicated to giving you daily news conferences and practice video from UAB, Alabama, Auburn, and around college football. Follow and compare to the sites you used to visit. You'll also get the latest highlights and news from the Next Round Daily Show. Turn on the notifications so you don't miss a thing. Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. See more at nextroundlive.com.
Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. The social media team at Next Round Live is dedicated to giving you daily news conferences and practice video from UAB, Alabama, Auburn, and around college football. Follow and compare to the sites you used to visit. You'll also get the latest highlights and news from the Next Round Daily Show. Turn on the notifications so you don't miss a thing. Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. See more at nextroundlive.com.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast. The Mystery Fifth Hour, our not for all ages podcasts like Bama and Bourbon, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family, all at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app. Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. The social media team at Next Round Live will share the latest interviews and videos from UAB, Alabama, Auburn, and campuses all over the college landscape. You'll also get the latest highlights and news from the Next Round Live Daily Show. Jim, Lance, and Ryan will share their thoughts, and remember you can always see the old shows on the Next Round Live YouTube channel. Subscribe, like, and don't forget to comment. Turn on the notifications so you don't miss a thing. It's Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube.
You've been wearing that thin, raggedy t-shirt for years now, and people cannot stop whispering and staring in your vicinity. We've all been there. Luckily, there's a solution to your lack of fashion and social cues. At NextRound.store, they have plenty of options when it comes to a variety of shirts and hats. Once you start putting that Next Round gear on, be prepared to make new lifelong friends and hundreds of unforgettable conversations. Hope you like random high fives in the street, because that's what you're getting after visiting NextRound.store.
Stay up to date with the Next Round on the website, nextroundlive.com. The latest videos from the show, plus podcasts like The Mystery Fifth Hour, Bama and Bourbon, Last Call, and others from our Double Down Media podcast family. You can start your day with the latest college football stories, plus easy to listen to hour-by-hour downloads of the live show. Nextroundlive.com, a great way to stream the show live or shop in the Next Round store. Make nextroundlive.com your homepage. That's nextroundlive.com.
You've been wearing that thin, raggedy t-shirt for years now, and people cannot stop whispering and staring in your vicinity. We've all been there. Luckily, there's a solution to your lack of fashion and social cues. At NextRound.store, they have plenty of options when it comes to a variety of shirts and hats. Once you start putting that Next Round gear on, be prepared to make new lifelong friends and hundreds of unforgettable conversations. Hope you like random high fives in the street, because that's what you're getting after visiting NextRound.store.
Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. The social media team at Next Round Live will share the latest interviews and videos from UAB, Alabama, Auburn, and campuses all over the college landscape. You'll also get the latest highlights and news from the Next Round Live Daily Show. Jim, Lance, and Ryan will share their thoughts, and remember you can always see the old shows on the Next Round Live YouTube channel. Subscribe, like, and don't forget to comment. Turn on the notifications so you don't miss a thing. It's Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube.
You've been wearing that thin, raggedy t-shirt for years now, and people cannot stop whispering and staring in your vicinity. We've all been there. Luckily, there's a solution to your lack of fashion and social cues. At NextRound.store, they have plenty of options when it comes to a variety of shirts and hats. Once you start putting that Next Round gear on, be prepared to make new lifelong friends and hundreds of unforgettable conversations. Hope you like random high fives in the street, because that's what you're getting after visiting NextRound.store.
Your 24-hour home for the show is our website, nextroundlive.com. Easy links to the day's top stories in the morning rounds, plus the latest videos from the show, podcasts like Bama and Bourbon, The Mystery Fifth Hour, Last Call, and other shows from our Double Down Media podcast family. Nextroundlive.com, a great way to stream the show live or find easy-to-listen to hour-by-hour downloads from the Next Round Live show and get the latest gear in the Next Round store. Make nextroundlive.com your homepage. That's nextroundlive.com.
Follow Scott Forrester on Twitter at Scott Forrester TV. Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, the next round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
Live show on a Monday now, and what an amazing weekend of college football. Such a sleepy schedule turned into maybe my most enjoyable weekend of the year of college football, sitting at home and watching it.
Feels like we do that every year, right? I don't remember it being this particular weekend, but maybe it is. But it feels like every year we label one of these weekends as an absolute dud weekend, and it over-delivers. Doesn't just deliver, it over-delivers.
Yeah, but I don't want to back off what I believe in. I don't think the SEC should have those games that Alabama played, that Auburn played, that Texas A&M played, that Mississippi State played. We should not have those games.
I agree.
But everywhere else in college football, it was an exciting weekend of college football. We'll get to that. Big basketball happening as well. Samford locks down a number 6 seed in the FCS college football playoffs, which starts this upcoming weekend. Samford, by the way, will not play. They get a bye. They will host a team in week 2. It'll be the first time Samford, here locally, has ever hosted an FCS playoff game. First time ever.
So, yeah, that Steve McNair game was a regular season game,
Regular season game, and then everything else, including Terry Bowden's run to the semifinals.
All on the road,
were road games.
How about that?
So Samford with Hatch making a little playoff history in a week from this Saturday when they get their opponent, either Idaho or Southeast Louisiana. I'm Jim Dunaway. That is Ryan Brown. Somewhere on the streets of New Orleans is our man Lance Taylor, who's not in a chair. Planned day off, though, after he was in New Orleans to watch his Rams lose to the Saints yesterday.
Real quick, I wanted to say this real quick. The Detroit Lions have a better record than the Los Angeles Rams.
Wait till Lance is here to say that. Bring that back tomorrow.
Yeah, we're Super Bowl champions. What have you done?
3 games in a row. That's the reaction Lance will be giving you right now.
100%,
3 wins in a row for Rockstar's Lions. And I'm still willing to do this before we get into college football and everything we saw on that Statement Saturday, as Caleb is calling it, in the Vulcan Tires and Automotive
Statement Saturday
over in the Vulcan Tire and Automotive chat room. Please comment over there. Remember, thumbs up and everything. I think
good
about
sell. Good sell on that.
Thumbs up.
Yeah, I remember thumbs up and everything.
Yeah.
It's really important to us.
You hear us say it 1,000 times. You guys know to do it. Thumbs up.
Go hit that gum thumbs up. Is what I'm saying.
What if? You know how the Big Ten has all those trophies they play for?
Yep.
What if we had rivalry trophies when our NFL teams played each other up here?
Well, they play twice a year, though.
Not always.
Are you talking about in our studio or for the actual teams? Like the Dolphins are holding?
When the Dolphins and Bucks play each other, we're playing for some trophy that you and they play each other.
Okay.
The championship belt, they get to wear that all week.
Yeah, like Rockstar and LT would have we come up with some trophy names.
Right.
Falcons and Bucks. Now, we do play each other twice a year. Titans and somebody.
Yeah, okay.
I mean, that would be fun.
We can work on that.
Yeah. Like Rockstar, if the Lions and Bucks played each other, we'd come up with something, like the Floyd of Rosedale. We'd come up with an animal or something we could play for.
It's got to be a separate trophy for each
one.
Because
we don't play each other every now and then. It would be really crazy. I thought about that in the shower this week.
Did you really?
Thought about a lot of stuff. Right?
So I am an AFC team, and y'all are all NFC teams. So I don't get to play in a lot of these.
Yeah, there's a lot of cross-division games occasionally. Yep. Yeah, but like if ours happen in a
Super Bowls happen all the time, every year.
I know.
Yeah.
That's the trophy I'm most interested in winning.
Yeah. So we got a lot to get to. Let's start off with the biggest takeaway of the weekend was what South Carolina did to Tennessee. Right. That's the big takeaway because that impacted the college football playoffs. And this is from Brandon Zimmerman. All right.
Okay. BZ.
So I'm going to trust BZ here that he got this one right. Since 2000. Nope. Let's go back even further. Since 1978, when they split FBS and FCS into divisions. Right. That was not a thing until 1978. Since 1978, Shane Beamer becomes the first coach to win 2 games in the same year.
Okay, hang on.
Okay, Shane Beamer.
Shane Beamer since 1978.
The first coach ever to win 2 games in the same year.
Okay.
by 20 or more points when
Okay.
he was 20 or more point underdogs.
Okay, so Beamer basically has been a
20-plus point underdog twice this year and won the game outright by more than 20 points.
that does seem hard to do. I don't disagree, but I mean, how do you dig
Imagine
that
being
up?
the guy that finds
Yeah,
that.
okay. We got to go back to 78, huh?
Yeah.
So those guys sir, I got something.
I think I got it.
Those guys are amazing, those ESPN stats guys.
Now, when else this year were they 20-point underdogs?
And got a 20-point win. I hope I read this right.
I don't think you did, because their wins are Georgia State. They were favored there. Charlotte, they were favored there. South Carolina State, they were favored there. Kentucky, they wouldn't have been a 20-point dog at Kentucky.
How much did they win that by?
10.
Okay, keep going.
They hosted A&M. I think they were actually favored in that game. And then they were at Vanderbilt. They were favored.
I will go check this.
Hit up old BZM and see what the crap he's talking about, because that made no sense.
Yeah, but maybe it's just one time, 20-point underdog, 20-point outright win.
Yeah, I mean, you could have maybe Friday on the show. I would have probably laughed at you, said, okay, whatever, Jim. I know you say we can't talk in absolutes, so I won't talk in absolutes so you don't get all pissy with me, Jim. Yes, South Carolina's got a chance to win this game.
Yeah,
chance. They're playing the game.
You know, I didn't. In the old days, when I was not a nice person to work with, I would have asked Saban before the show when he walked in. You know, we were on 6 a.m. back at our old show. I would have asked Saban, hey, man, if you go back somewhere on Tuesday, Thursday, and Friday shows, somewhere in those 4 hours, I said
12 hours.
Yeah, in those 12 hours of programming, I said somewhere along the way 3 times, night game at South Carolina? And can you edit that into a montage?
Yes, yeah, we're going to need more than that. No, I mean, at some point Friday, I would have had to finally break down and say, okay, Jim, we won't talk in absolutes. There's a 2% game or 2% chance South Carolina wins this game. You never could have convinced me that the score was 63-38. There's no convincing you could have done.
No.
I would have gone with the LT bet of body parts if you'd have said, I think South Carolina not only wins this game, they win this game going away. They run Tennessee out of Williams-Brice Stadium. I would have laughed in your face at that one. That was one of the most remarkable outcomes I've ever seen in the SEC. One of the most remarkable outcomes I've ever seen in the SEC. Could not have been a more disastrous night for Tennessee. All of your fears hit at once.
Yes.
Every single fear you've ever had. Like, you know, if you're a Tennessee fan, your pass defense sucks. I mean, every quarterback other than Will Levis that plays you has had their career day against you.
You just think Spencer Rattler could be the guy.
That's right. And I do remember now, if we want to go flashback on stuff we've said, because I remember thinking this during the game, in the offseason, I'm like, I don't know if I buy into Spencer Rattler, but at some point he's going to have that game, and Carolina's going to have a chance to beat somebody they're not supposed to. Now, look, I didn't know that game was going to look like what Spencer did. But that was an incredible performance by them. So all of your fears hit at once. Your pass defense got exposed and got just ripped up by Spencer Rattler. And then your offense just wasn't as fluid as it has been. And then to cap it all, you lose your quarterback for the season. I mean, could not have been a worse night.
This is the situation, right?
This is crazy.
Going into the game, Spencer Rattler had, for the season, 8 touchdowns and 9 interceptions.
Yep.
In this game, he had 6 touchdowns and 0 interceptions.
They scored on 9 of 10 possessions. 9 of 10. Think about that.
It's an amazing turnaround.
I mean, Dunaway, who is the best offense, do you think, in college football this year? Ohio State? I don't think it's Ohio State.
Maybe
I think
USC.
it's been Tennessee, actually, probably.
It had been Tennessee until the other night.
I bet you Tennessee hasn't scored on 9 of 10 possessions in a game this year, and South Carolina did that.
It was an amazing performance. Here's the Brandon Zimmerman tweet, to get back to it. It's not in one season. It's all time.
Yeah, I was about to say.
Shane Beamer's the first FBS coach since 1978 in the split of FBS-FCS to win twice by 20 or more points as a 20-point underdog. He did it last year against Florida, and he did it this year against Tennessee. Twice now, he has beaten perceived power in the East as a 20 or more point underdog by 20 or more points.
I mean, that Florida team was bad enough to get their coach fired last year, so that one you can kind of flush. This was a team that was in the college football playoff until Saturday night.
Yeah.
Tennessee was not missing the college football playoff. They were all in.
You know, they were not, Brown. and especially the way the day had gone. It was a great morning for Tennessee fans because TCU had to do a fire drill to win.
Right.
And Michigan trailed in the fourth quarter and had to get a late field goal to win against Illinois. Michigan and TCU look like that they both could not be ahead of Tennessee. There was going to be a spot for Tennessee
absolutely.
if they just beat South Carolina and Vandy.
All they had to do was win games. Yep. All they had to do was win games, and they are in this thing.
Because just eye test going into the night, Tennessee looked better than a TCU team, obviously that would have lost one and still won the Big 12, or a Michigan loser to Ohio State. They looked like they would hold one of the spots.
Yep. I mean, it was set up perfectly for them. That's all they had to do is just win the game. I don't even know. I think we're to the point now where they might not even have needed style points against South Carolina. If they win that game by 10 or 12 points, I think everybody will look at it and say, yeah, tough road game, SEC, Tennessee wins again, move on. They got Vandy, they're in this thing. It was set up so perfectly for Tennessee, and they just completely, whatted down their leg. I mean, that's the only way you could say it, a complete, total choke job by Tennessee, and just incredible game by South Carolina.
Let's get a little reaction from that game, brought to you today by our friends at the Floribama. We'll be down at the Floribama coming up after the championship weekend for the Army-Navy game. We'll be doing our show live from there on Friday of Army-Navy week. That's December the 9th. And then December 10th, we'll have a specialty show leading into the Army-Navy game coming up that weekend. So we look forward to being down at the Floribama. Always great festivities at the Floribama year-round, including the mullet toss, which goes on. Then when we roll back to great weather, it's a great place to vacation. People all over the SEC footprint who are watching us today enjoy time down in Gulf Shores, Orange Beach, and enjoy the Floribama. So make plans to be there. Don't forget about Floribama Radio. You can get the music from the Floribama all the time on Pandora, on many of the same platforms that you watch us on a daily basis. So make sure the Floribama, the great coast bar that's been there for years, is part of your vacation plans when you're down on the Gulf Coast, the Floribama. Rockstar, if you'll give us cut number 6, first Shane Beamer, his reaction to this game. Shane Beamer, the coach of South Carolina, on his team getting the big win over Tennessee and knocking the Volunteers out of the college football playoffs.
For those guys to not listen to anyone on the outside. We talked on Tuesday morning too, no disrespect, that you guys don't get to write the story of this football team. Like every single person in here, I think, thought they knew how this game was going to go. Every person in here thought, well, we've seen this story before, how Carolina's going to finish. And it's a new Carolina, guys. You don't get to write the story. We write the story, and that's what we talked to our team about on Tuesday morning. They write the story of how this thing's going to finish. Everybody thinks they've seen this, read this book, seen this movie. They know how the chapter ends. Well, no, you don't, because I know what that team's about in that locker room, and so proud of them and so happy for them as well.
He's exactly right. But the reason those stories were written, because they got blown out the week before against Florida and looked horrible in doing so.
So make this make sense, okay? Make this make sense. South Carolina loses to Florida 38-6. Florida follows that up by going to Nashville and loses to Vanderbilt 31-24. South Carolina follows it up, beating Tennessee 63-38.
Yeah.
Make that one make sense.
Right. And Vandy, who won at Kentucky more convincingly, really, than Georgia, who's the best team in the country, did at Kentucky this week.
That's a great point.
You can't.
Make any of this make sense.
You cannot connect the dots in college football.
You really can't.
It's every given Saturday.
Yeah, it makes that really makes no sense when you put it in terms that all of that happened in a 2-week period. That South Carolina got blown out by Florida, who turned around and lost to Vandy's second conference win of the year, and then South Carolina turns out and beats a team that's in the college football playoff. I mean, it just not only beats them, runs them out of Williams-Brice Stadium, embarrasses them on completely undresses them on national TV. It really makes no sense. I mean, you just cannot make this make any sense. What happened Saturday?
Josh Heupel's team never looked like themselves.
Nope.
In that game against South Carolina.
Nope. Carolina took that first possession, went right down the field on them, and it just felt weird from that point on.
South Carolina was the one challenging Tennessee deep.
Yep.
They were the one with the aggressive play calls. Josh Heupel and them, it never seemed like they threw it deep. They never had that one uncovered wide receiver. And you heard Herbstreit brag throughout the game that South Carolina trusted. They had 3 people they trusted putting on the island one-on-one the entire game, including Cam Smith, who usually doesn't cover the guy in the slot. But Cam Smith, now this is going to be mind-blowing. It's a mind-blowing defensive concept. And I brought this up the week after Alabama got torched by this Tennessee offense. I was like, how can you not just have your best defender move around on the field and cover Jalen Hyatt?
Right. Yeah, the guy's open every play. Maybe get somebody else on him, yeah.
I was told that it's just not the way it works. Just not the way to work. Well, you know what South Carolina did? Cam Smith, wherever Jalen Hyatt lined up, which is usually in the slot. Cam Smith, if you go back and watch South Carolina tape, usually is never covering the guy in the slot. One-on-one all night long, Cam Smith was on Jalen Hyatt all night long. You know what didn't happen? You didn't get a huge game from Jalen Hyatt because Cam Smith shut him down. Heupel's great scheming, which has been unbelievable, couldn't scheme open his receivers like they usually do, those uncovered plays that we've seen all year long for Tennessee. Here's Heupel after the loss at South Carolina, and, life comes at you fast. The day was set up for Tennessee to cruise into the playoff just with wins over South Carolina and Vandy. They were going to be in the playoffs, and then all of a sudden, in the blink of an eye, it's gone.
For us in this program, this one needs to hurt on the way back, and needs to hurt the guys that aren't on this trip that will be in our building tomorrow afternoon and be there on Monday. For us to grow as a program, you got to look at this opportunity and understand what happened and let it hurt and remember that as you move forward and let it help you grow.
This is not consecutive weeks we've done this, but when you, I don't know, it's in our headset, so we can hear it maybe better than the people watching or listening elsewhere. When you can hear that crowd in the background, that has got to be the most demoralizing press conference. Could you hear that? Like as he's talking in the background, you can still hear the Williams-Brice Stadium crowd going nuts.
Yeah.
We heard it with Nick Saban, when he was in the locker room after the LSU game, and you could hear the LSU in the background. That's just got to be the most demoralizing thing, to have to sit there and talk about getting your eyes beat out by a team you should have run out of the stadium, and in the background, all you can hear is their fans. I mean, again, there is nothing else that could have happened that night that would have been worse for Tennessee. You lose the game, that happens, you lose a quarterback. Just a disastrous night for the Vols, completely disastrous.
It used to be worse at Neyland Stadium. Worse than at LSU, you get a lot of the room you do the news conferences in, you get a lot of people leaving the stadium. At Neyland Stadium, there is a room that is designated for you to do the visitor postgame in.
Right.
Alabama has gotten where they use the coaches' meeting room adjacent to the locker room.
For what reason?
It's a slightly bigger room.
Right.
But over the years, when I would go up there early in the 90s covering Alabama and they would lose the game, it is so close to – used to be so close. Now Tennessee's lockers are on the other side. But back in the day, you could literally smell the smoke
from the cigars
from the Tennessee locker room and hear them celebrating in the Tennessee locker room.
Yeah.
Now the Tennessee
it's the other side of the stadium.
Other side of the stadium now, so it's no big deal. But there was a moment that the post-game room was so close to the locker room, you could actually hear Tennessee singing Rocky Top in their locker room and smell the smoke coming through the rafters.
If you're Josh Heupel, this is just a nightmare. Except, as people always say, no, I wake up from nightmares. I mean, they woke up in Knoxville today looking at probably going to the Sugar Bowl. Nice bowl game. If I had started the season and told you you're going to be 10-2 and go to the Sugar Bowl, you probably think I've lost to Alabama and Georgia, and we've gotten close.
That's right.
And we're going to be in the Sugar Bowl, and this is a good step forward. And, I think another thing it shows, Dunaway, and I pointed this out to our buddy Chad Withrow up in Nashville, with Outkick. It is so hard to time it out right where you match up elite quarterback and good enough defense to win a championship. Tennessee never had a championship defense, but they were so elite on offense they were able to overcome it except against Georgia, almost against Alabama, and then Saturday night they couldn't.
And a final thought on that, right after I tell you about our friends at the Pants Store, because that ties into where this program is going.
Yep.
on what you're talking about. The Pants Store will get you ready for the holidays for the fan in your life. 7 great locations for the Pants Store: Crestline, Leeds, Trussville, Tuscaloosa, and Huntsville. Also in Hoover and Auburn now. Pantstore.com online, pantstore.com online. You can follow the Pants Store on social media. Make sure you're getting all those wonderful Christmas gifts, the game day hats, a Yeti accessory, the special clothing and fashion line for the female fan in your life. They have that at the Pants Store as well. Make your wife, girlfriend, daughter look fantastic on game day. Also, the game day polos for the guys: Antigua, Taylor and Mick, Johnny O, Gentile. It's all at the Pants Store. 7 great locations and online at pantstore.com. Finish your thought there, because also what you're lining up here is the fact that Hendon Hooker is done. He likely is off to the NFL.
Well, I mean, that's what it said in the release from Tennessee. Yeah.
He's off to the NFL. Yeah. His eligibility is expired now. And you would think some of these receivers, some of this offense is moving on. I mean, so you may never have this kind of offense again.
And that's where this gets so hard, as Scott shows you the comments there from Hendon Hooker. That's where this gets so hard. And it's one thing that makes, and I don't want to make this about Alabama, but Alabama, Ohio State, Clemson, it makes it so remarkable that they've been able to consistently stay where they've been able to stay by and large, is because it is really hard to get all this to match up at the right time. To get an elite quarterback like Hendon Hooker was this year, we didn't know he was going to be that, but the way he was this year, an elite quarterback, and to have a good enough defense that elite quarterback doesn't have to be elite every single play of the season. That when that quarterback has an off game or defense schemes Jalen Hyatt out of a game, I got a good enough defense, I'm still in the game. All I need is a play or two. And Tennessee never had that this year. And it just shows you how hard it is to do, because now you're going to have to reset. Now, is Joe Milton good enough to do that? I don't know. Can your defense get better? You go to Nico Iamaleava. Is he good enough to be elite? You don't know the answer to those questions. But in the event you get lucky enough that either Milton or Nico Iamaleava is elite, is your defense going to be able to improve enough? I'm not saying they got to be the number 1 defense in the country, but they can't be as bad as Tennessee's was. That was always going to catch up with Tennessee again.
Mark in the chat room, Vulcan Tire and Automotive chat room, the elite offense of Tennessee will take a hit in 2023 as teams use all summer,
no doubt,
to scheme against what they've seen from Tennessee this year. South Carolina did an excellent job of showing how to play them.
And that shows you how good of a coach Heupel is, or it will show you how good of a coach Heupel is, because he knows that too. He knows I can't just keep doing the same stuff over and over. They're going to scheme to that. So what's my next move off this, right? Okay, somebody figured out if they just shadow Jalen Hyatt, it's tougher for us to get the ball downfield. How do we fix that? That shows you if Heupel's a legit SEC coach or not. He looks like it right now, but that's what you have to do in the SEC, because Mark's exactly right. All off season, people are working on that offense right now. They have to face Tennessee.
Absolutely. A lot more on everything else that happened this college football weekend. Coming up, you can jump into the Vulcan Tire chat room. You can call us up, 205-734-0923, 734-0923. That will get you in the JohnsonRVCenter.com hotline, and you'll be able to tell us your best and worst of the weekend, which is coming up next. A lot to get to, including some basketball scores from yesterday, which some impactful games. We'll get to that later in the show. Just a ton of stuff that happened in college football. Contract discussions, maybe for Lane Kiffin. He gets asked the question. We'll do that in our next segment. And what happened to Ole Miss on the road. All that's coming up. All of it brought to you in part by our friends at MyBookie. MyBookie.ag gets you into the game, including Monday Night Football tonight.
Oh, Jimmy Dunaway, it does. MyBookie.ag, MyBookie.ag. There are so many sports books to choose from. We tell you, pick MyBookie.ag. And when you sign up free, use promo code NEXTROUND. And you can claim a half deposit match. So they match 50% of your deposit all the way up to $1,000. Promo code NEXTROUND when you go to MyBookie.ag. When you play with MyBookie.ag, you're not just betting, you're joining the winning team. Bet anything, anytime, anywhere. MyBookie.ag, code NEXTROUND. MyBookie.ag, code NEXTROUND. More college football reaction in the chat room, Vulcan Tire chat room, and you at 205-734-0923 on the next round.
Call the next round now at 205-734-0923.
Football season is back, and so are tailgates. It's time to win that tailgate with Champy's world-famous fried chicken right on Highway 119 in Alabaster. Sterling and his winning team will open up the doors so you can dine in or an easy-to-go pickup when you order at champyschicken.com. At Champy's, you experience southern staples like chicken on a stick and those Mississippi Delta recipe tamales that are to die for. Hand-cut chicken tenders and a whole lot more right on your way home or to the big game. Highway 119 in Alabaster. For Blues, Brews, and Bird, it's Champy's Chicken.
A legendary coach once said, "It's not the will to win that matters, it's the will to prepare to win." Bryant bankers have the dedication and experience to put together a financial game plan that's right for you. Stop by one of the 7 Central Alabama locations today or give them a call at 1-855-4-BRYANT to begin preparing for your financial future today. You'll find out what unbeatable service and legendary results are all about. Bryant Bank, Equal Housing Lender, member FDIC.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about our friends at Gutter Cap. Gutter Cap's that patented aluminum cover system that fits over most existing gutters to keep out debris and eliminate that gutter cleaning. It's backed with a lifetime warranty, almost 20-year service record right here in Birmingham. Stay off that dangerous ladder forever. 45% off the retail price now if you call guttercapbirmingham.com. Call my good friend Chris Stewart now, 205-823-2212. Cap it, don't snap it. It's Gutter Cap.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast, The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com. The latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
The NFL playoffs are just around the corner, and every game matters. Join us on the Next Round and Pepsi every Thursday as we preview the upcoming big games in the NFL weekend. Pepsi and the NFL, a perfect match for your weekend.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com. The latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com. That's nextroundlive.com.
Hi, this is Wes McClooney, owner of the New Balance Birmingham store. You're not average, and the New Balance Birmingham store has the shoes and apparel to perfectly match your unaverage self. If we were all shaped the same and had the same level of fitness, and if we all walked and ran exactly alike, well, then I guess an average shoe store selling average shoes would be just fine. But you deserve better. At the New Balance Birmingham store, our specialists will match you with a custom pair of New Balance shoes that fit you perfectly. Come see us at the New Balance Birmingham store. Your feet will thank you.
For more than 40 years, Jack's Western and Outdoor Wear has been providing you and your family the best in Western wear. From boots to apparel, this family-owned business has it all. Jack's carries such name brands as Dan Post, Justin, Twisted X, and now has the only area shop within a shop in the state of Alabama. Visit Jack's Western and Outdoor Wear every Monday through Saturday. I-65, exit 304 in Coleman. Just look for the big red building and follow Jack's Western and Outdoor Wear on Facebook and Twitter.
The Alabama Head Injury Foundation strives to improve the quality of life for survivors of traumatic brain injury and for their families. Whether the injury is mild or severe, the life of the injured person and their family is changed forever. The impact can be both emotionally and financially devastating. AHIF provides the information to help clients and families understand the results of injury. AHIF helps access available resources and provides services and programs which meet the unique needs of individuals with traumatic brain injury as well as spinal cord injury in certain programs. Find out how you can help at ahif.org.
Vulcan Tire and Automotive is hiring. If you want to take advantage of joining in with a local growing company in the automotive service industry, this is the opportunity for you. Hiring oil and tire technicians and more experienced mechanics. If you've got the talent and the desire, there is a spot for you at Vulcan Tire and Auto. Stop by one of their 4 locations and the manager on site can walk you through the pay scale, great benefits, and flexible work schedule. Get paid to build your future in the industry. Moody, Trustful, Hoover, and Gardendale, VulcanTireandAuto.com.
For you Pick 3 champions, people that have gone 3-0, we'll tell you about the Buffalo Wild Wings Pick 3 later in the show today and open that up. But be watching your email to get a link. If you've won at any point, you'll get an email at some point, and you'll go play right there at nextroundlive.com. Don't forget, as you're shopping for the holidays, nextround.store. Thanks to all the people that sent us pictures over the weekend, whether you had koozies at the Alabama game or you were wearing hats at the Hoover-Thompson game, or wherever you were enjoying sports this weekend or watching sports. Thanks for wearing the Next Round gear and supporting what we do here. Don't forget, Bud Light Game Night is tonight. Because Thanksgiving's Thursday, we're moving Bud Light Game Night up to tonight. So we'll have great Bud Light specials as we gather at Top Golf. Top Golf tonight, 5 to 7 will be out there. Our show is going to be actually 6 to 7. The video show today will be 6 to 7, not 5 to 6. So 5 to 7 will be out there at Top Golf down in Uptown near Protective Stadium. 5 to 7 tonight. Come take a few swings with us. Enjoy the discounts of Bud Light, and we'll be enjoying some great Bud Light, some golf, some nice heater outside. And, of course, we'll do an Ask Us Anything show and talk a little football 6 to 7 tonight on our video platform for a special Monday night Bud Light game night. Caleb, I believe it is, over in the Vulcan Tire and Automotive chat room, had a question that you wanted to bring up about the college football weekend that we just saw. By the way, we're 30 minutes into this, and it's Iron Bowl week, and we have yet to mention Alabama and Auburn in Iron Bowl.
Well, primarily because Alabama played All and Auburn played Western Kentucky.
Yeah, but it was a good performance from Auburn.
Yeah, I mean, they were a 5.5-point favorite in that game, blew it open in the second half, 17-17 at the half. I thought it was going to go down to the wire the way Austin Reed was playing. He's very impressive. I like that kid.
Yeah.
But Auburn blew them out in the second half. Very, very good second half for Auburn.
Yeah, so Auburn comes in, and the official betting line was opened up at 24 for Alabama, the favorite over Auburn this week at home. So that'll be one of the games you'll play in the Pick 3 at nextroundlive.com. What's Caleb's question?
So you and I were discussing this in the postgame. With Tennessee now having 2 losses, head-to-head wins over LSU and Alabama, how do the rankings look tomorrow? And I said after the game, I would still have Tennessee in front of LSU because they literally played a game on the field and Tennessee ran them out of the stadium.
I could not give you a verbal answer of why, but that will be incorrect tomorrow night when the selection committee unveils it.
I would have Georgia, Ohio State, Michigan, TCU, USC, Tennessee, LSU. That's the way I would rank it.
And I have no problem with that.
Yeah. Now, listen, obviously.
Because LSU can still get more points. Road win at Texas A&M and then beating Georgia, and they're in. And if they don't, then it doesn't matter.
Yeah, road win at A&M does nothing for me. A&M's the worst team in the SEC. We'll get to that, I'm sure, at some point. That baffles me. But all that said, LSU wins out. They'll jump Tennessee. They'll probably jump USC and everybody and get into this playoff if they win the rest of their games. So it will correct itself. I've just never been so-and-so was ranked here, so they're guaranteed at least that spot this week. Because a lot of people are like, well, how do you drop LSU after a win? Well, that's the way polls work. Teams move.
Tommy over in the chat room, 24 points. I'll take Auburn to cover. I think they slow it down and shorten the game. We'll talk a lot about the Iron Bowl and Auburn and Alabama as we move forward. Brown will give us the latest on the Auburn coaching search in just a second. And Lane Kiffin got the question. If you'll cue up cut number 9, Rockstar, we'll get to what Lane had to say post-game after his team had it handed to him on the road in Fayetteville against Arkansas. But we want your best and worst of the weekend. It's brought to you by Hemphill. When something's not running right, flowing right, draining right, or flushing right, disaster can strike any moment. You got to remember the name Hemphill. Hemphill Services, 205-229-2090. Adam, Chad, and that team, they fix it right. They fix it the first time. They fix it at a fair price. So whatever your plumbing, cooling, or heating needs are, trust the name Birmingham's trusted since 1954. It's Hemphill Services, 205-229-2090, 229-2090, or just remember the name Hemphill Services. So a blowout win by Arkansas over Ole Miss. Rocket Sanders, 232 yards, 3 touchdowns. It's 35-6 at the half. A little cosmetic surgery on the scoreboard in the second half, and it's 42-27 at the end. But this game was never close for Ole Miss, and Lane Kiffin gets asked the question afterwards.
The reports out there that you're Auburn's #1 target, I know it's a lot of noise, but what does the future hold for you? What does the future hold for Ole Miss?
Yeah, fair question. Like I said, I love being here. I don't want to look to next year already with a regular season game, but this is not one of those years where you say, oh, we're going to lose all these guys. There's a lot of people coming back, and a lot of new guys offensively especially. So very excited about the future. So I don't know all that stuff out there, number 1 and stuff. Maybe they watched the first half and wouldn't be number 1 anymore.
So, I mean, as far as answering the question, he did a pretty good job with it.
Well, he answered a question the way you would answer it if you haven't signed anything at Auburn. You haven't, you're not ready for that to come out yet. And if you want to keep leverage in both places. You want to keep it alive at Ole Miss in case, for whatever reason, it doesn't work out with Auburn. I decide not to go. They decide they don't want me. And I got to go back to Ole Miss and get the absolute best I can out of this leverage, which, the Richard Cross reports are still out there about the offer. Or you keep your leverage alive with Auburn in case there's one more thing I want to get that Jimmy Sexton's trying to get out of them. I'm not going to publicly comment and make Auburn look like they've already won me. I got to get everything I want out of this deal. You only get one shot at this. So that's what that statement sounded like, a guy that's really trying to keep both sides alive. There was nothing he said in there that makes me think he's not going to Auburn, or nothing he said in there that makes me think he wants to stay at Ole Miss. I think that's the way you have to answer that question.
Rob, who I think's a Mississippi State guy, heading to the Egg Bowl Thursday night, maybe Lane Kiffin's last game as a Black Bear, which was why I think he's you don't hear Black Bear mentioned a lot, which is why I think he is a Shark, Black Bear, Rebels.
Yeah, Rebels. They got a lot there. Yeah.
You don't do the Black Bear a lot. So Kiffin on his way maybe to his last game as the head coach of Ole Miss. What is the latest? What are you hearing? Is it the same as it was going into the weekend, that it's Lane Kiffin's job to turn down? Numbers have been talked about, worked out, and we're just waiting to hear what Lane's going to do?
I would not by any stretch say that everything has been agreed to, everything is 100% lined up, everything is signed. I still think, even up to the last hour, the 11th hour, Jimmy Sexton's probably trying to squeeze as much juice out of this orange as he can. He knows that's the thing, Dunaway. Once Jimmy Sexton realizes I'm your number one choice, I'm going to get everything I can out of it. And I'm sure that's what's still going on here with Jimmy Sexton and John Cohen, is that he's trying to see, everything I can get out of this deal. Again, I only get to do this once. I don't think anything is signed, ready, done, but I still think Lane Kiffin is the number one choice. And I think we all thought, and I can't remember when this story broke, but the offer that Richard Cross, who our buddy that does sports radio, I think it was Thursday night when this hit during Bud Light Game Night. Richard does a sports talk radio show over in Mississippi. He's been the sideline guy for Mississippi State Radio before moving on to do his ESPN work. But Richard reported that Ole Miss had offered to make Lane Kiffin a top 10 paid coach in America. To me, that was Ole Miss doing that, knowing if he takes it, he takes it, and we've got the guy we want to keep. It's a safe bet. If not, we can always say we tried everything we could. We tried making Lane Kiffin a top 10 coach in America. We've updated facilities. We've gotten on our NIL game. He just wanted to be somewhere else. There was really nothing else we could do.
Our Redmont Distilling sound of the game comes from Carnell Williams. He gets asked about the Auburn job as well. He's the guy who's actually sitting as the interim head coach at Auburn after their win over the weekend, leading them into the Iron Bowl this week. It's brought to you by our friends at Redmont Vodka, Vulcan Gin, Redmont Distilling, Charles Barkley's company. Charles, of course, on the show last week talking about not only the great job Carnell's doing, but how he would love Deion Sanders to be the next head coach of Auburn. You can go see that podcasted wherever you watch or hear our show. So our Redmont sound of the game, here's Carnell getting asked about the Auburn head coaching job, and does he consider himself a candidate to be the permanent head coach?
My man Ab gave me so much confidence to do this job where I go from the first week to being a scared puppy to watching my guys, each guys come out of the office and say, Coach, we believe in you. Coach, we so happy. To giving me that confidence, man, that along with this staff, the support of the Auburn family, the fans, wow. I'm sure you guys are going to get the next coach. I don't know. Really don't care. My seat don't dictate my service. Auburn is special. Those kids are special. It's a lot of people that took a chance on me and poured into my life. It gave me hope when I was hopeless. So again, my seat don't dictate my service.
Yeah, I like that saying, by the way. My seat don't dictate my service. He's doing it for the Auburn players and for the school he loves. Most people don't think he's in the mix to be the head coach down at Auburn right now.
Yeah, it really doesn't look that way, no. It looks like they've obviously centered on Lane Kiffin, and they've got some legitimate fallbacks like Hugh Freeze, who would take the job tomorrow if offered. And the truth is, Carnell Williams has done some nice things. He shed a nice light on Auburn here in some pretty dark times this season. He's 2-1. He's injected some enthusiasm. His only loss is a road overtime loss to a conference team. He's about to coach an Iron Bowl. Who knows what happens there? I know what I think happens, but you never know. I mean, he's done everything right. There's nothing you would look at Carnell Williams and say, I wish he did it a different way. He's been who he's been. He is who he is. He hasn't tried to fake it and be somebody else.
As a guy who just watched South Carolina beat Tennessee, home field matters a lot in college
football.
It does. But I tell you this, Auburn's got a better chance of beating Alabama with that guy as the head coach doing what they're doing right now than when Brian Harsin was the head coach.
Well, I think if Brian Harsin were still there, it would be obvious that the time was coming to an end. You would have a demoralized team. There would be no enthusiasm. Alabama would win this game 42-0. Alabama may still win this game 42-0. I don't know. I feel better about Auburn being more competitive with Carnell Williams than I did with Brian Harsin. Now, look, Alabama has got a much better roster. They've got better players. They've got a better coach. They're playing at home. I mean, everything stacks up against Auburn here. It's a tall order. But all that aside, you take away everything I just talked about and you look at Carnell Williams' resume, what about that resume says this guy's ready to be an SEC head coach? It just doesn't. It doesn't. And that's what you got to strip the emotion away, strip the Auburn away, and say, does this hire make sense? Because you don't win games 14 times a year on emotion. So you take all that away and say, does it make sense? And it just doesn't make sense to make him the head coach.
John Samuel Shenker will be with us at 10:25 to talk more Auburn football. Our NIL deal with him brings you him every week in the second hour of the show. That is still to come. We'll talk more about what Auburn did at Jordan-Hare Stadium this past weekend. Alabama sit down a lot of people. Jahmyr Gibbs and others did not play in the game against Austin Peay in the 34-0 win. They were scratched for physical reasons, though they are expected to return to practice today and be ready to play in the Iron Bowl. Precision Sports will get you back in the game, just like the Alabama training staff will get all them back in the game this week against Auburn.
Hey, you've been out raking leaves, maybe, not using the blower near Lance, but if your shoulder hurts after doing that, or maybe you got a sharp pain from playing an athletics event out in the cold, or maybe that backyard football game on Thanksgiving, you get a little banged up, that's when you call Precision Sports Medicine and Orthopedics. They're here to help you in 9 locations of the Birmingham Metro. They'll get your life back on track. They rebuild champions on and off the field, so make that appointment today. 855-219-6200. That's 855-219-6200, or precisionsportsortho.com. That is precisionsportsortho.com.
Ohio State, Michigan, TCU all trailed in the second half. TCU and Michigan trailed late, needed late field goals. We'll talk about everything else that went on this weekend away from Tennessee when we continue on your home for football's the next round.
All the stories important to us are in one place. Catch the morning rounds each weekday at nextroundlive.com.
The wait is finally over. The one-of-a-kind buffalo tenders are now back at Culver's. Stop by the location nearest you to give the incredible buffalo tenders a try, along with some great sides such as Wisconsin cheese curds, pretzel bites, and more. That's Culver's. Welcome to Delicious.
Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. The social media team at Next Round Live will share the latest interviews and videos from UAB, Alabama, Auburn, and campuses all over the college landscape. You'll also get the latest highlights and news from the Next Round Live Daily Show. Jim, Lance, and Ryan will share their thoughts, and remember, you can always see the old shows on the Next Round Live YouTube channel. Subscribe, like, and don't forget to comment. Turn on the notifications so you don't miss a thing. It's Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube.
You've been wearing that thin, raggedy t-shirt for years now, and people cannot stop whispering and staring in your vicinity. We've all been there. Luckily, there's a solution to your lack of fashion and social cues. At NextRound.store, they have plenty of options when it comes to a variety of shirts and hats. Once you start putting that Next Round gear on, be prepared to make new lifelong friends and hundreds of unforgettable conversations. Hope you like random high fives in the street, because that's what you're getting after visiting nextround.store.
Don't let a roof problem disrupt your football Saturday or Sunday. Call Greg from Pell City and Storm Restoration Roofing, locally owned at 205-542-3531. Greg wants to give you a free, no-cost inspection. Free, no cost, no obligation, 205-542-3531. He can also pressure wash your metal roofing. It's easy to see why his company's so successful. A-plus rated with the Better Business Bureau, and insurance companies trust him. You should too. 205-542-3531, or just look him up on Facebook, Greg from Pell City.
Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. The social media team at Next Round Live will share the latest interviews and videos from UAB, Alabama, Auburn, and campuses all over the college landscape. You'll also get the latest highlights and news from the Next Round Live Daily Show. Jim, Lance, and Ryan will share their thoughts, and remember, you can always see the old shows on the Next Round Live YouTube channel. Subscribe, like, and don't forget to comment. Turn on the notifications so you don't miss a thing. It's Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube.
You've been wearing that thin, raggedy t-shirt for years now, and people cannot stop whispering and staring in your vicinity. We've all been there. Luckily, there's a solution to your lack of fashion and social cues. At NextRound.store, they have plenty of options when it comes to a variety of shirts and hats. Once you start putting that Next Round gear on, be prepared to make new lifelong friends and hundreds of unforgettable conversations. Hope you like random high fives in the street, because that's what you're getting after visiting NextRound.store.
Hey, if you're looking for Birmingham's best pizza, you need to stop in and see our friends at Slice Pizza and Brew. It's as local as you can get, from the ingredients that go into every pizza to the beer on tap. For a great lunch or dinner, go see our friends today, Vestavia or Lakeview at Slice.
The Alabama Head Injury Foundation strives to improve the quality of life for survivors of traumatic brain injury and for their families. Whether the injury is mild or severe, the life of the injured person and their family is changed forever. The impact can be both emotionally and financially devastating. AHIF provides the information to help clients and families understand the results of injury. AHIF helps access available resources and provides services and programs which meet the unique needs of individuals with traumatic brain injury, as well as spinal cord injury in certain programs. Find out how you can help at ahif.org.
The only place to get the best gear for game day is the Pants Store. 5 great locations in Crestline, Leeds, Trustful, Tuscaloosa, and Huntsville. You can also order at pantsstore.com and follow the Pants Store on social media. Game day hats, all your Yeti accessories, sunglasses, and game day polos from Antigua, Taylor and Mick, Johnny O, and Gentile. And guys, trust me, this is where your daughters and wife want to shop because of all the in-style fashions made especially for them. It's the Pants Store, Crestline, Leeds, Trustful, Tuscaloosa, Huntsville, and coming soon to Hoover and Auburn.
Football is back, and you can check out the new arrivals in the Next Round store. Support the brand by grabbing a t-shirt, hoodie, or hat. See the latest gear online at nextround.store. That's nextround.store. We've got gear in your favorite team colors, perfect to wear to the stadium or tailgate. All the gear has been approved by everyone on the show. Quality and comfort that's perfect to share as a gift. Just visit nextround.store. That's nextround.store, the official store of Double Down Media.
Back with you on the Next Round. Yes, we're approaching a weekend where the Detroit Lions have won 3 games in a row, and the Vanderbilt Commodores have won 2 SEC games in a row. Brown has very important top of the hour, next hour. We'll start hour 2 with Brown, some very important inside information about Vanderbilt and Auburn bowl game possibilities.
What? They're 5-7, Jim.
They're not 5-7 yet, Brown. They're 5-6 each right now.
So my apologies.
Each 5-6 right now. The only team in the SEC that has no shot at going to a bowl is Texas A&M,
which is amazing.
But Vandy and Auburn bowl implications at the top of the hour, and it's not what you may think. Our friends at Backyard Adventure, quality is what we're talking about here. Backyard Adventure wants your childhood, your kid's childhood to be quality. And that's what you get with Backyard Adventure playgrounds, alley-oop, trampolines, and goal setter basketball goals. Remember this website, backyardalabama.com. Go make a place setter there because Santa may want to use it later on. Backyardalabama.com, backyardalabama.com. This is the play set that your child dreams about having in their backyard so they can go outside and have just a great time, have friends over to play. Maybe mom or dad can sneak out from their busy life to go have some quality moments with the kids in the backyard as well. That's what you get from backyardalabama.com, backyardalabama.com. Quality, 100% cedar, lifetime warranties. They set up the play sets. They take them down. They move them if they need to. It adds quality and value to your home. They do landscaping. They've got maintenance programs. They do it all. BackyardAlabama.com. BackyardAlabama.com. Are those alley-oop trampolines, goal setter, basketball goals? You can call this number, 205-408-4FUN. That's 205-408-4386. Or if you're watching in Atlanta, Birmingham, or wherever you're watching the next round today, just go to the website, BackyardAlabama.com, and find a location near you. All right, a lot happening over the weekend, including the struggles of Ohio State, Michigan, and TCU, but they all win. USC had a battle with UCLA, and it was a shootout, 48-45. Caleb Williams makes some noise for the Heisman Trophy. He throws for he gets 503 total yards.
He was elite, man.
And DTR was, too, gutting it out with what seemed to be a concussion. He kept playing for UCLA. It was a late Corey Foreman interception, a rare defensive moment for USC that gives them the 48-45 win for USC, and they now seem like they controlled their own destiny themselves to be in the college football playoff after the loss by Tennessee. Here's not Lane Kiffin, that's Lincoln Riley, Jim, after the USC win.
Yeah, it's pretty cool to be sitting here, get the 10th win, obviously getting a chance to go to the championship game. It's obviously very, very meaningful. And this is one of the toughest things to do in football is beat a good football team on senior night at their place. It's one of the hardest things to do in football. And with all that was riding on it on top of it, for us to find a way to get it done, it was a clutch performance by our team and a big-time win.
It's weird. I like him more as the USC coach than I did the Oklahoma coach. I can't really figure that out. But that was such a good football game. I mean, the crowd was into it. Even in the sleepy, old, decrepit Rose Bowl, the crowd was into it.
Still had the tarps up.
But it still have the tarps up, but that's what you expect in the Pac-12. The crowd was into it. The play was elite, especially at quarterback. You mentioned it. DTR was playing through injury. I have a ton of respect for him. A guy at times could barely pick himself up off the Rose Bowl turf. And Caleb Williams was just elite. I mean, he played some of the best football I've seen this year. I think, if they can beat Notre Dame and get the Pac-12 championship game, I'm not so sure he hasn't won the Heisman Trophy.
TCU has to run on a kicker with no timeouts, 13 seconds, clock's running. They run a kicker out and kick the game winner. Initially, I thought to myself, they're not going to be able to get it off because they're having to substitute here. Baylor could slow play this.
Au contraire.
But there are special rules for last-second field goals. We have a special rule that you have to assume as the defense that they're rushing on and substituting for a field goal, so you have to have your team ready to rush on as well. They don't stand over the ball like they do every other play during the game. It's written in the rules that way.
Well, and for before people have a heart attack and react to this, why would you do that? There is also, at any point in the game, a special rule for field goals where the holder can have his knee down, get up, roll out, throw a pass. He's not down on that snap. You have to make exceptions to stuff like that, right? So at some point, the rules committee has looked at this and said, for excitement in the game, maybe we play it that way. I mean, you'd have to admit that would have been a fair, just somebody watching the game, nothing invested in it. It's a pretty anticlimactic ending if Baylor could slow play that. How fun was that ending otherwise?
It was, and how clutch was the kick. To go out there and just nail the shot.
And what was cool, all those TCU fans in that end zone just going nuts when the kick went through. I mean, it was right at, it looked like they were on some grass hill or something, but it's right at the TCU fans in the end zone, and they just go nuts.
And it was never a doubt. I mean, he had it hooking from the right upright perfectly as the kick left his foot. It was well struck. There was nothing. I mean, the Tennessee kick that won it against Alabama.
Knuckleball.
That was a
ugly.
knuckleball. I mean, everyone was anticipating, is it going to get over or not? That was such a clutch kick from the TCU kid.
Yeah, and to rush out there, fire drill, and kick it, that was very, very impressive. But keeps TCU's hopes alive. We'll have some poll questions going out later on presented by Cowan Equipment. They have partnered with us here on the next round on our new venture. They want to partner with you for your heavy equipment needs. Cowan.com gives you more information about how they can be your heavy equipment solution and rental and equipment sales partner, and their superior service and parts department great as well at Cowan Equipment, Cowan.com.
Jake Moody just as clutch from Michigan, and they needed his foot all day long as Michigan survives Illinois. Illinois played a perfect third quarter, and they were set up and had the ball late and got really conservative, running into the line 3 times to make Michigan burn timeouts. and did not do anything aggressive to put the game away.
Yeah, and Bielema was rightfully upset that pick play didn't get called against Michigan, and he called out the Big Ten. I mean, flat called them out. I guess he'll get fined. I guess he doesn't care.
He sent a tweet out with the play and says things like, we've got to practice better, blah, 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 but shows the obvious pick play.
But in the postgame, he said,
yes,
basically said Michigan gets the calls. They're protecting Michigan because they're in the playoff, and it ain't right.
Well, I just know at certain points in the game, it's harder to call that pick play than it is in the first and second quarter. It's like a late foul in basketball. It's like Hail Mary, pass interferences. You can go back to, 2-point conversion play. It's the same play that LSU runs to beat Alabama, 2-point play. It's the same play Clemson runs to beat Alabama. I mean, those plays, Alabama runs them as well. Those plays are run all the time.
But that one was egregious. You'll give me that, right?
The guy was blocking.
Yeah, he's blocking.
It wasn't a pass behind the line of scrimmage.
No,
yes.
I mean, it's not even like a rub where he's running a route and you're like, yeah, there was some contact, but he's running his route. He's out now blocking. I don't blame Bielema for being pissed about that.
But Bielema was upset, at
he was already
halftime
upset, yes.
with
the whole
officiating.
game.
Yeah,
the whole game. That one just capped it off.
Yeah, that was it was an interesting. And then Ohio State, I mean, it was 36-30, and Talia Tagovailoa in Maryland has the football. And they get the defensive scoop and score, or interception to score at the end that makes it look a little bit more comfortable. But that was never a comfortable game for Ohio State. I never thought they were going to lose, but Maryland fought the entire game, 4 quarters.
Yeah, they couldn't put them away. And I don't know, there is something missing on this Ohio State team. I just can't put my finger on it.
I agree.
I know there are obvious things missing. They've had injuries. But I'm just overall big picture, there's something missing on that team.
Yeah, I mean, and how deep's their running back room? They must just have a great offensive line because Travion Henderson hasn't played a lot. Mayan Williams hasn't played a lot. They've both been injured. Here comes Dallin Hayden, who goes for 146 yards on 27 carries. They just keep rolling out running backs at Ohio State. Blake Corum, a little banged up. We'll talk about him later on, his availability for the big game this weekend. Ohio State and Michigan, they've got an iconic one. It's a playoff game this week, 11 o'clock on Fox. It's the big noon kickoff. When we come back, we will get into some news from Brown that I'm not sure you've heard. You'll want to hear this. Don't want to oversell it, but you'll want to hear this if you're an Auburn or Vanderbilt fan.
Bit of an oversell.
Don't want to oversell it, but you'll want to hear this. Right. Plus, we'll have some fun with the internet. Not that kind of fun, Rockstar.
I was going to say I know some sites.
Forrester has put together some of the best of social media from Saturday. We'll bounce through a couple of those and react to more college football as best and worst of the weekend continues, and a lot more, Brownie.
Yeah, Greystone Chiropractic and Element Wellness under the same roof right there on 119-280 in Tattersall Park. What is Element Wellness, you ask? You can see more, elementwellness.me, elementwellness.me. Things like IV vitamin therapy, cryotherapy, infrared sauna, red light therapy, holistic nutrition consulting. Holistic nutrition consulting helps you eat better, feel better, improve your whole body health. That's what Element Wellness is designed to do. Make you look better, feel better, heal better. Elementwellness.me, just off 280 in Tattersall Park. Elementwellness.me.
Follow Sean Lunsford on Twitter @JLuntz.
This hour of The Next Round is presented by Culver's. Holiday gift cards are now here. The perfect Christmas gift. For every $40 you spend in gift cards, you'll receive a free value basket. Pick up a Culver's gift card at the Culver's location nearest you.
Holly Mack Wilson is not your normal Keller Williams agent. With too many certifications to count, she is now in the top 2% of all Western Alabama real estate agents. That means she's more qualified to help you buy or sell a home, better trained in negotiating the best deal possible, and now can help you buy or sell a home anywhere in Alabama. From Huntsville to Gulf Shores or anywhere in between, call Holly Mack Wilson at 205-901-9446 or visit hollymachomes.com. Holly Mack Wilson, an anywhere in Alabama realtor.
Done building your family? A vasectomy is a safe, simple, effective option for birth control. When it was my time to take the snip, I used my friends at Urology Centers of Alabama, and there's no better time for a vasectomy. It's a great reason to be off your feet and be on the couch during the game with the wife's approval. It's a quick, in-office procedure covered by most insurances. Urology Centers of Alabama, 16 convenient locations. Call 205-922-SNP. That's 205-922-7647.
Banking isn't just about your money, it's about you. It's about getting help with what you need when you need it. AmFirst was founded for members just like you, and they've been putting those members first since 1936. Putting you first means services that grow and change with the times to serve you better. Now, every bank has their own app, but that's just it. It's theirs, not yours. The AmFirst app was made for you, so it's easy to pay bills, deposit checks, or transfer money to friends and family from anywhere. You can even customize the app, which means you can personalize your dashboard, create usage alerts, and redeem points for rewards that will make you feel like the #1 priority you are. And you can do it all on your own time. So what are you waiting for? Get the app made for you from AmFirst. Visit any AmFirst location or amfirst.org today. That's amfirst.org, America's first federal credit union, federally insured by the NCUA.
Thanksgiving is here, and let the New York Butcher Shop be the place to get all of your holiday meal items. Their premium turkeys are fresh, free-range, and hormone-free. The New York Butcher Shop also has a wide selection of chef-prepared side items to help save you time in the kitchen. Pick up a bottle of wine, and your meal will be complete. Turkeys are selling fast, so place your order today. 2 locations to serve you, in Cahaba Heights and on Highway 119 in Greystone. The New York Butcher Shop. Rare quality, well-done service.
The Next Round is proud to partner with Vulcan Tire and Auto, and we're excited to announce their first-class team and facilities are growing. If you are an experienced general maintenance technician looking for a new opportunity with a great growing company, go by Vulcan Tire. They want to talk to you. Not experienced, but interested in working on cars? Again, go by Vulcan Tire. They have a spot for anyone that has a can-do attitude, wants to work, and enjoys helping people. 4 locations and more to come. Vulcan Tire and Automotive, Moody, Trustful, Hoover, and Gardendale, VulcanTireandAuto.com.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about my friends at Michelson Laser Vision, located conveniently UAB Highlands. Almost 20 years ago, I went in for the procedure. Only took 12 minutes for both eyes. When I went in, I had 2200 vision. I was legally blind. Now I have 20/15 vision, still 19 years later. Make the call today. Schedule a hassle-free consultation. 969-8100. Dr. Mark Michelson, Dr. Jen Michelson, Michelson Laser Vision. Make sure you tell them the Next Round sent you. 969-8100 or MichelsonLaserVision.com. Football season is here and fall is coming. Call Adam, Chad, and the guys at Hemp Hill Services to make sure your HVAC unit is ready to keep up with the changing weather. Hemp Hill Services is a locally owned and operated independent train dealer, and the team can service all makes and models. For all of your plumbing, heating, and cooling needs, call Hemp Hill Services. It's hard to stop a train. Do it now. Trust the name. Birmingham has trusted since 1954. Call 205-229-2090 or hemphillservices.com.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com, for the latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, The Next Round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
We're about to go to the second game of the World Cup today. My headline in the London Tribune from Game 1, Rockstar, would have been, "Hey Jude!" ! Because 19-year-old Jude Bellingham was the first goal for England. And see, the Beatles were English.
Oh, yeah. They
Hey
were.
Jude.
You remember that? They were from England.
That was
the
one of their
Beatles.
popular tunes, I believe. Hey
England
Jude.
won. Was it 6-1? Was that the final?
6-1. They had a PK in the final minute.
We're about to go Senegal and the Netherlands, and then later today at 1 o'clock Central, you'll get the Americans playing the Pac-12 After Dark game over in Qatar.
Late night. They're not selling beer, right? Everybody's all.
There's a lot of news coming out.
Yeah, it's weird that
Qatar.
It's weird that Qatar isn't the open free country everybody thought it was going to be.
But
Right?
they wait to the last minute. Oh, by the way, we're not selling beer.
Yeah, just as a heads up.
They keep saying Qatar on the broadcast.
It can be pronounced both ways. I don't know how often we have to cover this on this show, Qatar or Qatar.
I said United States of America.
Yep.
America.
I will tell you, Brown's got some interesting news in just a second. Part of our show today is being brought to you in part by our friends who give us the official tequila of the Next Round. That's our friends at Dobel Diamante Tequila, the Maestro Dobel Diamante tequila, the world's first multi-age tequila. Dobel Diamante is a blend of the Extra Añejo, the Reposado tequilas. They're aged in new European oak barrels, double filtered to remove the color while producing this tequila that is crystal clear in spirit with a lot of character and smoothness as well. Crystal clear in appearance, smooth and crisp on the finish. It's Maestro Dobel Diamante tequila, the perfect tequila for sipping or mixing. Add a little lime to it, put it over ice, and enjoy the World Cup or college basketball a little bit later on. By the way, in basketball yesterday, Gonzaga, remember, coming to town December 17th to play Alabama. Kentucky did what Alabama did last year. They went to Spokane, just down the road from the Gonzaga campus, and played a quote-unquote neutral site game. Not even close yesterday. Number 2, Gonzaga beat Kentucky 88-72, the same point differential that it was at the half. And just a really interesting game. Even though Oscar Tshiebwe had 20 points and 15 rebounds, it wasn't enough in his 28 minutes. He couldn't get out there and play the way he normally plays. I mean, 2015 is a good night, but he was only on the court for 28 minutes and did not impact Gonzaga at all with their offense. So a big win for Gonzaga yesterday. Samford beat Texas Southern. UAB in action today, 5 o'clock on the CBS Sports Network, if you want to watch Andy Kennedy and the Blazers down in Tampa against South Florida, and a lot of other basketball going on. Auburn's arriving in Cancun for the Cancun Open down there, 5 o'clock against Bradley on Tuesday. And Alabama's next game is in Portland Thursday night, Thanksgiving night. I don't know if you realize that.
I didn't realize that, no.
So we will actually watch Egg Bowl on ESPN.
Right.
And when the Egg Bowl's over with, out in Portland, you'll get Alabama and Michigan State. Izzo in Alabama.
Happy Thanksgiving, everyone.
Yeah, so stay up late with that turkey and dressing sandwich, Brown, and watch a little Alabama basketball.
I look so forward to that sandwich. I can't wait.
Those are your headlines brought to you by our friends at Maestro Dobel Diamante Tequila. Now, interesting bowl information for Auburn and Vanderbilt, because if they win this week, they are bowl eligible. But if they lose this week, Brownie, what can you tell us?
Well, I can tell you they're not bowl eligible. They're both 5-7. You have to have a 6-6 to go to a bowl game, unless
there's not enough teams.
There's not enough 6-6 teams.
Oh, what can you tell us, Brownie?
Well, by counts right now, it appears that there's a good possibility that the bowl people are going to be 2 or 3 teams short of 6-6 teams. So then it reverts back to APR. If you're 5-7, you're rewarded for having a higher APR. Now, just real quick, I'm going to give you the 5-7 teams that are playing this weekend.
The 5-6 teams that could be
5-6
5-7.
teams that could be 5-7. Georgia Tech and Miami, both, if they can win. Now, Georgia Tech's got to beat Georgia. They go to 6-6. These are potential bid stealers. That's what we call a bid stealer in NCAA tournament teams. The 5-6 teams that could win. Michigan State is 5-6, coming off their loss to Indiana. Florida Atlantic, Rice, UAB playing La Tech, 5-6. There is not an independent that is 5-6. They would really hurt because they don't have the conference tie-in. Miami of Ohio is 5-6. Somehow Buffalo is 5-5. I don't know why they've got one fewer game. Did they have was their game canceled this weekend because of the snow, I guess?
They
Maybe.
did. They lost one because of the snow.
Yeah, so I don't know how that would play into it. Ball State is 5-6. So just to me doing this exercise, you can see how many 5-6 teams you've got out there that with a win this weekend could potentially move into bowl consideration.
But you've heard that there may not be enough teams to fill the 6-6 for all the bowl obligations.
Right. Also in the SEC, you've got Missouri, Vanderbilt, and Auburn at 5-6.
Well, obviously Vanderbilt's APR. I mean, they're smart kids, right?
That would be incorrect. They probably are smart kids, but I am told the actual APR leader, and I haven't looked at this, but I'm told from someone I trust, the actual APR leader, and I don't know where you would find like the updated, is why I haven't looked at it, is Auburn.
So Auburn actually APR ahead of Vandy, according to your reporting. If they end up choosing between 2 5-7 SEC teams, Auburn ahead of Vandy in the pecking order.
But now there are a ton of 5 I didn't even read all the 5-6 teams out there. So there are a lot of teams playing for bowl eligibility this week. But there is the possibility that Auburn could get a bowl game even with an Iron Bowl loss at 5-7. I think the question would be, would you be interested in doing it if you're Auburn? You're changing coaches. I don't even know what coaches you would have on the staff. You know, You're going to be paying those assistants either way because they're under contract, so you're going to have to buy their contract out or pay them through the bowl game. So you're probably paying them either way. You know, Cadillac could coach another game. You wouldn't have your new coach, Lane Kiffin, wouldn't be. I don't guess. It's happened before where a new coach coaches a bowl game, but I wouldn't think he would have any interest in doing that. I think he'd prefer just to start building staff and team. So, you know, I don't know if Auburn would have interest, but I think there is a likelihood, at least, a decent likelihood, that Auburn could get a bowl game at 5-7 if they desire to go to one.
All right. Something to keep an eye on for Auburn and Vandy this weekend. Of course, they're hoping to pull the upsets and beat Tennessee and Alabama and take care of it on their own this weekend. And if you're looking at the point spreads before we start bouncing around some more reaction from the weekend, Alabama opened as a 24-point favorite at home against Auburn. Tennessee this week against Vandy, there was no line when I checked last night because of the injury to Hendon Hooker.
I saw it at 14 early on. I'll look at it, see if there's an updated today, but Circa had it at 14, Circa Sports, which told me they were giving you a Joe Milton line there. That was before the Hendon Hooker news had broken, but now obviously that has been made official by Tennessee.
But Vandy has gone back-to-back wins with wins over Kentucky on the road and Florida at home. So without Hendon Hooker, and you don't know if anyone else opts out, very, very interesting to see how Tennessee and Vandy plays out this weekend as they play in Nashville. And I think Lunsford, I think they're playing that game at Nissan Stadium. Is that correct? Is that true?
Are they?
Check that for me.
I don't know. I'll look.
Yeah, y'all check that for me. Seems like I remember back in the summer that game got moved to Nissan Stadium, which
That's
I think I
interesting.
joked only opened up the door for more Tennessee fans.
I do remember you making that joke, Jim, actually. So, yeah, I mean, you should have a ton of Tennessee fans there. It doesn't say on Vandy's website. They literally don't tell you where the game's being played, just in Nashville, Tennessee.
Yeah.
Come on, Vandy.
No, it's being played at Vandy, say Caleb. I trust Caleb, so thank you there.
Okay. Well, the line's at 14.5, where Joe Milton is your starter. So, again, Tennessee was a bigger favorite at South Carolina than they are at Vandy, and they lost that game.
LSU minus 10.5 at Texas A&M. Obviously, LSU is going to be in the SEC championship, but they need that win at Texas A&M to keep their playoff hopes alive. They're not going to take a three-loss SEC champion, most likely. Florida State's a 7.5-point favorite at home to Florida. Ole Miss with a distracted Lane Kiffin, it looked like, minus 3.5 at home to Mississippi State Thursday night in the Egg Bowl. Georgia 35.5 at home to Georgia Tech, and Clemson 14.5 at home to South Carolina, who just beat Tennessee. Those are some of your bigger lines this weekend. The Ohio State-Michigan game, Ohio State 9.5 is where it opened at home with Michigan coming to town. Blake Corum's an interesting story. Forrester, let's start there as we bounce around the internet. Brought to you by our friends at Wayne's. This is our Wayne's Bounce Around. And Wayne's want to make sure that your
favorite segment. The bounce around. I love the
the Wayne's Bounce Around. Remember, you don't want to bounce around from lawn care sites. You want to make sure Wayne's is taking care of that lawn year round.
Oh, Dunaway. 866-WAYNES-1 is the number to call to get on Envirolawn with Wayne's. The fall shutdown is critical to your yard looking the best it can in spring and summer. So you call Wayne's, get on Envirolawn, and let them handle it. They get all the nutrients, the proper nutrients and pre-emergence in the soil and the root system to help your lawn look the best it can in spring and summer. 866-WAYNES-1 is the number to call. We're going to have to save here on the next round. You use code TNR at checkout. They are going to knock off 1 month. So you're going to get 12 months for the price of 11 thanks to TNR at checkout. 866-WAYNES-1, 866-WAYNES-1. Give them that code TNR. Save a month on Envirolawn with Wayne's.
Thank you, Wayne's. Let's bounce around, everybody. Here's
Rox, are you bouncing?
You got an open? Here's Blake Corum yesterday delivering turkeys. Now look at him walking around.
That's nice.
I'll tell you why he's delivering turkeys in a second. But first, everyone watching, if you're a Michigan fan, you want to see how he's walking, right? Because he only had one carry in the second half after the injury. Had 100-plus yards in the first half in the win over Illinois, but didn't play in the second half, even backing up there. He takes this is the second year he's done this, by the way. He takes his NIL money and buys turkeys and sides for some families in need in the Ann Arbor, Detroit area.
That's really cool, man.
So that's
says a lot about him.
That's what Blake Corum does with his NIL money.
Good for him.
It looks like he's moving around okay. Now, he's not cutting in doing what you have to do to beat Ohio State.
I'd like to see somebody chasing him for one of those turkeys to see how he reacts.
But on a Sunday giving out turkeys,
that's awesome.
At least him moving around, not on a scooter or anything like that. So that's positive news for you Michigan fans.
That was a scary injury. I mean, he doesn't really – I mean, it wasn't a dirty hit by any stretch of the imagination. You can't go high on guys anymore. I mean, it's just a tackler hitting him, low on the sidelines. And just he immediately fumbles the ball and grabs the knee.
That's right.
I mean, they had to go back and review it while he's down writhing in pain and ruled it a fumble, and grabs the knee, and you're scared to death. And then he does walk to the locker room, but so did Hendon Hooker, and he's done for the year. I remember everybody always points out Brody Croyle, I think, ran to the locker room when he had his torn ACL. So, the fact that he walked to the locker room, you were still nervous about it. He only gets the one carry. And in a tight game, it wasn't like they had Illinois put away.
Yeah, so check Blake Corum going into the big game this weekend, 11 a.m. on Fox. Let's bounce around, everybody. We're heading to College Station.
Boing,
Texas A&M.
boing.
Are they enthusiastic or what?
They were not bouncing.
For Texas A&M football. I know it was raining and stuff, and I know they were playing nobody. But look at this crowd.
Terrible.
In the game for Texas A&M. So bad that at one point, they were doing a relay of a 12th man towel in the upper deck when there was nobody there. And I agree with Taylor Korn, our social media director, who's out in the command center. She said, why in the second half are you still sitting in the upper deck with all those empty seats? If you're going to stay at the game, move down to better seats.
I agree. And do they still have the guy in the painter suits doing the cringy motions when nobody's there to do them with them?
It looked like even those guys are not at the game.
What if those guys checked out like, hey, I am not. I'll do.
I'm out of bullets, guys. Jimbo's still coaching. I'm out of bullets. But, I mean, you look at that right there. I mean, I know it's raining and cold, and you were playing. Who were they playing?
They were playing UMass.
UMass.
It was awful.
And, by the way, they only beat them, 20-3?
Yeah.
It was a game.
No, it was, yeah. I mean, it was 13-3 until very late. Yeah.
But you had that kind of crowd. That was an embarrassing day for Texas A&M. Now, there were empty seats in Tuscaloosa and
Auburn, Baton Rouge.
There was empty seats at Michigan for Illinois, Michigan.
There were. I know there were empty seats everywhere. I mean, but still, that's an empty stadium. That's not empty seats.
That's a bad look there. Yeah,
it was. You just wonder, man. I mean, we talk about it all the time. I believe it was Mike Hamilton or Dave Hart was the athletics director at Tennessee. That he said the thing that crystallized his decision to fire Phil Fulmer was at the garbage time of an Alabama-Tennessee game. He's standing on the field looking around and seeing crimson shirts and big money seats. And he's like, my big money boosters have checked out. And you wonder if Ross Bjork, whose job will be on the line here, looks around that stadium and he's like, our fan base has checked out on this team.
Has checked out on this team. Okay, before we bounce around anymore, and we're going to go to Vandy next, but hold it there because we need to tell you that Ghost Energy, if you're ever doing a Vandy field rush and getting fined $250,000, our friend at Ghost Energy want to fire you up and get you on the field with more energy. Ghost Energy drinks, the best energy drink out there. Wherever you buy energy drinks, look at our friends at Ghost. All the wonderful flavors, Ghost Energy drinks. Look for the logo that basically is just a ghost. It's Ghost Energy drinks. Trust me, you'll love them, and they're unbelievable, and they will get you on the field fast. If you're in the student section and you want to rush, our friends at Ghost Energy. I bring this up because it is the third offense for Vandy rushing fields or court. They get fined $250,000 from the SEC. Not everybody got my joke when I said the SEC is going to fine Vandy $5.25. See, that's a lesser amount than normal fines. Because,
Why?
Because they walked onto the field down a staircase. Look at here come the van. Oh my God, they're not going to keep them off the staircase tonight.
One at a time, everyone. One at a time.
They walked onto the field to celebrate Vandy upsetting Florida. Down a staircase, single file. Nobody jumped over anything.
It is a long jump, though. I mean, that is, I don't know if you've been in that stadium. You're a little higher up than you want to be there.
The
for a
Vandy
jump.
students walking onto the field. It's the first field walk in the history of the SEC.
If I'm the associate chancellor of athletics at Vandy, I'm thinking if we're going to have to pay the fine, can we do a little better? I mean, we're paying the fine either way.
There's one guy you see on the video. There's one guy that's out there that actually gives you a fist pump right here as you come back. That guy right there. He's the only one that's giving me finable offense there.
Hooray.
Now,
I understand. Found out he made an A in econ.
I understand at Vandy that chances are right now as you're walking onto the field here
Orderly.
celebrating it, you're probably calling the butler, the nanny, or the driver to make sure they're pulling around your limousine to be picked up and drive back to the dorm room. But that should not be fined by the SEC.
It's still trespassing, Jim.
That is a walk onto the field.
If a criminal unlocks your door and sneaks in, or if he kicks your door down, do you want him arrested the same?
I guess.
All right.
I guess.
It's trespassing, Rockstar, no matter if they walk on or run on.
You need to replace a door. I don't want to do that either.
We've had so much fun with this bounce around segment.
I know. I say we do it every Monday.
But can I get serious for just a moment?
Oh, jeez.
It's our Michelson Get Serious moment of the day right here.
All right.
Brown
What channel
will
do you listen to the most?
Brown will tell you about Michelson in a second.
Yep.
But we, as a society, by not protecting other people's stuff and body, we're failing society. When you see bad things happening to other people, you need to step up and interrupt what's going on. You need to be the better person and don't let punks get away with things. I take you to Arkansas, where Arkansas had drilled Ole Miss in this game. Afterwards, I'm going to say an Arkansas student, that guy right there, he's got Mingo's helmet. He has gone down onto the sidelines. He's taken Mingo's helmet.
And here comes Mingo.
Hats off to Mingo for not chasing after him, letting authorities chase after him. I hope he got the helmet back. But what are we doing now? What are we doing?
That's a drunk college kid. I mean, I'm not saying he's right. I'm just saying it's a drunk college kid.
But everybody's standing around. We're even videotaping him. Chances are good that's his buddy that's videoing, right? Because you don't just start rolling a video and say,
"You walk over there, I'm going to grab it and run this way." Yeah.
Confiscate the phone, put your boot through the phone, cost him $500, crush that guy's phone, get the helmet back, and I don't know, let him spend the night in jail.
And we're going to spend the night in jail.
Yeah. All right, Judge.
What about his phone call? We broke his phone.
Yeah.
He shouldn't do it, Dunaway, but my gosh, the way you set that up, I thought somebody got killed.
Okay. So it's not Mingo, by the way. It's Brown.
Yep.
Yeah.
Dunaway was so upset about it, he had the wrong receiver.
Candygram for Mingo.
I'm Mingo. That's our bounce around segment.
Dunaway could have read those names a lot better if he had LASIK surgery from Michelson Laser Vision. You may be a great candidate. To find out if you are, and to get brand new vision like you're a new person, 969-8100, MichelsonLaserVision.com. That's 969-8100. When you call Amy, say, hey, those next round guys, Dunaway got a name wrong because he can't see, and I don't want to be Dunaway. I want to get my eyes fixed. Well, that's what Dr. Jennifer and Mark Michelson have done for years. They're innovators in this field. They'll take great care of you. You can get a risk-free evaluation when you call 969-8100. 969-8100, MichelsonLaserVision.com. Tell them the next round sent you.
Elbert says, nice job, Rockstar, dropping the Blazing Saddles line. Pritchlaw says, your whole story ruined Dunaway when you mispronounced the player's name.
It did take some out of it.
The wrong name.
Yeah.
I forgot to look at the jersey name on the jersey. When we come back, John Samuel Shenker joins the show. He joins us every week. We'll talk to him about the Iron Bowl coming up 2:30 down in Tuscaloosa this weekend and what went on in his final home game ever at Jordan-Hare Stadium in his 61st game as an Auburn Tiger. We talk to John Samuel Shenker next.
Follow The Next Round on Twitter, Instagram, and Facebook at Next Round Live.
For one of Birmingham's best beer selections since 2016, come check out our friends at the Beer Hog. With 64 local, regional, and international craft beers on tap, there is something for everyone. Plenty of TVs to watch all the games while you enjoy some of their fresh-baked pizzas and delicious appetizers. The Beer Hog also has wines on tap and a full bar with great signature cocktails. Don't forget about the large selection of packaged beer and growlers to go. Follow us on Facebook or just stop by the Beer Hog located 2408 Pelham Parkway.
The only place to get the best gear for game day is the Pants Store. 5 great locations in Crestline, Leeds, Trustful, Tuscaloosa, and Huntsville. You can also order at pantsstore.com and follow the Pants Store on social media. Game day hats, all your Yeti accessories, sunglasses, and game day polos from Antigua, Taylor and Mick, Johnny O, and Gentile. And guys, trust me, this is where your daughters and wife want to shop because of all the in-style fashions made especially for them. It's the Pants Store, Crestline, Leeds, Trustful, Tuscaloosa, Huntsville, and coming soon to Hoover and Auburn.
After years searching for a classic jacket that was functional in the field and the city, Tom Beckby couldn't find one he liked, so he decided to make his own. Since designing that first jacket in 2015, Tom Beckby has continued to draw inspiration from natural settings to produce classic outdoor equipment with time-tested rugged materials. Visit the brand new Tom Beckby store in Mountain Brook Village, a local business with the goal of outfitting you for the outdoors here in Alabama and wherever the road takes you. Mountain Brook Village or online tombeckby.com. That's Tom, BECKBE.com.
When you have questions about your urological health, count on the healthcare experts at Urology Centers of Alabama. With 16 locations and a team of specialists across Alabama, you can find help you need from a trusted UCA physician. Get started at urologycentersalabama.com.
Hi, this is Wes McClooney, owner of the New Balance Birmingham store. You're not average, and the New Balance Birmingham store has the shoes and apparel to perfectly match your unaverage self. If we were all shaped the same and had the same level of fitness, and if we all walked and ran exactly alike, well, then I guess an average shoe store selling average shoes would be just fine. But you deserve better. At the New Balance Birmingham store, our specialists will match you with a custom pair of New Balance shoes that fit you perfectly. Come see us at the New Balance Birmingham store. Your feet will thank you.
At ERA King Real Estate, they're empowered by technology and driven by community. They have the most extensive training and the most innovative tools in the business. And they've now opened their 10th office location in Central Alabama. To find your agent in your neighborhood, text the word MOVE, M-O-V-E, to 35620. That's MOVE to 35620. In this crazy market, depend on a neighborhood friend. ERA King Real Estate, growing to serve you.
Want more of The Next Round? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast, The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
The Next Round store is live and loaded. Check out the latest logo t-shirts and hoodies, get your favorite team colors, the Next Round flag shirt, or grab the popular Y'all Can Have the Rest t-shirts. Go to nextround.store. That's nextround.store.
Start your day online at nextroundlive.com. Get all the latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. And it's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about one of our favorite places for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. That is Hamburger Heaven since 1982. Hamburger Heaven has been serving Birmingham's best hamburgers, cheeseburgers, French fries, hand-spun milkshakes, and sandwiches made fresh to order. All of their ingredients are fresh and prepared daily. This includes their beef, always fresh, never frozen, hand-pattied each and every day. For breakfast, lunch, or dinner, visit any of the 4 locations, Highway 280, Irondale, Gardendale, and Homewood.
The Double Down Media podcast family is live and full of content for all ages. The Mystery Fifth Hour gives the Next Round host a chance to talk about everything but sports. Pour a glass of Bama and Bourbon, our weekly college football conversation, while sipping on some of the most interesting pours in the bourbon world. And in our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, LT takes off the gloves for in-depth conversations with stars like Taylor Hicks, presented by Redmont Vodka. Find these podcasts and more by searching The Next Round on Apple, Spotify, and on our website, nextroundlive.com.
Our University of Montevallo will look ahead at the AP poll, and we'll wait on the college football playoff rankings tomorrow night. Montevallo.edu for everything at the University of Montevallo, including 21 NCAA Division II sports, a wonderful campus life, small class sizes. If you've got a son or daughter who's a junior or senior, schedule an in-person tour at montevallo.edu. Montevallo.edu. The new poll still had Georgia, Ohio State, Michigan, and TCU. Ohio State and Michigan play each other this week. USC is up to number 5. It's the first time they've been in the top 5 of the AP since 2017. LSU is 6, Clemson 7, Alabama 8th. UT, Tennessee down to 9, and Oregon is 10. Bo Nix with a bad will gutted it out. Oregon beat Utah the other night, late night, 20-17. Gutsy performance from Bo Nix up there on maybe his final game in Eugene.
All right, let's talk some Iron Bowl. Our buddy John Samuel Shenker is with us on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline. It is the Next Round presented by Bud Light, who reminds you to decide to ride, especially this holiday season. Have a plan in place before you ever take that first drink. Anheuser-Busch and Bud Light says that is how you decide to ride. What is up, John Samuel Shenker? How are you today?
Doing good. How are you guys doing?
Doing awesome. Thanks a lot. Good win for you guys. It was a 17-17 game at the half, and I was really impressed by the play of Alston Reed, Western Kentucky's quarterback, but you guys took a stranglehold of that game in the second half.
Yeah, we knew going in, especially for their offense, they're really good. That quarterback is really impressive. And we knew we had to score points. We came out early playing really well, and then the second quarter was a pretty bad quarter for us on both sides of the ball. And then the second half, we came out. We were ready to go. We knew that we had to play a lot better in the second half, and I think we did that.
You did do that. As you get ready for Alabama this weekend in the always important Iron Bowl, what are some things that are working for your offense now? I know you were not pleased with the 60 minutes of offense, but there are things that have been working since Carnell and that coaching staff sort of made a switch. What things are working for you guys right now?
Well, I think right now, just with the run game and having Jarquez and Tank both over 100 yards last few games, I think that's what's been a huge part of our success is being able to run the football. Obviously, this week we probably won't be able to run it as much as we have in the past, just with how good Alabama's defense is. So, but we like to hang our hat on the run game. We think that's been really good in the past few weeks, and that's what we'll continue to do.
There was a terrific photo of you and some of your teammates after the game sitting in Jordan-Hare Stadium smoking a cigar one last time. Scott's showing it to our viewers right now. I mean, that is a framer right there. I don't know if you can get it, but you just sitting there smoking a cigar overlooking the field. What's going through your mind at that moment? What are you thinking about?
Yeah, so we were just sitting there, just kind of reminiscing on that game, and then just really on the time that we've had at Auburn. And we did that a little bit last year. I think that tradition started last year. And for the seniors, it is a special time just to sit back and reflect on Jordan-Hare and what that place means to us, and never be able to play it again. So that it was a special moment for us to be together one last time in that stadium.
Now, you've played more games than anybody in Auburn football history. You now hold the record for that. But I would guess even for you, it has to feel like it has flown by.
Oh yeah, that was the one thing we talked about is, it feels like we've only been here a couple of years. Just how fast time really does fly. The days may be long, but the years are really short. And that was something we talked about. And all the seniors really understand that now that, the season's coming to an end, and something that now we're just grateful to be a part of.
Any regrets? I mean, I know one of the saddest things in life is to look back and you have regrets, and I know it hasn't always been exactly what you wanted, but would you say no regrets?
Yeah, no regrets, especially coming to Auburn. I would do that over 100 times. And then being here, there's no regrets for me. I feel like I did some things that I wanted to do and enjoy my time at Auburn, and very grateful for that opportunity.
Obviously, you guys know how important the Iron Bowl is to the fans in this state. It's a rivalry game. As you start looking at Alabama, as you start throwing on the tape on your iPad and you start breaking them down, what's the one thing they do that impresses you on the defensive side of the football?
Well, I think at all levels, from the D-line to linebackers to the back end, they're really, really smart in how they play. If you have tendencies or weaknesses, they will exploit it. They know them heading into games, and that's something I've taken from every time we played them is they're going to exploit your weaknesses, and that's something we'll look for this week. But they play really hard. I mean, I know that they've lost a few games, and people are all over media about it, but they're still a really good football team. They have some really great players on defense, starting with number 31.
Can you go back to maybe this scouting report, but other scouting reports in the past? I've always been told that Nick Saban and Kirby Smart and whomever's defensive schemes is so complicated that motion can really, make everyone have to adjust so many times as someone moves throughout their motion. Is that something that you always try to do against an Alabama or a Kirby Smart team, a lot of motion to make them check a number of times on every play?
Yeah, you never want to just line up in a formation and run. A lot of teams are getting away from that. You always want to have some sort of motion or just moving the back from one side to the other. You always want to have something to keep them on their toes and keep them thinking, and maybe they miss a few here and there, and you get big runs or big throws. So, yeah, you definitely want to try to confuse them as much as possible. But they do like to bring a lot, and their defenses are very complex. So we'll definitely have our hands full from that standpoint.
John Samuel Shenker, the Auburn tight end, with us on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline. It is the next round presented by Bud Light, who reminds you to decide to ride, especially this holiday season. Have a plan in place before you ever take that first drink. That's how you decide to ride with Anheuser-Busch and Bud Light. You mentioned especially number 31, Will Anderson. How often did you have to help block him last year?
Yeah, I mean, you always have to know where that guy is on the field. And last year was no different. Yeah, we help with, chipping out before going routes and things like that. You got to keep him contained because he's a really special player. So, but yes, you always have to know where that guy is at all times.
Yeah, and the problem with Alabama is this year they've developed, Dallas Turner came on at the end of last year. He's really good on the other side too. They make it, I would assume, and I don't know football like you do, they make it difficult to scheme away from one or the other. Am I right about that?
Yeah, you can't just negate the other guy. He's pretty talented as well. But yes, that's what makes them good is when you have a guy like Dallas Turner on the other side, you just can't forget about a guy like that. So it creates issues, and that's why they have success is you're normally not able just to single on one guy. They have a lot of good players.
Listen, your atmosphere at Jordan-Hare Stadium is second to none. Are you looking forward to being a big part of Auburn in a game where there's actually fans in the stands at Bryant-Denny Stadium? Because last time you were there and you were a big part of it, it was the COVID year and it was a partial crowd. Are you looking forward to sort of getting the full road experience?
Yeah, last time was unfortunate just for the Iron Bowl. You want it to be the biggest environment possible. So, yeah, I'm looking forward to it. This experience is unique, and the Iron Bowl is one of a kind. So definitely looking forward to having that stadium packed again.
Well, we look forward to it as well. Thanksgiving is coming up. Give me the perfect plate of Thanksgiving food for John Samuel Shenker.
Definitely going to be a fried turkey with mac and cheese, sweet potato casserole, and then for dessert, probably pumpkin pie.
My man. Do you fry the turkey?
I do not, but I believe my father-in-law is going to.
Oh, yeah. That's
See,
the way to go right there.
All of a sudden, that marriage paying more dividends. That's another check
right
on the checklist.
Yep, go to the in-laws.
That's
yeah.
right.
Yeah. Does he inject it? Does he use like the Cajun injector or anything, or is it just straight fried turkey?
I'm not sure. I haven't seen him do it. This will be the first time.
Yeah.
So we'll see.
See, now, when you tell people about your time with us through this NIL deal, make sure you point out that we ask you much more complicated cooking questions than we ever do football questions.
Yeah, no doubt about that.
Yeah.
Yes.
That's right, getting the real life stuff.
Well, hey, have a great Thanksgiving with the family, and we can't wait to see you at the Iron Bowl Saturday. Thank you so much for the time.
Thank you, guys.
All right, buddy, take care. John Samuel Shenker with us on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline. It is presented by Bud Light, who reminds you to decide to ride. Look, we talk a lot about the holiday season. I know many of you go out to parties this time of year. Have a plan in place before you ever take that first drink, right? When you're thinking clearly, that's how Anheuser-Busch and Bud Light remind you to decide to ride.
And go ahead and tell us about our friends at JohnstonRVCenter.com. I mean, the holiday season, how about a great gift for the family, right?
Oh, yeah. Show up with that fifth wheel.
Yeah, get that, or fifth wheel, or anything.
Tow line, whatever, yeah.
anything.
Anybody that wants to see America, you can see it with Johnston RV Center. And right now, they're clearing out the 22s to make room for the 23s. Prices slashed on the luxurious Sahara and Cardinal, as well as many others. Up to $36,000 off on remaining model closeouts there at Johnston RV Center. JohnstonRVCenter.com, I-65, exit 304 in Coleman, 334 in Decatur. It is Johnston RV Center, JohnstonRVCenter.com.
I've got some more bounce around, but we'll save that for later in the show. We don't want to do two bounce around segments.
Yeah, my legs are getting tired. Yeah, I have bad knees.
Yeah. Okay, you don't want to bounce around. We have more bounce around coming up. But a couple other notes from college football. And we'll do Rockstar's viewing menu and 4 downs in the next segment. But I mentioned Bo Nix, who was hobbled in that game. He did one run late.
It was, yeah. We talked about DTR Gutsy. They had to have this play.
Yeah, it was a play that iced the game.
Yep.
And the only time Bo Nix ran the football, because everyone was expecting him to pitch it, and he didn't pitch it.
Yep.
He dove forward and picked up the first down that iced the game. And his post-game interview, where obviously he thanked God, And then he talked about playing for a bigger purpose than for, a berth in the Pac-12 championship game or just to beat Utah, about how many players were injured in that Oregon locker room, sick with the flu all week long, and they battled through that. It was really an emotional, fun game to stay up and watch.
So USC is in if Oregon wins the Civil War. Is that Saturday?
It's in Corvallis, and it is, as I look at my sheet, it is a Saturday game, 2:30 on ABC.
Yeah, if they win the Civil War, they're in, and I think it's the matchup everybody wants to see right now is USC and Oregon playing in that Pac-12 championship game in Vegas. I think it's where they're playing this year.
They played in Vegas.
So, yeah, USC, Oregon, and it could be – it's lost a little luster for Oregon because of that loss that they had to Utah. No, they beat Utah. Who did they lose to? Washington.
Yes.
That loss to Washington. Thank you for helping me through this segment. It's all of a sudden like you're Herb Street and I'm Corso. But that's the matchup we want to see, and it is going to be so massive for USC if they can beat Notre Dame. And all of a sudden, Bo Nix will get a chance to play spoiler in the national championship picture.
Yeah, hopefully Bo's treatment on his ankle and his foot will get him a little bit more healthier. Was not playing his game. He couldn't run the ball at all, which is a big part of their offense. But he was a pocket passer and not a lot of points in that game, but he was a lot better than Cam Rising, who threw 3 interceptions in that contest. And you have to call it a disappointing season, again, for Kyle Whittingham in Utah. Listen, he apparently is a great coach.
I think he's a good coach, but I'm not going to go great. I think he's a good coach.
His reputation, I think, exceeds what you get from his program. The expectations was for that team to be contending for the college football playoffs this year with Cam Rising, and from that interception at the end zone down in the swamp against what ends up being a very average Florida team to what we got the last weekend. What is that, 3 losses for him this year?
They're 8-3 with a game against Colorado, so they'll beat Colorado. And that's what's interesting. If Oregon loses the Civil War, assuming Washington wins the Apple Cup and Utah beats Colorado, you got a 3-way tie to play USC, and it's apparently super complicated, as you might imagine, in the Pac-12.
Yeah, but USC would love Oregon to beat Oregon State, play Oregon, the highest possible ranking of a Pac-12 team. That helps them possibly secure a college football playoff spot for the Trojans out there. All right, when we come back, Rockstar's viewing menu will do 4 downs, more jump around coming, and bounce around, excuse me. Don't want to steal anything from Wisconsin.
No, it's not the House of Pain here. It's the House of Dunaway.
Copyright issues. Coming up, Joel Klatt is with us at the top of the hour. Part of our show today being brought to you by our friends at Odie's. You guys go out to Odie's every Wednesday night for trivia. Make plans to be there. The Wednesday night before Thanksgiving.
That's what I've heard.
Is always one of the more amazing trivia nights.
I've never been there, but Rockstar, I hear it's probably the most fun one of the year.
And I'm going to stay a little later because Will's Dayton Rockstar is playing right after.
Boom.
Will Dayton and Rockstar.
Yeah.
Will Dayton Rockstar.
Will's Dayton Rockstar.
Will's Dayton Rockstar is the band. What type of music would you say y'all play?
Bounce around.
Yes. Bounce around jams.
Sounds like it's going to be a bunch of just rock music.
Right.
A little Black Crowes.
All right. That is Wednesday. Oh, Black Crowes.
Yeah.
You got my attention. I got good news for Rockstar before we go to break. Wednesday night, Odie's team trivia. Go there for lunch. Great lunch. Get that Diablo sandwich. Crestline Village in Mountain Brook. Don't forget Wednesday night trivia, and then Will's Dayton Rockstar right after trivia at Odie's Tavern. The news gets better for the Lions. Guess who's at practice today?
Matt Stafford?
No, Jamison Williams.
Oh, wow.
J-Mo back on the field today. So I don't know.
Down Buckeyes.
I don't know if y'all could get him back or not, but Jamison Williams back on the field.
Remember how excited he was when he got drafted? Yep. Line?
Yeah.
Who?
They're still a team.
Hey, how about Jamal Williams, though? Our little Taylor Corn will hit you upside the head on some daily fantasy with Jamal Williams. I'm sitting there thinking, I've got a pretty little team yesterday. And I click on the standings. I'm in 3rd place, and I look on Taylor's team. There's Jamal Williams. All he does is score touchdowns. I think he's got 12 touchdowns.
Wild, isn't it?
Yeah, crazy for the Lions. They've won 3 straight. So they're one of the stories in the National Football League. When we come back, a lot more right here on TNR.
Take the next round anywhere you go with official Next Round gear. Buy yours today at nextround.store.
Dear past, present, and future football watchers, you know why we're here. The football season is back! Woo! And since that's too amazing to miss a single second's worth, Pepsi is officially giving you permission to always put football first. Like, maybe those in-laws are back in town. Well, better hope they're football fans because your Sunday is completely booked. Long story short, crack open a Pepsi and don't let anything get between you and your football watching. With love, Pepsi, made for football watching. That's what I like.
Unexpected expenses are every homeowner's nightmare. The longer you wait, the more the expense. That's why if you have water, fire, or mold damage to your home or business, you should call DryTech immediately. The quicker you call, the more you save. DryTech's professionals are accustomed to dealing with these situations and can guide you toward the quickest and most efficient solution to your problem. DryTech also offers 24/7 emergency services, so let DryTech prevent a minor problem from becoming a major one. Call DryTech 205-637-0143 or go online to mydrytech.com.
All the coaches I talk to believe you win championships in all three phases of the game. And the same is true with my friends at Wayne's with pest protection, termite protection, and lawn care. The website is callwaynes.com. Remember the promo code TNR for big savings. With the cold weather coming, the pests will be trying to break through your defense and come inside. You can save $60 right now off of Smart Pest by using that promo code TNR. So go online to callwaynes.com or call the phone number 866-WAYNES1 and remember the promo code TNR. ERA King Real Estate is on the move. They've just opened a new state-of-the-art office in Homewood, as well as new offices in Vestavia and Huntsville. The real estate market has never been crazier than it is right now. That's why, with 52 years of experience, ERA King Real Estate is growing to serve you. To find out more, text the word MOVE to 35620. That's MOVE, M-O-V-E, to 35620. ERA King Real Estate, growing to serve you.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about one of our favorite places for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. That is Hamburger Heaven since 1982. Hamburger Heaven has been serving Birmingham's best hamburgers, cheeseburgers, French fries, hand-spun milkshakes, and sandwiches made fresh to order. All of their ingredients are fresh and prepared daily. This includes their beef, always fresh, never frozen, hand-pattied each and every day. For breakfast, lunch, or dinner, visit any of the 4 locations, Highway 280, Irondale, Gardendale, and Homewood.
Now is the time to make your kids happy with a playground from Backyard Adventures. Order now and you're still guaranteed a Christmas delivery. Just go to backyardalabama.com. That's backyardalabama.com. On the website, you can see some brand new forts that are available. Plus, the always popular display sale is underway now. Just call 205-408-4FUN. That's 205-408-4386 or go to backyardalabama.com. As always with Backyard Adventures, you get quality 100% cedar with lifetime warranties, and they take care of their customers from start to finish. That means they completely set up the playground. You don't have to do anything. They'll do the landscaping to make it fit into your backyard. They'll do a maintenance program every year for you to keep it looking brand new. And when it's time for the playset to go, they'll come and take it down for you too. Learn about the display sale and see everything you need online at backyardalabama.com or call them up 205-408-4FUN for Backyard Adventures.
The NFL playoffs are just around the corner and every game matters. Join us on the Next Round and Pepsi every Thursday as we preview the upcoming big games in the NFL weekend. Pepsi and the NFL, a perfect match for your weekend.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast. The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and our entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast. The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast like Bama and Bourbon, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast. The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
I disagree with you guys over there. Are there people in the Vulcan Tire and Automotive chat room saying that sweet potatoes are hot garbage?
A argument has broken out over there. Lunsford's and Scott are trying to referee it, but we got a food argument going in the chat room.
I will ban anyone who does not like sweet potatoes. Come on. They're nature's candy.
Not a fan. No, sweet potato casserole is absolutely my favorite thing at Thanksgiving. I can't get enough of it. Eat it all the time.
I eat them just baked sweet potatoes. I don't put butter or sugar or anything on them.
You got to put cinnamon sugar and butter on there.
You don't have to.
Oh, yeah, you do. If you want it right, you do.
They taste sweet naturally.
Yeah, I know I like sweet potatoes. I am a sweet. You like sweet potato fries?
They're okay. They're a little overrated.
Well, it's interesting that you are so
such a turn. I could take it or leave it.
Well, they're a little
I
overrated.
will die for sweet potato fries.
Fries. Oh, my God, you drop them in a deep fryer? No.
Because truthfully, nobody actually hand cuts their sweet potato fries around here.
Don't know that.
They come out of a bag. They're
You don't
frozen.
know that.
If they are hand cut sweet potato fries, if you're doing them yourself in your, the way I like to, Sterling's way at Champy's, where everything is made fresh right there, then I'm all in on sweet potato fries.
Yeah.
Like if Sterling at Champy's Chicken, Highway 119 in Alabaster, did sweet potato fries, I'd be all about it.
Okay.
Can you tell me more about that around 11?
Yeah, he will. Yeah,
A couple of times. Rockstar's viewing menu every day, brought to you by our friends at New Life Art. Tell us about that.
There is a chance in the Iron Bowl you'll find a New Life Art moment that will make it right back to Daniel A. Moore's easel there. You never know. There have been many over the years.
Well, at first, I thought Daniel A. Moore only did Alabama stuff.
Bow over the top.
Bow over the top, and then you had the kick, and then you have Wrong Way Bowl, Tillman on the reverse.
Oh, my gosh, yes. New Life Art bringing you memorable sports moments by Daniel A. Moore for more than 40 years. DanielMooreArt.com. That is DanielMooreArt.com.
Oh, this one was for Lance. This guy seems like he's been retiring it's almost like Kiss. Disney Plus is airing the Elton John Farewell from Dodger Stadium. Is this his
It's
last?
a farewell to America, I think. Yeah.
America's going away.
Oh, I thought it was Elton. It's not America, is it? Oh.
He seems like he's been retiring for the longest time, and this was a concert from last night and Saturday night, I believe. And
So
this is just re-airing of it.
Yeah, so I'm guessing like he's done with his residency in Vegas. And he's like, I don't want to travel back and forth across the pond anymore. This is it for me. Something tells me he'll do another concert in America.
Something's brewing. Something's brewing.
Just to interrupt quickly.
Go ahead.
In the chat room, Bobby, I love comments like this. I love green bean casserole. The only thing I miss about my ex is that she made amazing green bean casserole.
Well, it's a compliment.
Was she easy to be around? No, but dadgummer green bean casserole.
I mean,
One day a year. Oh, my God, she was a queen.
The biggest bee in the world, but that green bean casserole, unbelievable.
And then finally, there's a new show premiering on Hulu tonight called Duel. A woman opts for a cloning procedure after she receives a terminal diagnosis, but when she recovers, her attempts to have her clone decommissioned failed, leading to a court-mandated duel to the death. Starring Aaron Paul from Breaking Bad.
Oh, Aaron needed a check, huh?
You got a clone, bitch.
And that's what Rockstar is watching tonight. Let's do our 4 downs today. And right now, it's brought to you by our friends at Vulcan Tire and Automotive. And if we'll get Lunsford's mic on during this, is he back there? Yeah.
Hold on.
Yeah,
John!
John!
I got him.
He's there.
John, I want your answers on these two. Forrester, if you want to chime in too, you can do that.
Rockstar, you too. And Tyler, if he's got any thoughts. Vulcan Tire and Automotive, 5 great locations. They got that Bell City location open. When my family's vehicle needs work, Vulcan Tire and Automotive does it. My daughter's car was just there. My wife's car has been there. I can promise you that's who we use. VulcanTireandAuto.com. VulcanTireandAuto.com.
Vulcan Tire's really glad you buy a bunch of clunkers.
They're not clunkers. I mean, it's everything. It's tires,
That's
oil
right.
changes, all of that.
Nigel feels at home.
Yeah. Nigel.
Yeah.
First down.
Okay, I need your guys' help with this because, I'm not as impressed because there's 13 games involved here and not in 11 games. Back in my day, they didn't count bowl games in records, right?
Right.
Herschel Walker has the freshman rushing record, 1,616 yards in 1980, 11 games. If he just averages 117 yards in the Egg Bowl and Ole Miss's bowl game, Quinshawn Junkins will break Herschel Walker's record. All right?
Okay.
So impressed by that or not impressed by that?
No, I'm very much impressed by that. Yeah. Now you're saying it does count, right, for Judkins?
It does count for Judkins. So if he goes 117 against Mississippi State and 117 in their bowl game.
I don't know how you're not impressed by that.
Well, it's been an unbelievable year, but should we rip Herschel Walker's name out of the record books?
He's going to have more yards.
Okay. Anybody on the back row that wants to comment on that?
Yeah, I mean, that's impressive to do. Sure.
Okay.
Second down.
I'm glad we paid extra for those microphones.
Do you have Lunsford's mic on by chance?
Glad we paid extra for those microphones.
Yeah. Hey, Lunsford, USFL coming to town. You fired up?
Yeah.
More likely in the college football playoffs at this point now, USC or TCU or both?
Oh, gosh. You know, TCU, I had them dead, man. I don't know about you, but in that Baylor game, I think I had them dead, and they just continue to be the cockroach.
I gave up. You did too.
I can't see them losing to Iowa State. I'm just going to say Kansas State nips them. I'll say USC has a more likelihood of being in there.
Lunsford, Forster.
What was the question?
More likely in the playoffs, USC, TCU, or both?
USC.
Forster?
I'm convinced that TCU is going to get in at this point.
I mean,
they should have lost so many games, and they're just not going to lose.
Scott's right. We keep picking against them, but they keep finding a way to win. It's really incredible.
Third down.
But I still go USC even with that piece of knowledge.
Yes. Bigger loss this weekend, UCF or UNC? UNC loses to Georgia Tech. They were up 17-0 at the half. They don't score in the second half. Likely cost Drake May the Heisman, maybe?
I would think so.
UCF gets knocked out of the New Year's Six Bowl. Bigger loss.
I'm going to say it's UCF because that was going to be a New Year's Six Bowl bid. I just don't think North Carolina realistically was going to beat Clemson. I mean, I know what you're asking. They're still going to the conference championship game. But they weren't going to beat Clemson to get in the playoffs, I don't think. But they're still in the conference championship game, so they didn't really.
With some chaos, North Carolina could have worked their way. Doubtful.
Had they won out, they would have had an argument to get in.
Had an argument. I still don't think they're in, but they're still in the conference playoff game, or the conference championship game. So I see the UCF loss as being worse.
I do too. Lunsford.
I said North Carolina because this is what kills me about the playoff rankings with Alabama being ahead of both Clemson and North Carolina. If both of those teams went out, whichever one wins that game, they jump teams like Alabama and have a chance to make the playoff. That's why I wish the playoff rankings would be completely different, because then North Carolina would have gone into this week thinking, hey, maybe there's a chance. Where they're ranked, you think, well, there's no chance. But clearly that winner of the championship game is going to jump a team like Alabama ultimately in the rankings, and teams like Tennessee now too. But with where they were, maybe it's like, we don't have a chance, but I think they would have had a chance.
Quickly on this last one, fourth down. Joe Klatt standing by. Who's your Heisman favorite now? Because it is chaos out there.
Caleb Williams.
Caleb Williams for you, so you're caught in the moment.
Caught in the moment, Jim. That's what the Heisman's all about.
503 total yards. Heisman favorite right now for you, Lunsford.
C.J. Stroud.
C.J. Stroud. I mean, he's got the touchdowns. There's something about him seems off. What about for you, Forster?
I'd go Caleb Williams too. He was awesome the other night.
Caleb Williams for you as well. Man, no love for Bo Nix.
Nope.
In the conversation.
Nope.
All right, we'll talk to Klatt about that. How about Stetson Bennett,
Nope.
Blake Corum?
Nope.
Still Hendon Hooker?
Nope.
No
You'll
Drake
get some
May?
sympathy votes. That's it.
Yeah.
All right. That's our four downs brought to you by our friends at Vulcan Tires. We appreciate them every day being with us here on the show. And same with our friends at Nichols Outfitters, Brownie. Take us to the top of the hour.
Jimmy D, right there off I-65 in Pelham is where you'll find Nichols Outfitters. The end of the year sale continuing there. If you're shopping for a holiday gift or an outdoorsman, take advantage of 30 to 50% off select items as they clear out all the 22 stuff to make room for the 23 stuff. You heard me right. 30 to 50% off select items until 2023. Nichols Outfitters, I-65, exit 242 in Pelham. Online, nicholsoutfitters.com. The Klatt Monkey is next.
Call the next round now at 205-734-0923.
The Alabama Head Injury Foundation strives to improve the quality of life for survivors of traumatic brain injury and for their families. Whether the injury is mild or severe, the life of the injured person and their family is changed forever. The impact can be both emotionally and financially devastating. AHIF provides the information to help clients and families understand the results of injury. AHIF helps access available resources and provides services and programs which meet the unique needs of individuals with traumatic brain injury as well as spinal cord injury in certain programs. Find out how you can help at ahif.org.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the next round to tell you about my friends at Michelson Laser Vision, located conveniently UAB Highlands. Almost 20 years ago, I went in for the procedure. Only took 12 minutes for both eyes. When I went in, I had 2200 vision. I was legally blind. Now I have 20/15 vision, still 19 years later. Make the call today. Schedule a hassle-free consultation. 969-8100. Dr. Mark Michelson, Dr. Jen Michelson, Michelson Laser Vision. Make sure you tell them the next round sent you. 969-8100 or Michelson. LaserVision.com. Done building your family? A vasectomy is a safe, simple, effective option for birth control. When it was my time to take the snip, I used my friends at Urology Centers of Alabama, and there's no better time for a vasectomy. It's a great reason to be off your feet and be on the couch during the game with the wife's approval. It's a quick, in-office procedure covered by most insurances. Urology Centers of Alabama, 16 convenient locations. Call 205-922-SNP. That's 205-922-7647.
A legendary coach once said, "It's not the will to win that matters, it's the will to prepare to win." Bryant bankers have the dedication and experience to put together a financial game plan that's right for you. Stop by one of the 7 Central Alabama locations today or give them a call at 1-855-4-BRYANT to begin preparing for your financial future today. You'll find out what unbeatable service and legendary results are all about. Bryant Bank, Equal Housing Lender, member FDIC.
Culver's could have only started in Wisconsin.
Hi, welcome to Culver's.
Just ask our team member, Sarah.
When you order a Culver's Butterburger, you're never just a customer. You're a guest in our home. It's why we cook each Butterburger to order just for you, right down to getting the perfect sear on the beef. That extra care may be a small town thing, but it's big time important to us.
Let us serve you with a smile that stretches from our hometown to yours. Welcome to Delicious.
Hey, Lance Taylor from The Next Round. You've heard me for years talk about our friends at Bromberg's Jewelers, and we welcome you to stop by and see that great customer service at the Mountain Brook and Summit locations, but we'd also love for you to check out their new online shop. They've got plenty to choose from. Great gifts, big and small. Available online, they've got David Yurman, Tudor watches, select diamond and gemstone jewelry, William Henry, seasonal and favorite giftware items and baby gifts as well. They've even got an online sale section. For more information, brombergs.com. Fall is here and fall means football, but don't forget about your yard. My yard is looking fantastic, and it's all thanks to our friends at Wayne's. Because it's fall, lawns are now in dormancy, and yards of the month are made in the fall during the proper shutdown of the growing season. It is important to get the correct nutrients and pre-emergent in the turf and root system to ensure a weed-free and lush lawn next summer. Call Wayne's today, 866-WAYNES1, or visit them online, callwaynes.com. And remember, first month is free of the EnviroLawn service from our friends at Wayne's.
Stay up to date with the Next Round at nextroundlive.com. The latest videos from the show, plus podcasts like the Mystery Fifth Hour, Bama and Bourbon, Last Call, and others from the Double Down Media podcast family. You can start your day with the latest college football stories, plus easy-to-listen to hour-by-hour downloads of the live show. NextRoundLive.com, a great way to stream the show live or shop in the Next Round store. Make NextRoundLive.com your homepage. That's NextRoundLive.com. For more than 40 years, Jack's Western and Outdoor Wear has been providing you and your family the best in Western wear. From boots to apparel, this family-owned business has it all. Jack's carries such name brands as Dan Post, Justin, Twisted X, and now has the only area shop within a shop in the state of Alabama. Visit Jack's Western and Outdoor Wear every Monday through Saturday. I-65, exit 304 in Coleman. Just look for the big red building and follow Jack's Western and Outdoor Wear on Facebook and Twitter.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, The Next Round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
It was one of those games you literally hated to see anybody lose. DTR so gutsy on the floor of the Rose Bowl in Pasadena this last Saturday night as USC and UCLA played a classic. Caleb Williams with 503 total yards, and now we have a clear path to the playoffs for a Pac-12 champion. Let's talk to Joel Klatt about what we saw and where we're going.
MyBookie.ag brings you Klatt. Use promo code NEXTROUND for a deposit of $50 or more, and you can receive up to $200 in cash instantly in your MyBookie account. MyBookie.ag. Bet anything, anytime, anywhere. Only with MyBookie.ag, code NEXTROUND. Klatt's on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline. Klatt, I laughed. I mean, as the Baylor TCU game is ending, I'm like, this would have been Klatt's game, and it's an absolute classic.
It would have been like our first good noon game of the year. I'm like, of course we didn't go to that one.
And I started thinking, if the victory bell is a dud, Klatt just cannot catch a break. But you did, because that was a phenomenal game. And you and Gus,
You know we love you, but you and Gus, y'all did such a good job presenting that game Saturday night. Such a fun game to watch.
Appreciate that. Yeah, that was a great one. And what I loved about it, obviously there were mistakes and everything made, but I don't think it was necessarily, even though it ended on a pick, it wasn't necessarily defined by mistakes as much as it was plays made. And that's always, what I love about big games like that. And I got to tell you, like, there was some Caleb Williams is just really impressive. I know he's got another year, but he's got a Mahomes-esque quality about him when he breaks contain. He's such a threat throwing the ball on the run. But the thing is like, it's not just the mobile guy that you're like, well, if we keep him hemmed in, we got a good chance, because he's really good in rhythm too. It's all the way around. His performance was outstanding.
I thought they handled the loss of Travis Dye well too, and not the same team, and it may hurt them later on, but in that one game, adjusting that quick, I thought they did a great job.
I thought so too, and big credit to their offensive line, and that's a group that we haven't given a ton of credit to. And I was making this point during the broadcast, but they've got a transfer that has rotated at left tackle a little bit, but the other 4 and really 5 guys on that offensive line, they were holdovers. And, when you talk with Lincoln and the staff around the program about the culture change and what it took, like what was last January like and December like, they talk about those guys on the offensive line and how they not only welcomed the transfers in, but then decided to say, like, hey, listen, we've got to up our game, because this can't all be about the new guys. And like a Justin Dedich, for example, the right guard, they talked about how important he is to that team and the culture within the locker room. And then that offensive line kind of proved that out on Saturday night. Now, listen, UCLA is not good defensively, so I don't want to be like, wow, like unbelievable. But when you lose Travis Dye and then you can protect the passer like they did, run the ball with Austin Jones like they did, I think that's a big credit to them and what they were able to accomplish.
With Tennessee out of the mix of the conversation, it does feel like now USC, if they are able to beat a surging Notre Dame team, and if Oregon wins out a highly ranked competitive Oregon team, it does feel like they you can't say control their own destiny, but it does seem like a clear path to the playoffs for the Pac-12 champion.
No, I would say controls. I know you feel differently, but that's probably because you think like, hey, South Carolina.
No. I feel like the Ohio State, Michigan. I think it's going to. I really do. If TCU wins out, I feel like it'll come down to a debate about one loss USC and one loss Michigan or Ohio State.
Which in that respect, I think it would go to the conference champ, because I think that they would be similar, and they would go to the conference champ. And you said it about Notre Dame, this resurgent Notre Dame team. If they're able to win this week, I think people are going to pretty clearly put them in the mold of a playoff team. So I actually believe at this moment that the loser of Ohio State, Michigan needs some help, and USC and TCU both control their own path. I think TCU, that's pretty clear. But even USC, I would say USC wins out. I would be shocked if USC did not make the playoff if they were to win their next 2 games.
Joel Klatt is with us on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline, presented by MyBookie.ag. Code next round. A deposit of $50 or more, you could get up to $200 in cash instantly with your MyBookie.ag account. MyBookie.ag, code next round. And I know you're passionate about this. So I want to give you a second here. For the health of the college football playoff moving forward, how critical do you feel it is for USC to close this deal and get some West Coast representation in this thing for a change?
I don't know if it matters this year. I think what we're all waiting for now is like this is the last 2 years in an 8-year term for a president, where it's just like, we're just running it out. And I think we're all looking towards the 12-team playoff. And I don't know if it matters as much as it did in the previous 8 years, to answer your question. So for example, let's play this out. What's a better scenario for USC? Let's just look at it just from USC's perspective, West Coast. Is it better for them to win out, get snubbed, play for a Big Ten East team? Okay, let's say it's the loser of Michigan, Ohio State. They get snubbed for that team, then play Penn State in the Rose Bowl and win. 13-1, Rose Bowl champs, Pac-12 champs, snubbed. Okay, is it easier to recruit to that, or win the next 2 games, get in, get trounced by Georgia? It's a question. It's a question.
Yeah.
Now,
I know which one I would enjoy the most.
Well, of course, yeah. No, I get it. And listen, that's probably unfair to USC to just suspect that they would get trounced. But you've got this element of a team that's reliant on one player, and we've seen complete teams like Georgia and what they do to teams like that, right? So I want to bring up a few teams that are like that I would have now with the benefit of hindsight. It's like, was it a great thing for them to actually make the playoff and lose the way that they did? Florida State, was it great for them to get in and get the benefit of the doubt in 14? I'm not sure. Washington, Michigan State, even some of these Notre Dame teams, right? It's Oklahoma, their last playoff berth was in this mold, and then they haven't been the same since. So there's this element of like, well, yeah, you want to go, but you don't want to get embarrassed. There's only one team that went to a playoff, got embarrassed that I can think of, and please, if you guys have another, and then recovered after that, and that would be Ohio State. Remember, got embarrassed by Clemson, and then in a couple of years, they were able to get back. Now they had won one, then they got embarrassed, and then they were able to get back, and then they lost to Clemson, then they beat Clemson. So they've had kind of a run through the playoff. So I would just pose that. I know you said for the long-term health of the sport, but I honestly believe that the long-term health of the sport is resting in the future expansion, how that looks and how that's going to play out.
Yeah. And isn't it ironic that one of the big roadblocks is still the Rose Bowl, who wants to have that exclusive 4 p.m. Eastern or 4 p.m. Central to 2 p.m. Pacific time exclusive window on January 1st. They're still one of the biggest roadblocks.
So I think I can say this.
Oh, I love it when you think you could say. Go ahead. Nobody watches this anyway. I mean, it's basically just
yeah,
the
they
three
do.
of us.
Come on, you guys are huge. You guys are huge. The issue with the Rose Bowl is that the tournament of roses is the one at the table, not the Rose Bowl folks.
Interesting.
That operate the stadium and the game.
So it's basically the parade people are making the decision.
And the pageant people.
Yeah, the pageant people. Yeah.
And the way that entity operates is similar to like how these bowl committees operate in that there's hundreds and hundreds of volunteers and they generally volunteer for years and years. And then if you do it for long enough, and play the game the right way, you will eventually be president for 1 year, right? Are you familiar with this type of model?
Right.
Like
Yeah.
parades, things like this, right? And so think about it. So you've got people that have waited 20, 25 years for their moment. Their whole life, has in some ways been dedicated towards this parade, towards the Rose Bowl, maybe game itself, but more so parade, the local community. And then they get their chance to be the president. And then now they're the ones sitting at the table. Do you think they have any incentive whatsoever to change the status quo? Of course not.
No, because their buddies are lined up waiting to be president, and they got to go to the country club with them. Yeah.
Because they will be remembered throughout the history of their little circle of people as the one that, let it go, if you will, and changed course. So that's a major issue. I think that there's people within college football that are smart enough to know that game in a conversation in which people are worried about the traditions of the game and the changing nature of the game and I think that there's some sentiment that they can hold on to tradition by awarding the Rose Bowl some sort of fixed place within the playoff. That's a foundational kind of cornerstone place. Maybe it's a semi, maybe it's a quarter. I don't know, but it would be kind of a destination, not just for the Pac-12 and the Big Ten, but for everybody in college football. and you could put it on that date and on that time every single year. And that's not happening. And I hope cooler heads will prevail, because yes, this is a huge sticking point, and it's generally on the Rose Bowl side, and they've got to fix that. But it's not the Rose Bowl necessarily. It's more the Tournament of Roses, and they need to be educated in what this could be moving forward.
Yeah, I won't bore you, but I'll email you my playoff plan. It includes it includes playing the quarterfinals on January 1st. We got to get over football being a one semester sport.
I disagree.
I
disagree.
It's not the first thing we've disagreed on.
Semis should be on the first. Semis should be on the first.
Joel Klatt.
Because the more that we push, remember, the more that we compete with the NFL. Like there's that. Like I don't think we necessarily need that either. Also, the more that we push, the more that we compete with the decision for players to declare for the NFL. So I respectfully completely disagree. Like, I think that we need to start like making sure that we're condensing as much as we possibly can because of those two factors. And the other thing that I would say is you play the semis on New Year's always. I think the Rose Bowl should always be the first semi on New Year's. That would be my plan. That would be the cornerstone foundational piece. Rose Bowl always be a semifinal. Then you go play the championship, not on these stupid Monday nights, but on like at least 6 days later on a Saturday night, like the next available Saturday night. This is what college football is. It owns Saturdays, and then all of a sudden we play on Monday night as if we're like college basketball. It's the dumbest thing that we do.
Joel Klatt is with us on Fox. He's presented by MyBookie.ag, code next round. MyBookie.ag, code next round. He's on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline. You'll see him 11 o'clock, Fox 6, before the Iron Bowl kicks on CBS. He'll have the big game, Ohio State and Michigan. I watch Ohio State again Saturday playing an inferior team. It is a road game. You know how we feel about conference road games on this show.
Yeah, atmospheres are insane.
Listen, I mean, Maryland had a good atmosphere. I'm not going to lie. I mean, 40% of the crowd was Ohio State fans, but it was a good atmosphere. This team, Klatt, feels like they're missing something. Beyond the obvious injuries, it just feels like there's something. And I could probably say that about every team in America. I'm not picking on Ohio State. I could say it about Georgia. I watched them struggle against Kentucky at times. It feels like Ohio State, though, is missing something. I can't put my finger on it.
Okay, so there were a couple of things that pop in my mind here that I'd love to go on. I'm just jotting them down so I don't forget, because I got hit in the head a lot at one point in my life. All right, let's go with the team. Seems like they might be missing something. I don't think that that's specific to Ohio State. You brought it up in your question just a little bit. I think that we might be holding everybody around the country to a higher standard than we need to this year because of the 4 champions that we've just had. We're in a stretch right now where we've seen some historically great teams win the national championship. Going back to, like, we saw Trevor Lawrence, a generational talent as a true freshman, right? I mean, like that Clemson team in 18 was very good. You guys know that. 19, you got Burrow throwing for 60 touchdowns. Like, that team was unbelievable, 15-0. Then the COVID Alabama team won every major offensive award, and it was almost a better offense than what we had just seen with Burrow. Then last year, we've got 6 draft picks on one defense, and a historically great team. I don't think we have a team this year that would have won a national championship in any of the previous 4 seasons. Okay? I think that's fair to say.
That's fair.
I think that you guys would agree. And yet we kind of view them in that mold. It's like, well, can they really win the national championship? Well, maybe this year, because remember, national championships are not awarded historically. They're rewarded on a curve. All you got to do is beat teams this year. So is Ohio State, while we might think missing something, good enough to beat any team that they play this year? Sure. Is Georgia? Absolutely. You know, so, and that's all that it takes. So that's number one. Then number 2 would be, I think that Georgia saw this, Tennessee absolutely saw this, Ole Miss saw this, North Carolina saw this, TCU saw this, Michigan saw this, Ohio State saw this. It becomes increasingly difficult to play at your best the longer that you are required to be at your best. Okay, so conference schedules are tough the longer that they go. That's why you see late in November teams get knocked off. because everybody's struggling with health. Now all of a sudden your margin of talent is somewhat equated to your opponent, and then teams lose. You see a lot of teams that are big favorites not cover late in November. And that's because when you're out there and you're banged up, all of a sudden you're going to be in a really tight game, and then you got pressure. You got 18 to 22-year-olds. They're not playing their best. A lot of things go on, which is why I've always been so critical of those ridiculous opponents that some play in November. And again, I know that this is the wrong show to have this take on.
No. That was going to be my next question.
UAB and Austin P is not good for the sport.
We all hate it. We hate it.
Yeah. And see,
of course you do.
That's common ground that you and I have, and Brown agrees with us that it should be SEC only games in November. You take care of all this stuff early. Now, the schedules equal out because when Alabama's on the road at Texas, somebody else may be playing their version of Austin P or UAB or whatever.
Correct.
But
that's why it's not a conversation of the opponent.
Right.
It's when it happens.
Exactly.
Right. If you just switch that level of game, the Texas game, with Austin P and just switch them in the schedule, it becomes increasingly difficult for that Texas matchup. You would agree with that?
Yes.
And that's why and then there's another aspect, and I don't think people talk about this as much. Remember, this is still a subjective sport now. It's a 4-team invitational. And Alabama was missing some key pieces, and so they don't cover. I think they failed to cover by 11, if I'm not mistaken.
Something like that,
by 45.
Yeah.
All right, something along those lines. So they win 34-0. Nobody says a peep. Nobody. If that happens in September and they only beat Austin P 34-0,
oh yeah,
the sky is falling.
Yes.
Correct?
Yep, 100%.
Meanwhile, you've got Ohio State, Michigan, TCU, Georgia, Tennessee, all these other teams, again, across conferences, that are similarly banged up, guys having to miss time. And then when they don't play to their best as it relates to the margin with which they're supposed to win over a conference opponent, which is just more difficult inherently, now we view them more unfavorably. So both teams played similarly poor. Does that make sense?
Yes.
And yet in a subjective sport, all the focus is just like, man, Michigan's no good. Look what it took to beat Illinois. Well, aren't they doing the exact same thing when Bama doesn't beat Austin P by the spread or something along those lines? So that's the next layer of this, is that in this subjective sport, then the analysis goes all towards the teams that have the more difficult task. And if they're not dominating, we look upon them less favorably. And then this team gets to rest, win by 34 when they should be winning by 45 or 50, and nobody says anything about it.
I would say that when we go to 9 games in the SEC, that hopefully this is the weekend that we lose that extra game, that this becomes an all-SEC November. That's what I'm hoping for down the stretch.
I'm glad you said that, because I said it on the broadcast on Saturday night, and people just all over me. And again, this is not a knock at the SEC. It's just for the health of the sport. And I think that you guys agree with that, because I've said it on your show, the SEC is the best conference, period, right? It's the toughest conference to win. There's never been a 2-loss team go to the playoff. If LSU beats Georgia, they're going to go to the playoff. Why? Because they're the SEC champion, period. I've said it time and time and time again. Now, I don't think that the middle of the conference is as close to the top end of the conference this year as, let's say, the middle of the Pac-12 is to the top of the Pac-12. But that has more to do with where is the top end of the conference. So these conversations round and round and round. I do not hate the SEC. They are the best conference in America. Their winner is going to and should go. Georgia is going to go to the playoff, period, regardless of what happens. But nobody, whether it's Florida State over ULM or UAB and LSU or Austin P and Alabama, those games and matchups on November 19th are not good for college football.
All right, he is Joel Klatt. You'll see him Fox 6 Saturday morning. Big noon kick is Michigan, Ohio State. So tune in for that. Klatt, enjoy that game. We'll see you next week.
Man, Second time ever that these teams will meet at least 11-0.
Wow.
I mean, I cannot wait. I cannot wait. It's going to be a fabulous game.
Yeah. Hey, good. Happy Thanksgiving to you and the family, too, man. I hope you all enjoy
Same.
it.
Happy Thanksgiving to you guys.
All right, buddy.
travels.
Take care. Klatt with us on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline. He's presented each week by MyBookie.ag. Use the promo code NEXTROUND on a deposit of $50 or more, and you can receive up to $200 in cash instantly in your MyBookie account. Hammer this bonus, MyBookie.ag. Bet anything, anytime, anywhere. MyBookie.ag. Use code NEXTROUND for your chance at that free cash for MyBookie.ag.
I would tell you that if you're a fan of that broadcast and you were wondering where the All-American girl Jenny Taft was, she is over in Qatar, or Qatar, tomato, and covering the World Cup for Fox. So she opted out for the rest of the college football season to go to the World Cup.
I got a stake bet on Rockstar on this game right here, and it's tied all nil.
You gave him Senegal?
I really don't know. I said 3-1 stake Senegal. I don't know which side I've got. I think I've got Senegal.
No, I think you got Netherlands.
Oh, I've got the Netherlands? So
Yeah.
I've got the 1 stake, you got the 3?
Yeah, I think. I don't know what the hell
you would want the Netherlands in this
Oh,
one.
I would, but Senegal's got them 0-0 right now.
Yeah, but this is a road game for the Netherlands. You know, you could,
Senegal's in Qatar all the time. Qatar.
Yeah, I mean Senegal. The travel from Senegal to
It's tough, man.
to Qatar right there. The Netherlands. All right, when we come back, Browns got trashed today. We'll do a couple of more headlines for you. If you're watching the World Cup, it is on. Is that Maine Fox is on right
It's
now?
on Maine
That
Fox.
is?
That's where the Americans play at 1 o'clock
Correct.
today against Wales on Maine Fox, wherever you're watching today. Champy's Chicken is where you should be eating lunch right now. Champy's world famous fried chicken. That's where Sterling and the great American crew there are ready to watch the U.S. soccer team play this afternoon. You can enjoy the great cocktails, the great Southern fried chicken plates, the Mississippi Delta tamales, and a lot more. They will cater your parties through the holiday season. They cater your watch parties as you watch sporting events. They will help you win your tailgates. They do everything at Champy's world famous fried chicken. Check them out online at champyschicken.com.
Everything Next Round is on demand now in the podcast section at nextroundlive.com.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about our friends at New Life Art. Daniel A. Moore has completed his original full-color oil painting honoring Bryce Young, Alabama's 4th Heisman Trophy winner. This painting depicts the memorable Heisman-worthy go-ahead pinpoint pass to John Mechie in the corner of the end zone as the Tide dismantled the vaunted Georgia defense in the SEC championship game this past year. Use code TNR for 15% off. You can order online at danielmooreart.com.
Whether you're a weekend athlete or sports is your life, Precision Sports Medicine and Orthopedics wants to help you stay in the game. If you have an injury or pain that says something's not right, let Precision Sports Medicine and Orthopedics help you make your greatest comeback. From concussions to sprained ankles, our experienced team is ready with treatment options. Find a doctor at precisionsportsortho.com/providers.
This is your home. You want a brighter future and a community that's united by action and commitment. And united starts with you. We are United Way. And for almost 100 years, we have served people from all walks of life. That's our united commitment. United starts with you. Give to United Way of Central Alabama.
This is for the men who never settle, the ones who believe only quitters end a game in a tie, the type of guys who choose the bar with the biggest TVs to overcompensate for theirs at home. This is the Lodge mentality. This is Twin Peaks.
A legendary coach once said, "It's not the will to win that matters, it's the will to prepare to win." Bryant bankers have the dedication and experience to put together a financial game plan that's right for you. Stop by one of the 7 Central Alabama locations today or give them a call at 1-855-4-BRYANT to begin preparing for your financial future today. You'll find out what unbeatable service and legendary results are all about. Bryant Bank, Equal Housing Lender, member FDIC.
For more than 40 years, Red Wing Shoes has been helping the hardworking people of Alabama. This is why Red Wing Shoes has created the 3-step comfort solution. Step 1, a certified fit specialist will use a 3D scan to electronically measure your feet and arches. Step 2, the fit specialist helps you get the appropriate footwear for your occupation. Step 3, customize your boot or shoe with a Red Wing orthotic. Whether you have a high arch or flat feet, Red Wing has comfort solutions for you. So experience comfort at its best. Visit one of the Red Wing shoe stores located in Pelham or Trussville.
Let's face it, a home is one of the most powerful assets you can have, and our friends at Mortgage Right want to help you build wealth through home ownership. Mortgage Right is all about providing competitive rates, a variety of loan products, and a multitude of resources for a seamless home buying experience. They treat their borrowers like family and are always looking to bring more happy homeowners under their roof. See more by visiting mortgageright.com/TNR today and start living. That's mortgageright.com/TNR. NMLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com. The latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
The NFL playoffs are just around the corner and every game matters. Join us on the Next Round and Pepsi every Thursday as we preview the upcoming big games in the NFL weekend. Pepsi and the NFL, a perfect match for your weekend.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com. The latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com. That's nextroundlive.com.
Holly Mack Wilson is not your normal Keller Williams agent. With too many certifications to count, she is now in the top 2% of all Western Alabama real estate agents. That means she's more qualified to help you buy or sell a home, better trained in negotiating the best deal possible, and now can help you buy or sell a home anywhere in Alabama. From Huntsville to Gulf Shores or anywhere in between, call Holly Mack Wilson at 205-901-9446 or visit hollymachomes.com. Holly Mack Wilson, an anywhere in Alabama realtor.
I love people who've been with us long enough to know things that are absolutely 100% on my cut sheet over here, on my things to do sheet. February Star says, I'm surprised Jim has not already mentioned last night's Grey Cup championship. Right here in trending topics by hashtag number 5, Chad Kelly, formerly of Ole Miss, comes off the bench, leads Toronto on the game-winning drive 24-23 over Winnipeg.
Stuff legends are made of.
Toronto wins the Grey Cup, the Canadian Football League championship last night. Absolutely on my thing right there. So
that'll be huge at Thanksgiving, except for the fact their Thanksgiving's in October. So
yeah.
I guess it'll be huge at next year's Thanksgiving.
There you go.
Or Christmas.
Grey Cup champions last night, the Toronto Argonauts, which I think is a people that sell the seeds, an Argonaut.
Are you a people that sell the seeds?
No, I'm an Argonaut.
Oh, okay.
Way to go. Chad Kelly right there. Hotty toddy, right, for all those folks over there. My friend Greg from Pell City and Storm Restoration Roofing, he'll help your roof be ready, be championship ready this Thanksgiving, this holiday season. Greg is very thankful to everyone he's used him over the years. He's thankful for his family, and he wants to give back to you guys by giving you a free, no-cost roof inspection. 205-542-3531, 205-542-3531. That gets you directly to Greg Nelson, the owner of Storm Restoration Roofing. He and his wife will absolutely take care of you with that free no-cost roof inspection. If you haven't had the roof inspected in the wild, you don't know what's going on up there. Prevent the damage when it starts instead of when it gets to be really, really expensive by getting a free no-cost roof inspection, 205-542-3531. Or just look him up on Facebook, Greg from Pell City Storm Restoration Roofing, A+ rated with the Better Business Bureau, best warranties in the industries, insurance companies trust him. Call him up, 205-542-3531, Greg from Pell City and Storm Restoration Roofing. UAB basketball this afternoon against USF, 5 o'clock on the CBS Sports Network or on the Blazer Radio Network with our buddy David Crane with play-by-play. Louisville plays number 9 Arkansas out in Maui. Arkansas, 4 o'clock on ESPN2 for that one.
I'm projecting a 1-point loss for Louisville in that one.
Yeah, it was number 9 Arkansas. I don't know if a new AP poll has come out yet or not.
There is, but you'll have to let me find it.
Okay.
I saw it earlier.
Well, go look it up and see if you can see where Auburn and Alabama is.
Alabama was number 18. It was an Alabama guy, so I'll tweet it.
Okay, so Alabama's 18?
Yeah.
Find out where Auburn. They were 13. Does that mean Alabama dropped 2 spots?
No, I think they were at 18, right?
Oh, I thought they were 16. Mississippi State and Marquette today, 7:30 FS1. They're down in Fort Myers. Auburn arriving in Cancun. They play Bradley tomorrow at 5 o'clock. Alabama's in Portland on Thursday night. After you watch the Egg Bowl, then you'll watch Alabama and Michigan State. It'll likely start on ESPN News. Here's a hint. It always does. But Alabama and Michigan State, 9:30 Thanksgiving night out in Portland, Oregon, part of the, what's the night guy's name? Not Peter Knight.
Dan Rather.
Not Dan Rather. Phil Knight. It's the Phil Knight Classic they're playing in.
Auburn 13, Alabama 18. Who did you want? Arkansas, number 9.
Okay. Is that last week's poll?
Jim, no.
Let's do trash. Hit it, Rockstar.
The thing I hate the most.
I have you on camera, and I have you. Okay. Is this your plant? I have no incentive to give you any positive politeness at all, do I? You were nothing but rude and belligerent. Have a good day, ma'am.
Oh, you son of a bitch!
Yes, you too. Thank you.
LT's Trash is presented by Mortgage Right. Mortgages done the right way.
It's that Dunaway loves the college basketball poll, but he never makes an effort to find it. And it comes out at this time every week, and I can never find it. But you always bring it up. Oh, AP basketball coming out. AP basketball poll coming out. AP basketball. Brian, have you found it yet? I'm like, well, if you like it so much, find it so you've got it.
Where was Alabama 4 weeks ago?
No.
I was busy doing something else, Brown.
Hey, the next round of trash, or trash on the table, whatever we call it now, is presented by Mortgage Right, NMLS 2239. Start your new year the right way. Go ahead and look forward to that by going to mortgageright.com/TNR. If you're looking for a new home or if you want to refinance the home you're in, your first stop needs to be mortgageright.com/TNR, NMLS 2239.
Chase brings up a good point. Do we have the lady who won the Guinness Book of World Records largest feet in trash?
I don't know.
I don't know if we got photos.
I don't know.
Okay.
So it may be in there. We don't know.
Because I'm always wondering, can we use the video or not? But I saw a 5-minute documentary on her, and I watched all 5 minutes.
Really? On a woman's foot.
No, remember, I only like good-looking women's feet.
Yep. Hey, if you have a wedding described as a bloodbath, do you think that's a good thing?
No. Well, it was a bloodbath.
It was a bloodbath. Well, the Stokes family is going to have a little bit of a quieter Christmas. Rockstar.
I look at that starting 8 right there, and all I can think of is Peaky Blinders.
It does have a Peaky Blinders feel. You're right.
This guy got his ass.
Yeah. Rockstar showing us a photo of the Stokes family. 8 of them are going to jail after a fight at a wedding turned into what everyone is calling a bloodbath. And based on photo number 6 right there, it does look like a bloodbath. That guy is bloodied up.
Hey, can I go ahead and tell you? Alcohol was involved.
I'm going to guess. 50 guests involved in the fight. They threw chairs, tables, and glasses at one another and used coat stands and fire extinguishers as weapons during the fight.
Anything I could grab.
Yeah, no doubt number 8 took a fire extinguisher to the top of the left side of his head there.
His head looks like it's dented in on top. I don't know if that's natural or what.
Wow.
I appreciate number 5. If you'll step forward, son. What's your age? 14? Get some Clearasil. Go back to the cell block.
Get some Clearasil and maybe mix in a salad. Hey, things got so out of hand, the police turned up. They had to retreat until backup arrived. The fight was so bad, the police
retreat.
We're not going in.
Sorry I missed your wedding. Did we miss anything? Well,
in total, the Stokes boys caused around $17,000 worth of damage to the hotel, where 150 people were meant to be there.
I mean, number 2 right there. Look at that jawline.
That is a jawline.
That guy has killed somebody.
Oh, he can take a punch.
It cuts your knuckles just hitting him.
Number 3 would be like, hey, I know you just got out to fight everything, but you're going to get your guitar and sing for us or not, dude?
And can I just say, number 1, the first guy on the top left right there, it looks like he wasn't even in the fight. It's like he was just videoing. Like, why am I even in the lineup here?
I'm the caterer.
My hair's not even messed out. Man. Rockstar.
That is a group of mugshots.
That is a fantastic set of mugshots right there.
Today on Peaky Blinders.
So a dating expert is telling us the one texting habit almost all women do that almost all men hate. Oh, Rockstar, I didn't know you had a photo on that other one. I skipped it. You want me to go back to it?
To what?
The GIMP story.
Oh, sure.
Okay. I didn't know there was photo with it. That makes it even better.
Well, it's an interesting story that there's a GIMP phenomenon going on in England.
And I don't get this, but it is in England. There's a man that has dubbed himself as the GIMP Man of Essex. Now he is slamming. This is what the guy looks like.
He does it for charity, by the way.
He does this for charity, but there's another guy now that's doing it.
So this is when you dress up in rubber?
Latex is, I think, what they really
latex.
call it. He's got his own Twitter handle at GIPMan of Essex if you want to go follow him there. And he does some TikTok stuff, though. But police have recently announced they're investigating up to 20 reported sightings of new GIMPs in villages all over England now. Victims of the GIMPs have said they're absolutely terrified bumping into all the GIMPs in the early hours.
Can you imagine him just walking behind him at the grocery store?
Do I need milk? I don't know if I need milk.
Nut dust right here is all I'm thinking.
It's the old GIMP Man of Essex right there. All right, so here's what the dating expert says that almost all women do that almost all men hate. Now, I'm going to say my wife does not do this.
I've known, it doesn't necessarily be girlfriends. I've known girls that do this. I've known more girls do this than guys.
Yeah,
and
now,
it is very annoying.
Yeah, I agree. But now I know guys that do this too. I don't know. Could you even guess what all women do that most men hate? Almost all women. This ought to be amazing.
They hate the hard eyes.
He nailed it.
That is incorrect. When you write out messages line by line and hit send instead of sending it all in one big text.
It's like stream of conscience.
Oh, I do that sometimes.
Don't know you come tonight?
I was going to bring up
send.
the fact that
to the game tonight.
Yeah.
Send. What are you going to bring? Send. I'm going to bring this. Send.
I was going to bring up the one person on the show that does this is Dunaway, which is, I mean, you'd admit you're the most female of anybody here but Kelsey and Taylor.
And I'm not even sure. I don't rank behind them. I don't.
Yes.
When the power rankings come out, I don't know, but. Kelsey and Taylor sometimes manlier than I am, no doubt. But I do it for a reason, for effect, because you guys don't answer very fast. So I'll add on another one to try to catch your attention.
I felt like you were a little bit lonely Saturday. I don't know if you guys noticed, but we were basically getting play-by-play of the Alabama-Ulster P game from Dunaway. Yeah. And I didn't even have that game on TV. I wasn't going to watch that game.
Well, I felt like I was helping you at that point.
No, I didn't want to watch it. It's Alabama-Ulster P. There was nothing coming out of that game worth watching.
Well, I tell you what, if you want, I'll just go ahead and take the rest of the day off.
No.
That's this kind of stuff Brown would have said if I'd said something like that.
Look, I just thought I was doing it as you as a favor.
Wow, 1,000 messages today. I didn't even know we could get 1,000. Congratulations.
Thank you for focusing on trash, Jim. Women doing this, men, they say they feel like they have to reply to every message. Here's what I'll do, though. Like, somebody will send me a message that does this, and I'll start to type my response, and then I'll see the little bubble pop up that they're typing.
And they'll change the subject.
So then I go delete my response. Now, I'll tell you one thing, though. One thing that Apple has helped you with is you now can select the message you're replying to.
Yes.
That does help this a little bit, yeah. Anyway, a lot of women do that. Men don't like it. Well, ladies don't do this. Jim asked for it. Here it is. 39-year-old Texas woman has a world record 13-inch foot. She's looking for size 18. Now, am I wrong?
Is that really a world record?
Yeah.
It's not that bad.
It really doesn't look that big. I mean, that's a weird
angle.
That's a weird angle.
Yeah. I mean, just can you ask either one of our female employees what the shoe size is in the lobby out here?
Hey, so I'm about to ask a dumb question.
I mean, I think my wife throws a 7 around, 7.5.
But I'm about to ask a really dumb question. Are shoe size, do shoe size in inches not correspond in foot size?
Oh, I don't know. I don't think
like I wear a size 13. Is my foot from heel to toe not 13 inches?
I don't know.
Well, but when I walk off like feet, I do 1 foot at a time, and then I subtract.
Okay.
What?
I mean, I don't know.
Like,
I don't know.
Like if you say, how many feet long is this wall? I do the thing where I put my foot back to back, and I count it, and then I subtract 1 because it's 13. Does that make sense?
I haven't had a lot of jobs, and Foot Locker is one of them. I've never had. I don't know.
You dress in the referee suit and walk around itself?
I dressed in a referee suit one time for SEC for the Crimson and White game.
I thought foot size and inches were the same thing.
Well, no, because there's an approximate 1.5 inch size difference between men's and women's sizing. Example, a size 7 is roughly equivalent to a woman's size 8.5.
That's why. Okay, that's why she needs a size 18. Anyway, it's a Guinness record. She's 6'9", though, so it looks, man, she's big.
Yeah, I do not think that's a women's world record. I guarantee I can find a bigger woman's
bigger foot than 13 inches?
Yeah.
That big toe, my God.
Yeah.
It's like a
baby head.
Finally, people are revealing their one-night stand stories. Here are some very cringy, very cringy. Finally on trash. Very cringy one-night stand stories. My one-night stand told me, as I was leaving, I should think about being a plus-size model to increase my confidence with guys.
I'm just here to do you a favor.
You know what would help you? My gosh. I had a one-night stand with this girl, and in the morning she started crying. Asked her why. She said, I'm never going to see you again.
How uncomfortable is that? I obviously don't like you enough.
Yeah. My one-night stand, from whom I had never met before, asked me to join him and his parents for dinner later that night.
How did y'all meet?
We met last night.
Your hair's all frazzled.
I had a one-night stand with a guy. In the morning, he told me he was married and made a huge mistake while weeping. Yikes.
I made a huge mistake.
Yes.
Not as bad as I did, sir.
And finally, my one-night stand asked me how I like my eggs in the morning. I told him, fertilize. He didn't stay over.
Check.
Yeah.
Fertilize.
Yeah. I like them alone by myself. That is trash, brought to you by
Mortgage Right. MortgageRight.com/TNR is where you go to get started in MLS 2239.
All right. When we come back, we'll continue the college football conversation, part 2 of our new favorite segment today. What is it, Rockstar?
The old bounce around.
We'll bounce around. A little bit more. Top of the hour, the Nick Saban News Conference. Iron Bowl week where Alabama is at least a 24-point favorite is where they opened up. Don't forget Bud Light game night tonight. We're down at Top Golf. We'll be there 5 to 7 on our video platform. 6 to 7 tonight is our specialty show, Bud Light game night tonight. This hour of the show brought to you by Champy's World Famous Chicken, right there on Highway 119 in Alabaster. Open for lunch. Go see Sterling and the crew and try some of those Mississippi Delta tamales.
Follow Rockstar on Twitter at RockstarBHM.
Fall is here, and fall means football, but don't forget about your yard. My yard is looking fantastic, and it's all thanks to our friends at Wayne's. Because it's fall, lawns are now in dormancy, and yards of the month are made in the fall during the proper shutdown of the growing season. It is important to get the correct nutrients and pre-emergent in the turf and root system to ensure a weed-free and lush lawn next summer. Call Wayne's today, 866-WAYNES-1, or visit them online, callwaynes.com. And remember, first month is free of the EnviroLawn service from our friends at Wayne's. Hey, there's nothing worse than waking up to a plumbing problem. Don't get caught in a flooded house. Call the guys at Hemp Hill Services. Adam, Chad, and the team at Hemp Hill are the only ones I trust to fix it and fix it right the first time. Hemp Hill Services does it right and always at a fair price. For all of your plumbing, cooling, and heating needs, trust the name that Birmingham has trusted since 1954. That is Hemp Hill Services. Call now, 205-229-2090. That's 205-229-2090.
Culver's could have only started in Wisconsin. Just ask our team member Marcus.
Let's just say you can't take America's Dairyland out of Culver's. Like the real Wisconsin cheese on our juicy butter burgers, the farm fresh dairy in our fresh frozen custard, even our crispy golden Wisconsin cheese curds. They may sound cheesy, but we love where we come from at Culver's.
Almost as much as we love sharing it with our guests. Welcome to Delicious.
If you're looking for a fun golf atmosphere that is laid back with a peaceful environment, the Meadows Golf Course in Harpersville, right off of Highway 280, is perfect for you. Just a short drive from Birmingham, this 18-hole, 200-acre track with rolling fairways and ample greens is the definition of peacefulness of the country just miles from the city. Enjoy a great lunch before your round and a cocktail on the wraparound porch after 18. Come see us today. The Meadows Golf Course in Harpersville, right off of Highway 280. Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about our friends at New Life Art. Daniel A. Moore has completed his original full-color oil painting honoring Bryce Young, Alabama's 4th Heisman Trophy winner. This painting depicts the memorable Heisman-worthy go-ahead pinpoint pass to John Mechie in the corner of the end zone as the Tide dismantled the vaunted Georgia defense in the SEC championship game this past year. Use code TNR for 15% off. You can order online at danielmooreart.com.
A legendary coach once said, "It's not the will to win that matters, it's the will to prepare to win." Bryant bankers have the dedication and experience to put together a financial game plan that's right for you. Stop by one of the 7 Central Alabama locations today or give them a call at 1-855-4-BRYANT to begin preparing for your financial future today. you'll find out what unbeatable service and legendary results are all about. Bryant Bank, Equal Housing Lender, member FDIC.
Thanksgiving is here, and let the New York Butcher Shop be the place to get all of your holiday meal items. Their premium turkeys are fresh, free-range, and hormone-free. The New York Butcher Shop also has a wide selection of chef-prepared side items to help save you time in the kitchen. Pick up a bottle of wine, and your meal will be complete. Turkeys are selling fast, so place your order today. 2 locations to serve you, in Cahaba Heights and on Highway 119 in Greystone. The New York Butcher Shop. Rare quality, well-done service.
Don't let a roof problem disrupt your football Saturday or Sunday. Call Greg from Pell City and Storm Restoration Roofing. Locally owned at 205-542-3531. Greg wants to give you a free, no-cost inspection. Free, no cost, no obligation, 205-542-3531. He can also pressure wash your metal roofing. It's easy to see why his company's so successful. A-plus rated with the Better Business Bureau, and insurance companies trust him. You should too. 205-542-3531, or just look him up on Facebook, Greg from Pell City.
You've been wearing that thin, raggedy t-shirt for years now, and people cannot stop whispering and staring in your vicinity. We've all been there. Luckily, there's a solution to your lack of fashion and social cues. At NextRound.store, they have plenty of options when it comes to a variety of shirts and hats. Once you start putting that Next Round gear on, be prepared to make new lifelong friends and hundreds of unforgettable conversations. Hope you like random high fives in the street, because that's what you're getting after visiting NextRound.store.
The American just announced their starting 11 for the game coming up at 1 o'clock today against Wales at the World Cup. I asked Brown, any surprises in it? And he said...
Yeah, that I just looked at it. That was a big surprise.
Who the hell is this?
I mean, I couldn't name a single guy.
1 o'clock today on Fox for the Americans. The Netherlands, my second home, leading Senegal 1-0 right now in the 87th minute as they play over in Qatar. I'm going to go Qatar the rest of the way.
All right, I don't really care.
Top of the hour, we'll do the Nick Saban News Conference Iron Bowl week. Alabama's a favorite in that one. Already on the show, Joel Klatt and John Samuel Shenker. Good stuff from John Samuel Shenker talking about the game plan and what he's noticed against Alabama in the past. Part of our show being brought to you by Dr. B. B will stand for bounce around in a second, but it also will tell you about hair growth. It's helping LT so much with his hair right now.
Well, it's T3 Hair Restoration. Our guy, Dr. B, is helping LT grow his hair back. And it all started with an in-office visit with Lance where he got that consultation. Dr. B and his staff took a look at Lance's hair, and they came up with the best path to get the best results to grow back the most hair. They followed up Lance with a virtual consultation, and they started the treatment, which is basically Lance sitting around watching TV, wearing essentially a hat, and it's growing his hair back. They have noticed 12 to 14% growth already for Lance. You can do the same. Go see Dr. B, T3 Hair Restoration, T3hair.net, and set up a risk-free consultation. Maybe it can work for you the way it's working for Lance. Dr. B and T3 Hair Restoration.
In our bounce around, let's first do a little audio. Listen, mine's carry-on luggage all the time, but I didn't know there was a certain way of coaching up defense that I didn't know about. I mean, you all hear about the 3-4, the 4-3, nickel package, dime package, or whatever. Let's go back to Kamari Lassiter, who's now at Georgia, from American Christian. This is an interview Forrester did back in 2020 before Forrester was ever with us. Listen to what he brings to the defensive game plan every week.
Running back over there is a star, Deshaun Morrell. How difficult is it to tackle a guy like that?
I mean, it's like, hey, you gotta bring your nuts whenever you go tackle a guy like that. So I mean, we got ours, they got theirs. We're gonna do our thing.
Okay, so they've got nuts, we've got nuts.
Lance is a eunuch almost.
Yeah, Lance cannot play for that team.
It's a bring your nuts kind of game.
Hey, it is, man.
So cut 7, Rockstar. So you get Tennessee. They get it handed to them by South Carolina, and Cam Smith, who is the guy that shut down Jalen Hyatt the whole night long. So what was the key to success? Here's Cam Smith.
The first half, the two teams were kind of trading blows, but in the second half, you guys on defense came out and were able to get stops. What adjustments were made during that break?
Nothing. Just drop your nuts. Really, that's all it is.
Well, all right. So South Carolina dropped theirs, but Kamari Lassiter was bringing his.
That's right.
I dropped mine in the second half. First half, not so much. Second half is drop your nuts time.
Well, were you just holding your nuts in the first half?
Well, that's why you got to have both hands free. Why don't we drop them? That is a good idea.
I can tackle now. I've
Hey,
dropped
what
my
are you
nuts.
wearing in the post conference? I want to wear that big ass ice. Okay.
You got any necklaces over there?
I didn't want to wear the same thing. You look stupid.
You got to bring your nuts, man.
So am I wrong on drop your nuts T-shirts in the next round store?
If
have a squirrel on a tree.
if an Iron Bowl player after a massive win had said that, we could, I think, do the T-shirt.
You don't think we do it?
I don't know. It's a South Carolina player. I don't know if enough people are going to see it, but like, if the Daniel Moore painting, if they were like over at New Life Art, like, can we really call it "Drop Your Nuts"? We could do the T-shirt. I mean, if the saying was that big. Like, wasn't it? Who was the old cat that played for Alabama back in the day? He said, "I waxed the dude," and that lived on in infamy.
Forever, still does. I waxed
Or
the
"Go
dude.
Crazy Cadillac" from the great Rod Bramlett. I mean, if it became that iconic, I think we could do a "Drop Your Nuts" shirt.
All right, Bromberg's will bring us the next part of the bounce around because they, for almost 200 years, have been the place you go to get the diamond, Brownie, to get the diamond to pop the right question, right?
Absolutely, you do, Jim Dunaway. Family owned and operated since 1836. They've established a solid reputation as a fine purveyor of quality diamonds as well as jewelry, timepieces, and gifts. If they get that gift for Christmas and that silver box, they are going to love it, and they'll know right away it's from Bromberg's. Brombergs.com. Also find them in Mountain Brook and at the Summit. It is Bromberg's.
Oklahoma, they beat Oklahoma State 28-13 in Bedlam. In that game, though, it was 28-0 in the first quarter. 28-0 in the first quarter, and they just held on. Oklahoma was 1 of 14 on third downs, and they won the game. They were 1 of 14 on third downs.
It was an almost impossible game to watch. I tried to watch a little bit of it. Just terrible football, really.
Which is how Michael Turk ended up being the star of the game. He is the punter for Oklahoma. He had to punt time and time and time again, but he wasn't done. Our Bromberg moment comes afterwards where Michael Turk gets on the knee asks Grace Lyons, Oklahoma softball, two-time national champion softball player, the big question. That silver box from Bromberg's. Boom.
Will you marry
How
me?
you put it as sponsor. You know, it's on his little sheet too.
So what's he saying right there at the start? I haven't heard
It's
this.
a Bible verse that means a lot to him and her. And he hands
so
it,
he read her a Bible verse and then handed it to her, and then asked
For
for
5 points, 5 bonus points, and for the rest of your life.
Yeah, that was our boy Joe. That's a nice moment. How about that?
How about that? Exhausted, but still able to get down on one knee.
Do you still do it after a loss? I think you got to alter course at that point.
Yeah, probably go a different direction.
Yeah.
Yeah. No drop your nut jokes here now, okay? And then one more on the bounce around. This, my friends, is how you make a tackle. This is USC UCLA. This is
fantastic.
One of the fans gets on the field and security has to take care of him. Boom. Look at that hit right there. Hey, I'm not going to tackle you. I'm going to knock the holy crap out of you right
he
here.
brought his nuts.
Yeah. Wow. He centered him up outside the numbers
He
and
did.
then laid him out. One more time on the replay for that one. Boom. And the guy's phone goes flying. He gets up and he's going to try to get the phone. That's when he gets tackled.
Laid him out.
Best hit of the weekend right there. That's our bounce around segment. We'll get Nick Saban's news conference when we come back. Our Heisman look ahead is brought to you by our friends at Hemphill. They bring you the lock every day. LT will be sending one out at the Lance Taylor. Maybe it's a basketball game. Maybe it's Monday Night Football. 49ers, who are favorite against the Cardinals this evening, 7:15 on ESPN. Either way, our friends at Hemphill bringing the lock every day. Adam, Chad, and the group over there want to fix it and fix it right the first time at a fair price. For all your plumbing, cooling, and heating needs, trust the name Birmingham's trusted since 1954. It's Hemphill Services. Call them up, 205-229-2090, 229-2090, or just remember the name Hemphill.
Follow Scott Forrester on Twitter @ScottForresterTV.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round. You've heard me for years talk about our friends at Bromberg's Jewelers, and we welcome you to stop by and see that great customer service at the Mountain Brook and Summit locations. But we'd also love for you to check out their new online shop. They've got plenty to choose from. Great gifts, big and small. Available online, they've got David Yurman, Tudor watches, select diamond and gemstone jewelry, William Henry, seasonal and favorite giftware items, and baby gifts as well. They've even got an online sale section. For more information, Brombergs.com. Hey, for all of your IT and printing needs, reach out to our friends at Xerox Business Solutions. Look, I'm still one of those old school guys. I print my notes every single day for the show. If you watch the show here on the Next Round, you see all the notes in front of me. From day one, Xerox Business Solutions, they've been with us here at the Next Round. Local for over 45 years. For all of your IT and printing needs, visit XeroxBusinessSolutions.com or call 205-969-3000. That's 205-969-3000.
Banking is not just about your money, it's about you. It's about getting help with what you need when you need it. Ryan Brown here from the Next Round. AmFirst was founded for members like you, and they've been putting those members first since 1936. Putting you first means service that grows and changes with the times to serve you better. Now every bank has their own app, but that's just it. It's theirs, not yours. The AmFirst app was made for you, so it's easy to pay bills, deposit checks, or transfer money to friends and family from anywhere. It's even customizable, which means you can personalize your dashboard, create usage alerts, and redeem points for rewards that will make you feel like the number one priority you are. And you can do it all on your own time. So what are you waiting for? Get the app made for you from AmFirst. Visit any AmFirst location or amfirst.org today. America's first federal credit union is federally insured by the NCUA.
At Alfa Romeo of Birmingham, you can now drive the 2022 Alfa Romeo Giulia TI, the Italian sports sedan of your dreams, starting at $499 per month plus tax with $4,999 down, plus first payment and title due at delivery. Come experience the passion and performance of Alfa Romeo of Birmingham, 1837 Grants Mill Road, or alfaromeousa of Birmingham.com. Like financial lease, 10,000 miles per year, WAC, MSRP, $51,499. Stock numbers Q0059, Q0068, or Q0074.
Dear past, present, and future football watchers, you know why we're here. The football season is back! Woo! And since that's too amazing to miss a single second's worth, Pepsi is officially giving you permission to always put football first. Like, maybe those in-laws are back in town. Well, better hope they're football fans because your Sunday is completely booked. Long story short, crack open a Pepsi and don't let anything get between you and your football watching. With love, Pepsi, made for football watching. That's what I like.
Whether you're a weekend athlete or sports is your life, Precision Sports Medicine and Orthopedics wants to help you stay in the game. If you have an injury or pain that says something's not right, let Precision Sports Medicine and Orthopedics help you make your greatest comeback. From concussions to sprained ankles, our experienced team is ready with treatment options. Find a doctor at precisionsportsortho.com/providers.
For more than 40 years, Red Wing Shoes has been helping the hardworking people of Alabama. This is why Red Wing Shoes has created the 3-step comfort solution. Step 1, a certified fit specialist will use a 3D scan to electronically measure your feet and arches. Step 2, the fit specialist helps you get the appropriate footwear for your occupation. Step 3, customize your boot or shoe with a Red Wing orthotic. Whether you have a high arch or flat feet, Red Wing has comfort solutions for you. So experience comfort at its best. Visit one of the Red Wing shoe stores located in Pelham or Trussville.
Thanksgiving is here, and let the New York Butcher Shop be the place to get all of your holiday meal items. Their premium turkeys are fresh, free-range, and hormone-free. The New York Butcher Shop also has a wide selection of chef-prepared side items to help save you time in the kitchen. Pick up a bottle of wine, and your meal will be complete. Turkeys are selling fast, so place your order today. 2 locations to serve you, in Cahaba Heights and on Highway 119 in Greystone. The New York Butcher Shop. Rare quality, well-done service.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, the Next Round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
Nick Saban news conference over in Tuscaloosa. It's Iron Bowl week. Auburn traveling to play Alabama. Alabama moving or hanging out in the AP poll at number 8. Tennessee dropping to 9. Behind them, Oregon is 10. Clemson jumping over them to number 7. LSU is 6. USC is 5. Top 4 stays the same. Alabama favored in the Iron Bowl. Where do you have it right now,
It's
Brennan?
21.5. Alabama favored 21.5. A total of 49.5.
Total of 49.5.
Yeah, those of you that like an Auburn upset, you could play them on the money line at plus 920. Get some value there.
John Samuel Shenker was with us earlier. You can get a podcast and hear what he's saying about Auburn and Alabama this week. 2:30 on CBS. Hamburger Heaven brings you the on-campus drive-thru. Hamburger Heaven, great locations like the one near me on 280. I had a chance to go by there. I love their hot dogs. I know it says Hamburger Heaven, but their hot dogs are unbelievable. Had those for lunch watching football on Saturday with everything on them. Chili, slaw, crowd, everything that you get right there. They also have a wonderful club sandwich, but the burgers are to die for. You can't beat them. And don't forget about the sliders. They got a little slider a combo there, 3 sliders, really good size there, and the French fries. It is Hamburger Heaven, those great milkshakes that my kids love, and a lot more. Hamburger Heaven, they bring you the on-campus drive-thru. A lot of players not playing Saturday for Alabama. Nick Saban, after the game, was asked about all the injuries as a whole. He wanted the reporter to be more specific. But basically, if you were nicked up at all, no need to risk it against Austin Peay. Nick Saban was saving those players for the Iron Bowl coming up this weekend, including Jahmyr Gibbs.
Yeah, and I guess the scarier moment was seeing Tyler Steen, who actually was playing, have to go to the locker room during that game. But you're right. I mean, you knew already that that Jahmyr Gibbs was not going to play. I think just resting that ankle that he hurt in the Ole Miss game should be available. According to Nick Saban, he was expected to start practice this week, so he should be available. Eli Ricks has been in concussion protocol. Looks like he is out, should be available for that. So whatever injuries Alabama had in that Iron Bowl appear to be, in that Austin Peay game appear to be healing up for them to play in the Iron Bowl.
Jace McClellan, 17 carries, 156. Another great game from Jace there. Jermaine Burton had over 100 yards receiving. Only the second Alabama receiver to go over 100 yards. We'll talk more about that one coming up. Here's Nick Saban in the Hamburger Heaven on-campus drive-thru.
So I think we did a lot of good things in the last game. I think one of the things that probably we need to get corrected is, we did get 3 turnovers defensively, but we also had 3 turnovers. So, ball security is, a very important part of being successful. Gives the other team 3 extra possessions where you could have scored. So, and I think the emphasis has to continue to be on, whenever you're less than perfect in terms of your execution, whether it's fundamental execution or whatever it is, that's when you get exposed. So that's why we got to keep coaching our team to get it right on a consistent basis. This is one of the greatest, rivalry games in college football. And, most every team in rivalry games, sort of it's a part of their legacy in terms of how did they do in the rivalry game. And this is one of the biggest ones, and it means a lot to a lot of people in our state. It means a lot to, us, our players and our fans, and we're going to do the best job we can to, get ready for, this game. I think Cadillac Williams has done a really, really good job. They've played really well these last 3 games. They run the ball effectively. They got a lot of diversity on offense. The quarterback's a very athletic player who can run and throw. Tank is one of the better backs in the SEC. Their defense is very, very aggressive. Papone is a really good inside backer. Hall's a really good rusher. Creates a lot of negative plays. They're very good on special teams. So this is a very challenging, game for us, and our players are going to have to do a great job of getting prepared to play as well as we played all season.
Starting right with Charlie. You mentioned how well they've played these last 3 games. When you're watching film, is there maybe a noticeable difference between now and maybe the start of the season?
No, I don't. I just think they're playing really well now. I'm not making an evaluation. I thought they played hard all year long. I think they're players really compete well, and they've done that all year long, and they just played really well in the last 3 games.
In the middle with Michael. Yeah, how has the challenge evolved for Will Anderson this season as teams make adjustments to his skill set?
Will's done great for us. Will helps other players play better. It's not just all about what you do. He does his job extremely well. If they're focusing on him a little bit more, I think it gives other players opportunities to make plays. But I think he competes, he plays hard, he gives great effort, he sets a good example, he prepares well. We can't ask any more of Will Anderson than what he does, and I think he helps our team as much as any player on our team.
This side with Chase.
We got to see Elijah Pritchett play a little bit against Austin Peay. How long did it take him to get back to practice from his injury, and how's he looked in practice since he did?
I think he started back like the bye week, right around LSU time. So he's been out there practicing for several weeks now, and mostly on the scout team. But as he's kind of gotten back in shape and gotten back in football form, he's a guy that certainly has done extremely well, and we think can be a really, really good player. He's got power, he can bend, he's got good balance and body control. So, somebody that we want to continue to work and develop.
Go to the far left, Kate.
How was senior day on Saturday kind of an opportunity to recognize what some of not just the star players, but maybe the walk-ons have done for this program over the last 4 or 5 years?
Well, I think it's an opportunity for us, myself, all the coaches, people at the university, our fans, to actually show the appreciation that we all have for, the sacrifices and the investment that these guys have made, in the program for the last 4 years, sometimes 5. And, some of them get a lot of positive accolades because they play, and they get a lot of positive self-gratification for the positive performance. But there's a lot of them who, are kind of unsung heroes in terms of, they work hard every week and they play their games on Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday to help the other guys get prepared for the game and don't get a whole lot of recognition. So it is a great opportunity for those guys to get some positive self-gratification for all their efforts.
Last year in this game, Ja'Cory Brooks made some huge plays. What can young guys learn from what he did to step up in that kind of those big moments as far as this year's game goes?
Well, I think that, we need to get all of our players to play to the best of their ability and understand when they have opportunities to make plays. That's what competition is all about. That's what competing in games like this is all about. And that should be their mindset. And I don't think anytime you got a young player who makes outstanding plays, I think it sets a good example for everybody else on the team that they have the opportunity, capability, and possibilities to do the same thing, but they got to do things right to be able to have that happen. And so, hopefully, we got some young receivers. Hopefully they'll step up.
Back left.
You had challenged the offensive line early in the season to play more physically. Just how did you see them respond to that, and what sort of growth have you seen from them throughout the year?
Yeah, well, I thought this last week was one of the better games we played up front. We sort of dominated the line of scrimmage, fairly well, finished a lot of blocks. I think we blocked on the perimeter better than we have all year, talking about the receivers and so forth. So, I saw a step in the right direction, and hopefully we can. And I saw it in the Ole Miss game as well, especially in the second half. We started, dominating the line of scrimmage a little bit, which I think is a really important thing, and it'll be a great challenge for us this week.
When you're when you're having success running the ball in a specific direction in one game, does that influence your play calling? Do you kind of ride the hot side or hot hand in that regard?
I think, sometimes you do things based on what the other team's doing. And some of the runs get sort of packaged relative to where's the strength of their defense or what are they doing. So, in certain situations, if you think you have significant good matchups on one side of the line versus the other, they may change from week to week, but that's where you would probably choose to run the ball.
Back to Kerry.
Hey, Coach. In a game like this, as you said, that means so much to so many. This week, do you allow your players to lean into that? Or if not, how do you get your players to focus on this and treating it like it's any other game?
I don't understand the question totally. And
Just in a big game like this, is this a week that you're going to allow your players to lean into all that noise and all that extra juice outside of the game? Or do you still try to keep it like it's just any other game?
well, they're all big games. And this is obviously a rivalry game, which makes it a special game and a special challenge. So, we've tried all year long to get our players to focus on being motivated internally in terms of what they want to accomplish and what they want to do, how good they want to be, rather than counting on external factors to sort of create that motivation for them. But I think in games like this, there's going to be some external factors that, may be a positive for some of the guys. I can't discount that.
Couple more. We'll go to Steve in the back left.
Coach, he was a great running back at Auburn, but I mean, how have you seen Cadillac Williams kind of infuse juice to the program right now as the interim coach?
No, he's done a great job. The energy, the enthusiasm, the way the guys are competing and playing, the way they played to win, and that was his personality as a player. I remember when I was a coach at the Miami Dolphins, Ronnie Brown and Cadillac were both coming out the same time in the same draft, and we thought they were both great competitors, and he certainly was a great competitor, and I think his personality shows in the way his team competes.
Finish up with Charlie.
We haven't seen Kyrie Jackson the last 2 games. Do you have an update on his status?
He's suspended right now. All right. Thanks, guys. Appreciate it.
That is Nick Saban.
Almost made it all the way out without having to say Kyrie Jackson was suspended until the final moment there.
Yeah, he wished everyone a happy Thanksgiving there at the end, if I read Nick Saban's lips correctly.
Yeah.
That is Nick Saban, Hamburger Heaven on-campus drive-through, the Hamburger Heaven all over town, wherever the closest one to you. Great burgers, great place to swing by for lunch, and also don't forget those wonderful milkshakes there. That is fantastic. So for Alabama, they're getting some folks back going into this game. But we were talking, it's such a complicated defensive scheme and this and that. Doesn't it feel like with what Auburn is doing, running the football and all the misdirections and everything like that, it seems like the more you simplify things for Alabama's defense in this game and just let the talent on the field take care of itself, that may take away the possibility of an upset?
Well, I mean, I think if you're Alabama, you look at, and I'm doing this off the top of my head, but I think if you'll check me on this, in his 3 starts under Carnell Williams, okay? Robbie Ashford, and this is not all that different from his other starts, but Robbie Ashford, I think, has completed 9 passes against Mississippi State, 6 passes against Texas A&M, and 7 Saturday. It's something like that. It's all single digits. So you would think if you've got a quality defense and you're defending them, that you dedicate everybody that is not on an eligible receiver to the run game, right?
That's right.
I mean, I am straight zero coverage, man-to-man, no help whatsoever until Robbie Ashford shows me probably multiple times he can beat me at that. Otherwise, I am completely taking away your run game as best I can. You would think that's how you defend them. Now, look, I'm not a defensive coordinator. I don't know that that's what teams have tried. I think Texas A&M at times has had a quality defense this year at times, and they weren't able to take the run away. They were able to run it on A&M. I think, being on the road against Alabama, that's going to be a little bit of a different story. I just don't think a path to victory, Jim, for Auburn is being that one-dimensional. I think at some point you got to let Robbie Ashford test the Alabama secondary and see if he can find some open guys, maybe hit a home run or 2 for a touchdown. I just don't think you can beat Alabama with the same game plan that Auburn has run against Texas A&M, Mississippi State, and Western Kentucky.
To your point, 8 of 19 against Western Kentucky. 6 of 13 against Texas A&M, 7 of 22 against Mississippi State.
I mean, that's just not a formula. Normally, Nick Saban and Kirby Smart, the guys that have come along in that tree, the first thing they try to do is force you into doing what you're least comfortable in doing.
But
right?
if you go back to the Arkansas game, 24 of 33.
Yep.
285, 1 touchdown, no interception. So he does have that in his back pocket that he can do that.
Now, Arkansas is the worst defense in the SEC, too. So, not the worst pass defense. That's Tennessee. But Arkansas is not a good defense this year. And he was able to move it through the air against Arkansas. But, my point remains, since Carnell Williams has taken over and Will Friend has called plays, they have leaned almost exclusively on the run game. And I just don't think that that's a path to beat Alabama at all, especially on the road. Yeah. I just think you're going to have to be a little bit more diverse.
Interesting what this Iron Bowl is. And if I say this, a win means virtually nothing for Alabama. Big picture, other than a win over your rival.
I mean, for whatever this is worth, a win probably has you in New Year's 6 bowl contention, and a loss probably knocks you out of that.
Yeah,
for whatever that's worth.
Another 10-win season.
Yep.
But
a win over your arch rival.
But where Alabama is right now, there's a lot more on the line. I mean, think about if Auburn shocks the world and wins this game as 3 touchdown underdogs, what Carnell Williams has done, that becomes its own story. And then whoever the next coach is, maybe it's named even before the Iron Bowl. You'd hate to take away from Carnell's one shot in the Iron Bowl to make that announcement Friday or Thursday night, but it's a possibility.
There is a certain coach who doesn't have a game Friday.
Right, exactly. If it's Lane Kiffin, I mean, that may come out Thursday night, Friday. Maybe he may be in Tuscaloosa. Who knows if it's Lane Kiffin. But if somehow Auburn is able to shock the world and pull the upset, and now you're naming this coach in, and now you've got a couple of big recruits still out there in the state. There's a little momentum there that Auburn could carry into the offseason.
Yeah, maybe.
So there's a lot more on the line, I believe, for Auburn than there is for Alabama.
I would agree with that, yeah.
You don't agree with that?
I don't.
I just don't. I mean, this is always when Auburn is in Tuscaloosa, it seems like there is more to lose than to gain for Alabama.
Yeah, I mean, the reason I know what you're saying about Alabama. Normally, they're trying to protect a spot in the college football playoff in this game, and they don't have that. But I really don't see what's on the line for Auburn that's any different than Alabama. I don't want to say this because I love this game, but there's less on the line in this game than almost the last 15 years.
Yeah, I guess that's what I was trying to say.
Yeah.
It doesn't seem like there's a lot on the line in this game.
Outside of you want to beat your rival, which, by the way, that's the way most of these rivalry games go. So, I mean, we've been blessed in this state, and we've gotten used to the fact that this game has at least one team an impact on the college football playoff, and it's not going to this year.
Yeah, we've had a long run of this game having, whether it's Gus going to the national semifinals, Cam, on the Cam back in Tuscaloosa, or the years Alabama's had something to play for with the national championship. This game usually has some national playoff implications. Not this year. 2:30 on CBS this weekend, the rivalry game, Auburn and Alabama. Being brought to you in part today, our conversation by our friends at Alabama Power, keeping you connected. Alabama Power leading you into the American kickoff of the World Cup at 1 o'clock, top of the hour here. They'll take on Wells.
Alabama Power's job is keeping the lights on and keeping you informed. You depend on them for that. They've got new tools they're rolling out to keep you up to date, like outage maps that let you see outages in your area. Search by county, zip code, city, or municipality. And use the live weather radar feature as well. Visit outagemap.alabamapower.com.
Take the next round anywhere you go with official Next Round gear. Buy yours today at nextround.store.
At Alfa Romeo of Birmingham, you can now drive the 2022 Alfa Romeo Giulia TI, the Italian sports sedan of your dreams, starting at $499 per month plus tax with $4,999 down, plus first payment and title due at delivery. Come experience the passion and performance of Alfa Romeo of Birmingham, 1837 Grants Mill Road, or Alfa Romeo USA of Birmingham.com. Life financial lease, 10,000 miles per year, WAC, MSRP, $51,490. Stock numbers Q0059, Q0068, or Q0074.
This is your home. You want a brighter future. and a community that's united by action and commitment. And united starts with you. We are United Way. And for almost 100 years, we have served people from all walks of life. That's our united commitment. United starts with you. Give to United Way of Central Alabama.
All the coaches I talk to believe you win championships in all three phases of the game. And the same is true with my friends at Wayne's with pest protection, termite protection, and lawn care. The website is callwaynes.com. Remember the promo code TNR for big savings. With the cold weather coming, the pests will be trying to break through your defense and come inside. You can save $60 right now off of Smart Pest by using that promo code TNR. So go online to callwaynes.com or call the phone number 866-WAYNES1 and remember the promo code TNR.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com, for the latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
Want more of The Next Round? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast, The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Hi, this is Wes McClooney, owner of the New Balance Birmingham store. You're not average, and the New Balance Birmingham store has the shoes and apparel to perfectly match your unaverage self. If we were all shaped the same and had the same level of fitness, and if we all walked and ran exactly alike, well, then I guess an average shoe store selling average shoes would be just fine. But you deserve better. At the New Balance Birmingham store, our specialists will match you with a custom pair of New Balance shoes that fit you perfectly. Come see us at the New Balance Birmingham store. Your feet will thank you.
What are you waiting for? It's non-stop gaming action at Birmingham Racecourse Casino. Come play more than 900 of the latest and greatest games around, featuring fun bonuses and big jackpots. You can wager and win on horse and greyhound races from all over the world. And try your luck on our popular sports parlay. There are more ways to win at Birmingham Racecourse Casino. Birmingham Racecourse Casino, located off I-459 exit 31 Derby Parkway. Must be 21 or older.
Unexpected expenses are every homeowner's nightmare. The longer you wait, the more the expense. That's why if you have water, fire, or mold damage to your home or business, you should call DryTech immediately. The quicker you call, the more you save. DryTech's professionals are accustomed to dealing with these situations and can guide you toward the quickest and most efficient solution to your problem. DryTech also offers 24/7 emergency services, so let DryTech prevent a minor problem from becoming a major one. Call DryTech 205-637-0143 or go online to mydrytech.com.
Now is the time to make your kids happy with a playground from Backyard Adventures. Order now and you're still guaranteed a Christmas delivery. Just go to backyardalabama.com. That's backyardalabama.com. On the website, you can see some brand new forts that are available. Plus, the always popular display sale is underway now. Just call 205-408-4FUN. That's 205-408-4386 or go to backyardalabama.com. As always with Backyard Adventures, you get quality 100% cedar with lifetime warranties, and they take care of their customers from start to finish. That means they completely set up the playground. You don't have to do anything. They'll do the landscaping to make it fit into your backyard. They'll do a maintenance program every year for you to keep it looking brand new. And when it's time for the playset to go, they'll come and take it down for you too. Learn about the display sale and see everything you need online at backyardalabama.com or call them up 205-408-4FUN for Backyard Adventures.
Back with you on the next round. Again, LT scheduled day off today because he got to spend a lot of money and time in New Orleans this weekend to watch his Rams lose to the Saints, one of his favorite fan bases. So a big, enjoyable weekend, I'm sure, for LT. As he comes back, though, he would tell you that if you want to keep the party going this holiday season, use our friends at Buzzed, B-U-Z-D, on the app. Let me show you how easy it is right here. You just go to your home screen there. You hit the Buzzed app. It comes on. It looks like that right there, B-U-Z-D. And then you're able to pick out the refreshments that you'd like, and that includes not only your favorite beer, wine, and alcohol, but also the mixers to go with it. Don't drink and drive ever. Always think before you drive, but also, why go out? Bring the party to you with our friends at Buzzed, B-U-Z-D, B-U-Z-D. It's a free download wherever you get your apps, B-U-Z-D, for this holiday season. All right, a couple of more things to talk about, including, Brown is now being reported by other people, but Brown broke this story about 10 o'clock Central Time today. No. You don't want to broke the story. Yes.
I brought it up.
Brought it up. And now other people are talking about this. There is a scenario where Auburn and or Vanderbilt could get bowl bids if they choose and want to go play in them as 5 and 7 teams this year. Sort of revisit that for us.
All right, so there's going to be a shortage, it appears, of 6 and 6 teams, though you do have a lot of 5 and 6 teams playing this weekend, playing for bowl eligibility. I'm not going to run. There's too many to run through. I don't want to run through all the games either, because it's going to be a bunch of dog games because they involve a 5 and 6 team. But there looks like there could be a shortage of 6 and 6 bowl eligible teams, and by rule, you can drop down to the 5 and 7 teams, but it has to go by APR. And believe it or not, in the Southeastern Conference, there are 3 teams that this would affect. Believe it or not, one of them's not Texas A&M, which is crazy. But Auburn at 5 and 6, Missouri at 5 and 6, and Vandy at 5 and 6 going into this weekend. Of those 3, Auburn has got the best APR. So Auburn is actually in front of all of those teams to potentially get a bowl bid at 5 and 7,
including Vandy, right?
Vandy, yeah. Auburn and Missouri are both in front of Vandy. Believe it or not.
Just a street cred of Vandy's academics.
Yeah.
Coming up a little short there.
Yeah, so Brett McMurphy has looked at this. Entering the final week, 73 teams eligible, but there's 82 spots. There's 17 5 and 6 teams that just need to win. But even still, Brett's projecting 3 short. So 3 5 and 7 teams will go bowling. So Auburn is in. Auburn appears to be in the running for that. Now, I don't know in Auburn's current state if they would accept a bowl bid or not. I don't know. You're paying those assistant coaches. You want to try to bonus your players, even if it's like a Liberty Bowl trip or something like that. It's something. You give guys like John Samuel Shenker another game in an Auburn jersey. Carnell Williams, another game as a head coach. I don't know what you do if you're Auburn.
3, 4, 5 days at some location.
Yeah.
On somebody else's tab.
Yeah, there's a lot of positives. The negative is, obviously, you got a coaching staff that knows they're gone, by and large. Some of those guys might get kept over by the next coach.
15 more practices.
Yeah, now that is the big thing. But, they're 15 more practices, but they're not necessarily with the coaching staff that is going to coach you next year. So how beneficial are those 15 extra practices? If I'm, let's say Lane Kiffin is Auburn's head coach. Let's say that's announced Saturday or Sunday or whatever.
Well,
am I going to be getting stuff in those 15 practices that's going to help me in Lane's offense or whoever is defensive coordinator? If they're able to coax Will Muschamp away from Georgia, whatever, am I getting stuff that helps me in those schemes?
Obviously, it'd be huge for Clark Lee and Vanderbilt because they have, he's trying to build something that's trending with 2 SEC wins. They went 3 years without an SEC win. Now they've gone back-to-back weeks. Rockstar cut 11. Clark Lee. Now he talked about a new era of Vanderbilt football back at SEC Media Days in July. We were there in Atlanta,
and we ignored it and laughed at it.
But there's they passed the Vegas win total in September. So you cash that ticket. And now, late in the year, they have carried this over with wins on the road at Kentucky, who has spent a lot of time in the top 25 this year, and then at home to Florida this past weekend, who beat Utah and has had some nice wins this year, including drilling South Carolina the week before, who just annihilated Tennessee. So 2 quality wins for Vanderbilt. And I will tell you, that 3 years without an SEC win is a long time to get them in back-to-back weeks. And they've done this with Mike Wright, who wasn't – he'd lost the starting job, wasn't the permanent starter at quarterback, so they were without their starter. A.J. Swan was out, so Mike Wright's back in there playing. And they are able to do this because they've developed a running game. Ray Davis has gone over 100 yards for 3 straight games. And they play a Tennessee team this week.
Down a quarterback.
That's down a quarterback and emotionally shipwrecked.
Yeah, and you don't have the same roster as South Carolina, though Vandy, it's probably not as far off as some gaps would be. But Clark Lee's a defensive guy, and all of a sudden, that South Carolina defense maybe showed them a little bit on, they've at least gotten to watch Georgia now. They don't have anywhere close to Georgia's defensive personnel. But they've at least gotten to watch what Georgia and South Carolina did that gave Tennessee problems.
Yeah, and now Hendon Hooker's out, and Joe Milton's got to find his accuracy. Now, Milton's the quarterback of the future, most people think, at Tennessee.
Either he or Ian Maleva. I am Maleva, yeah.
Yeah, so it's a free look at Milton for Tennessee fans.
It is, but now the other side of this, too, is, and we have mentioned this, every single quarterback other than Will Levis that plays Tennessee has a career day, every one of them. So you wonder if that carries over for Vandy. I mean, you go look at every quarterback Vandy's faced. It's been one of the biggest days they've had all season, Tennessee's faced. That quarterback has had one of the biggest days they've had all season long.
Clark Lee, after this win this past weekend, it comes at home, back-to-back SEC wins, what it means for Vandy and maybe a bowl game for them.
I can't say enough about this being a new era in Vanderbilt football, this being a point that we'll look back on and see where the shift happened. And that does not mean we've arrived. This is another step in our journey, but we're starting to see what's possible here, and with continued effort and continued support, we feel like we have great things ahead as a program.
If they get this win Saturday, I think that's got to be your SEC Coach of the Year. Now, I don't think they're going to beat Tennessee, but if I know Brian Kelly is it right now, if I had to vote.
Well, I mean, Heupel would get some
He'll
consideration.
get some consideration.
Yeah.
I'd go Kelly over Heupel personally.
It was Heupel for me over Kelly until
Saturday
night. Now it's Kelly, maybe Clark Lee.
But if Clark Lee gets that win, would you put him in front of Kelly? 6-6 at Vanderbilt with 3 conference wins?
He would be in the consideration.
Yeah.
You know. Do I get to vote after the SEC championship game?
That I do not know.
If that is the case, it would depend on what Kelly does in the SEC championship
But I
game.
want to credit him with this. This stretch in the middle of the season, after they had won 3 of their first 4, they lost to Wake Forest in Game 3, but they won 3 of their first 4. They lost 55-3 to Bama, 52-28 at home to Ole Miss, 55-0 to Georgia. That would have been easy for them to say, well, here we go again, and just pack it in. But since that game, he's 2-2. They lost a tight game at Missouri by 3. They lost by 11 to South Carolina, and then they've beaten Kentucky on the road and Florida. Whatever switch he flipped after that Georgia game has worked. 2 tight losses and 2 wins for them.
But just in the current AP poll, not even when they played them, because when they played them, those were 3 top 10 teams, or right about top 12 teams.
What are you talking about, Alabama, Ole Miss, and Georgia?
Yeah,
it was 2-9-1 when they played.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So you're playing a top 10 schedule there, and you're at Vandy. You don't have the same roster. But, Georgia's still 1. Alabama's still 8. Ole Miss, by the way, still number 20 in the country. So those are 3 top 20 losses, even at the end of the year.
Yeah, but to come back off that, where you gave up over 50 and 3 losses, and to play Missouri to within 3, to have a chance, playing with South Carolina, only lose 38-27, and then to beat Kentucky and Florida, that's an incredible coaching job by Clark Lee.
Yeah, incredible at Way to Wellness, too. They'll help you get back in shape and get your blood pressure and cholesterol numbers in line. How many of you struggle with blood pressure or cholesterol or maybe unwanted weight gain? But the blood pressure and cholesterol really, the life-threatening side effects of being overweight. Way to Wellness can help you get everything back in line. Leslie, her board-certified team is standing by. All I'm asking you to do is check it out, because there's no obligation. There's not a contract. The consultation's free, and there's no sign-up fee. So there's no out-of-pocket money to go check Leslie and her program out. It's Way to Wellness. Here's the website. You just type this in, aplanforme.com, aplanforme.com. Just type that in. It'll take you to the Way to Wellness website, and you'll see what I'm talking about. Just wonderful people. They love sports over there, too. So Way to Wellness, a journey to healthy living. They'll help you get your life back, blood pressure, cholesterol, weight loss, everything. Aplanforme.com. Go check it out right there. It's Way to Wellness, a journey to healthy living. All right, when we come back, we'll do our stock report. A couple other notes from college football this past weekend. Wisconsin beats Nebraska 15-14 this past weekend. Wisconsin officially has a job posting now for the first time. Their job's been open, but now by law, they have to post it.
Oh, before they can make the announcement?
They can make the announcement. It feels like it'll go to Jim Leonard, a former safety there, another win, and that's been the guy expected to get it from the get-go. I'd be surprised if it's not him.
Yeah, I mean, I think that you fired Paul Chris to hire him is what it appeared, and I guess they've been better. I can't remember the game where Paul Chris got fired. I think it was after the loss to Illinois, if I'm not mistaken. They won at Northwestern, lost to Michigan State, but he has won 4 out of 6 if I've got the timeline right there. So that's probably enough to get the job. They play Minnesota this weekend, get that win, and you've won 5 of 7. That's a good finish for a team that was going nowhere.
And by the way, Mark Stoops, it comes out this weekend. He has signed a new contract extension. He was in the mix when he signed this back on November 11th. Has a possible candidate at Auburn and at Nebraska. Mark Stoops, who's well thought of in the coaching industry, signed a contract through the 2030 season where he'll make $9 million a year at Kentucky. $9 million a year.
It's amazing to me.
Now, he signed that on November 11th. If you're scoring at home, since he put his Mark Stoops Hancock on that contract, they have lost to Vandy.
You know what he was about to say?
It's John Hancock.
No. It's Mark Stoops Hancock.
Yes.
That one was coming through the filter. The filter was like, "No, Jim, no."
Got to bounce around, buddy.
Not the Mark Stoops.
Yes, right. The Hancock, the Mark Stoops Hancock. Yes.
So they have lost since he signed that contract, $9 million a year starting next year. He has lost to Vandy and lost to Georgia.
Yeah,
he's 0-2 with this new contract.
It's so weird, man.
It is. It's one of those things.
The money that gets thrown around in college football is absurd.
New York Butcher Shop, they bring you our stake bet updates. A lot of them on the line for me this weekend. If Lane doesn't leave Ole Miss by Thursday night, I need a Egg Bowl win from him to get to 9 wins for the second time, which would give me another stake.
But if he does leave,
for the
Auburn job, you win a stake there.
Well, I'm trying to double dip. I need
know.
to win,
I know.
and then for him to leave, and
That's
I can
right.
just rack them all up. Tennessee to 10 wins before Jessica Biel and Justin Timberlake get a divorce. I need a win from Tennessee against Vandy to get that this weekend. Could be a big weekend for me in New York Butcher Shop State Bets updates. A couple of locations in New York Butcher Shop, Brownie. You go by there a lot too. You go by there and get just great steaks.
Great steaks. They've got the sides for Thanksgiving though. Don't underestimate that. Just
Easy.
ready-made sides. All you got to do is heat them up and go. Cook them in the oven. You don't have to do all the prep work. You can get it right there at New York Butcher Shop, Cahaba Heights, and also 119 just off of 280. It is New York Butcher Shop.
Follow The Next Round on Twitter, Instagram, and Facebook at Next Round Live.
Holly Mack Wilson is not your normal Keller Williams agent. With too many certifications to count, she is now in the top 2% of all Western Alabama real estate agents. That means she's more qualified to help you buy or sell a home, better trained in negotiating the best deal possible, and now can help you buy or sell a home anywhere in Alabama. From Huntsville to Gulf Shores or anywhere in between, call Holly Mack Wilson at 205-901-9446 or visit hollymachomes.com. Holly Mack Wilson, an anywhere in Alabama realtor.
Hey, Lance Taylor from The Next Round to tell you about our friends at New Life Art. Daniel A. Moore has completed his original full-color oil painting honoring Bryce Young, Alabama's 4th Heisman Trophy winner. This painting depicts the memorable Heisman-worthy go-ahead pinpoint pass to John Mechie in the corner of the end zone as the Tide dismantled the vaunted Georgia defense in the SEC championship game this past year. Use code TNR for 15% off. You can order online at danielmooreart.com.
This is for the men who never settle, the ones who miss the fairway all day and still pull out the big stick, the type of guys who will always prefer to be behind the grill than in front of the camera, and the men who never let their friends forget about a high school nickname. This is the Lodge mentality. This is Twin Peaks.
Who wants to settle for a single TV? With more TVs, bigger screens, plus our fabulous scenic views, there's more to watch at Twin Peaks.
A legendary coach once said, "It's not the will to win that matters, it's the will to prepare to win." Bryant bankers have the dedication and experience to put together a financial game plan that's right for you. Stop by one of the 7 Central Alabama locations today or give them a call at 1-855-4-BRYANT to begin preparing for your financial future today. You'll find out what unbeatable service and legendary results are all about. Bryant Bank, Equal Housing Lender, member FDIC.
Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. The social media team at Next Round Live will share the latest interviews and videos from UAB, Alabama, Auburn, and campuses all over the college landscape. You'll also get the latest highlights and news from the Next Round Live daily show. Jim, Lance, and Ryan will share their thoughts, and remember, you can always see the old shows on the Next Round Live YouTube channel. Subscribe, like, and don't forget to comment. Turn on the notifications so you don't miss a thing. It's Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube.
You've been wearing that thin, raggedy t-shirt for years now, and people cannot stop whispering and staring in your vicinity. We've all been there. Luckily, there's a solution to your lack of fashion and social cues. At NextRound.store, they have plenty of options when it comes to a variety of shirts and hats. Once you start putting that Next Round gear on, be prepared to make new lifelong friends and hundreds of unforgettable conversations. Hope you like random high fives in the street, because that's what you're getting after visiting NextRound.store.
Thanksgiving is here, and let the New York Butcher Shop be the place to get all of your holiday meal items. Their premium turkeys are fresh, free-range, and hormone-free. The New York Butcher Shop also has a wide selection of chef-prepared side items to help save you time in the kitchen. Pick up a bottle of wine, and your meal will be complete. Turkeys are selling fast, so place your order today. 2 locations to serve you, in Cahaba Heights and on Highway 119 in Greystone. The New York Butcher Shop. Rare quality, well-done service.
If renting is putting a dent in your bank account, here's your sign from the universe that it's time to buy a new home. And who better to help you through the ins and outs of home buying than our friends at Mortgage Right. With Mortgage Right, you don't have to worry about becoming a short notice mortgage expert because they do all the heavy lifting for you. They're trusted mortgage professionals, and they'll help you choose the right mortgage option and stand by your side every step of the way. Visit mortgageright.com/TNR to buy before renting runs you dry. That's mortgageright.com/TNR. NMLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender.
Hi, this is Wes McClooney, owner of the New Balance Birmingham store. You're not average, and the New Balance Birmingham store has the shoes and apparel to perfectly match your unaverage self. If we were all shaped the same and had the same level of fitness, and if we all walked and ran exactly alike, well, then I guess an average shoe store selling average shoes would be just fine. But you deserve better. At the New Balance Birmingham store, our specialists will match you with a custom pair of New Balance shoes that fit you perfectly. Come see us at the New Balance Birmingham store. Your feet will thank you.
Part of our show today being brought to you by C-Stew, Chris Stewart, and the folks at Gutter Cap, the patented aluminum cover system that fits over most existing gutters to keep out debris and eliminate gutter cleaning, backed with a lifetime warranty. That's what you get from our friends at Gutter Cap. 20 years of service right here in Birmingham. Just an unbelievable system. Every home I've ever had that I've owned, I've had a gutter cap on it. And don't have to worry about pulling anything out of that gutter every fall. You eliminate it one last cleaning, and then it's covered up for the rest of your time in that home. You never have to worry about it right there. Stay off those dangerous ladders forever. Call our friends at Gutter Cap and our buddy Chris Stewart, 205-823-2212. 205-823-2212. Brownie has something.
Well, I just want to say this real quick, and this may be a broader topic that I should wait for actual Lance to get back for, not virtual Lance that we have here today.
He's happy today.
I was very happy. Yeah,
rack him, by the way.
So he's got a beer and he's excited. Yes,
yeah. He's three-dimensional.
For those that are saying, "Woo, bad time to hire Lane Kiffin," coming off that blowout, this isn't like you don't judge Lane Kiffin based on one game. And by the way, if you didn't think this was part of the Lane Kiffin experience, you haven't paid attention. Now, maybe it's more of a function of Ole Miss. I don't know. Maybe he does less of that at Auburn, and that's obviously what you're hoping for as an Auburn fan. But this is nothing particularly new for Lane getting blown out like this. It's actually happened to him twice this year now. So I've seen a lot of the, does Saturday's game affect Auburn hiring Lane Kiffin? Well, if so, that was a dumb hire to begin with, if you're going to let one game affect it.
Well, Lane jokingly said he hoped it did. Can you give me cut 9 again, Rockstar? If you missed Lane over the weekend after getting it was 35-6 at the half, so you can't call it anything else other than being demolished by Arkansas. 35-6 at half. They did some cosmetic surgery on the score in the second half. Lane Kiffin got asked about Auburn. We played it earlier, but here's Kiffin's reaction again.
The reports out there that you're Auburn's #1 target. I know that's a lot of noise, but what does the future hold for you? What does the future hold for Ole Miss?
Yeah, fair question. Like I said, I love being here. I don't want to look to next year already with a regular season game, but this is not one of those years where you say, oh, we're going to lose all these guys. There's a lot of people coming back, and a lot of new guys offensively especially. So very excited about the future. So I don't know all that stuff out there, number one and stuff. Maybe they watched the first half and wouldn't be number one anymore.
Now, if you follow anybody who's an Ole Miss fan on social media, they, after that beatdown, they instantly started saying, it's time for you to poop or get off the pot. Don't go into the Egg Bowl with this hanging out there. If you're going to be our coach, then come out and say you're our coach. And if you're not going to be our coach, don't coach in the Egg Bowl because we don't want this performance
that's not
happening again.
Right, that's not happening. He's going to coach in the Egg Bowl, but these are the uncomfortable spots you have to get in when you play this game of being a Jimmy Sexton client and either taking another job or using another job as leverage to get what you want at your job. You have to get in uncomfortable situations like this one right here. And coaches hate being in these situations, but they also know their agent needs them in this situation to keep hope alive for both places, so you keep leverage alive at both places. But you have to know when you get to the point where you've upset your own fan base if you want to stay, which, again, I think he's taking the Auburn job. But if you want to stay at Ole Miss, you can only ride this so long. And if they go get beat, I mean, they're a favorite in the Egg Bowl. They don't even have to get blown out the way they did against LSU and Arkansas. But if you just go lose that game, every fan's going to say you weren't invested in it, and that's why you lost it. Even if you stay, they're going to be upset with you about that.
All right, let's do our Baumhauer's stock report today. It's our Spotlight. Hit it, Rockstar.
The Baumhauer's Spotlight.
Stock up, stock down. College football's stock report.
And it's brought to you by our friends at Baumhauer's Brownies.
Baumhauer's Victory Grill. You can find them all over the place. Just go to baumhauers.com to find the one nearest you. Don't forget that Inflation Sucks menu where you get great savings. They're at Baumhauer's Victory Grill.
I'll start things off with our stock report today. I'm going to go it's not, by the way.
It's not stocking up.
It's not 10 minutes after 5.
Oh, it's already that late, huh?
I'm trying to do something different every week. This one did not work. Too late to change it. Brent Key, he's 4-3 as the interim coach at Georgia Tech. If you were not watching this game, I wasn't, but I flipped over just for the final seconds to see our buddy Brent Key win. 4-3 since he took over for Jeff Collins, another one of our buddies who got fired this year. Brent Key, who's a Georgia Tech alum.
Yep.
They shut out North Carolina in the second half. They're down 17-0 at the half. They win the game 21-17 with their third and fourth string quarterback. They didn't have their first string quarterback. They didn't have their second string quarterback. They had their third and fourth string quarterback, and they did not allow a single point from Drake May and that North Carolina offense. What a remarkable job by Brent Key in Georgia Tech to be 4-3 with him as the interim coach.
It really is. You know, I still think Bill O'Brien is the lead candidate for that job, but Brent Key is making it awful difficult. Now, there's an upset that will not happen. They're a 30-some-odd point dog.
35.5.
At Georgia. They got to win to get bowl eligible.
That's why I went stock up this week, Brown, because I
right.
couldn't do it next week.
You're not going to be able to do it next week, but in the event Brent Key shocked the world, maybe he gets that job, and I still think it's Bill O'Brien's job to turn down.
My stock down, I'll go twofold for you here. It's a stat. I keep picking Oklahoma State in this game every damn year, even though Brown reminds me of this every damn year.
I try to.
Mike Gundy is now 3-15 versus Oklahoma, and he's running out of runway because Oklahoma is going to the SEC and Bedlam's about to be over. He is going to end that series with a horrible record. And then David Shaw has just one win in the Pac-12 this year, just one.
So does Jimbo.
Just one in the Pac-12 this year.
Jimbo's in the SEC.
The last time that happened at Stanford was 2006, the year before Jim Harbaugh got there.
Wow. Ty Willingham? Was he the coach of that?
I don't know, but unprecedented low in modern Stanford football history for David Shaw at Stanford.
There are two teams, before I give you my stock up, that have allowed less than 100 points in conference play, all right?
Wow.
Do you know who they are?
How many?
Two teams that have allowed less than 100 points in conference play.
I would go Georgia.
That's one. The other one is my stock up.
Then I would go a team that probably is not a Power 5.
Boise State.
Oh, okay.
Stock up Andy Avalos, the Boise State coach.
Remember when we were going to fire him?
A lot of people thought he might get fired and make a place for Brian Harsin to leave Auburn. All of a sudden, after their win over Wyoming Saturday, in my sneaky good game, this Boise State team leads their conference, and Andy Avalos' stock is up. Hugh Free's stock is down. The minute he gets mentioned for a job, two bad losses in a row for him. Lost to UConn and lost to Virginia Tech, who's having a terrible season this year. I don't know what happened.
That was a two-win two-win team for Virginia Tech.
That's right,
Come in
they
there and win
beat
that
them,
game.
yeah.
And it was at home for Liberty, a big time to get Virginia Tech at home.
Virginia Tech went to Old Dominion and to Liberty this year. I don't know how they got in both those road games inside their own state out of conference, but they did it. It was a terrible loss for Hugh Freeze.
Yeah, so that's a bad loss for Hugh there. Back-to-back weekends for those that think maybe he's fronting it up and has a job somewhere else to go to. That's our stock report brought to you by our friends at Baumhauer's.
Baumhauer's Victory Grill. Albert's asking any updates on the upset alert. He may have missed it.
Tomorrow's our upset alert,
yes.
but another winner from the Brown Bandit.
Oh, he got one right.
Oh, Brown Bandit. So a month ago, we got something new.
8-4.
Yeah, big win.
The Pick King.
Big win.
Baumhauer's Victory Grill, Baumhauers.com. To find a Baumhauer's near you, enjoy that Inflation Sucks menu and save at Baumhauer's.
All right, when we come back, Mark Stoops gets asked about his contract now, and it happens that he's 0-2 since signing that contract, what he has to say, and everything else that's happening in the news today as we wrap up the show on the next round.
Follow LT on Twitter at @TheLanceTaylor.
Done building your family? A vasectomy is a safe, simple, effective option for birth control. When it was my time to take the snip, I used my friends at Urology Centers of Alabama, and there's no better time for a vasectomy. It's a great reason to be off your feet and be on the couch during the game with the wife's approval. It's a quick, in-office procedure covered by most insurances. Urology Centers of Alabama, 16 convenient locations. Call 205-922-SNP. That's 205-922-7647.
Is that the sound of an ooey gooey cheesy crunchy slice of P-I-Z-Z-A? Obviously, but as good as that sounds, we think it can get even better. Oh yeah, that's the sound of a freshly opened fizz-filled Pepsi. The only thing that can take this flavor medley of crunchy dough, mouth-watering cheese, and savory sauce to the next level. How about another bite? Pepsi and pizza sound like a match made in heaven and taste even better. Pizza, better with Pepsi. That's what I like.
There are so many things I love about Walk-Ons. Authentic, mouth-watering Louisiana cuisine, prepared fresh, daily from scratch. A great beer selection and TVs everywhere to watch the big game every day of the week. And of course, they've got two great locations on Highway 280 and 119 and at Hoover near the Hoover Met. Walk-Ons is also a great place for happy hour, 2 to 6 Monday through Friday with $5 moonshine swirls, $5 house pours, and half-price appetizers. And it's an easy take-home experience for the family as well. Highway 280 and Hoover with Walk-Ons.
For more than 40 years, Red Wing Shoes has been helping the hardworking people of Alabama. This is why Red Wing Shoes has created the 3-step comfort solution. Step 1, a certified fit specialist will use a 3D scan to electronically measure your feet and arches. Step 2, the fit specialist helps you get the appropriate footwear for your occupation. Step 3, customize your boot or shoe with a Red Wing orthotic. Whether you have a high arch or flat feet, Red Wing has comfort solutions for you. So experience comfort at its best. Visit one of the Red Wing shoe stores located in Pelham or Trussville.
The real estate market is crazier than it has ever been. ERA King has 52 years of experience, over 200 agents, and they're opening new offices in Homewood, Vestavia, and Huntsville. ERA King Real Estate, growing to serve you. Text the word MOVE to 35620 to get started. That's the word MOVE to 35620. It's a crazy market. That's why you need our friends at ERA King Real Estate, growing to serve you.
The Next Round store is live and loaded. Check out the latest logo t-shirts and hoodies. Get your favorite team colors, the Next Round flag shirt, or grab the popular Y'all Can Have the Rest t-shirts. Go to nextround.store. That's nextround.store.
Start your day online at nextroundlive.com. Get all the latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. And it's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
Start your day on our website, nextroundlive.com. The morning rounds give you the top links to the stories you need to see before going to lunch with your buddies. At nextroundlive.com, you can also watch and listen to the show live, or download our top podcast and shop in the Next Round store. New arrivals, new downloads, new shows, new contests, all on one website, nextroundlive.com. Make it your homepage, nextroundlive.com.
Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. The social media team at Next Round Live will share the latest interviews and videos from UAB, Alabama, Auburn, and campuses all over the college landscape. You'll also get the latest highlights and news from the Next Round Live Daily Show. Jim, Lance, and Ryan will share their thoughts, and remember, you can always see the old shows on the Next Round Live YouTube channel. Subscribe, like, and don't forget to comment. Turn on the notifications so you don't miss a thing. It's Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube.
You've been wearing that thin, raggedy t-shirt for years now, and people cannot stop whispering and staring in your vicinity. We've all been there. Luckily, there's a solution to your lack of fashion and social cues. At NextRound.store, they have plenty of options when it comes to a variety of shirts and hats. Once you start putting that Next Round gear on, be prepared to make new lifelong friends and hundreds of unforgettable conversations. Hope you like random high fives in the street, because that's what you're getting after visiting NextRound.store.
The national anthem being played over in Qatar right now. The Americans go at the top of the hour over on Fox if you want to see that. My bookie on everything that you want to go bet, mybookie.ag. They brought us Joe Klatt earlier, a fascinating conversation there with him. John Samuel Shenker also in our podcast section. Don't forget, tonight is Bud Light game night. We're at Top Golf from 5 to 7. Come hang out with us. Bud Light drink specials. And from 6 to 7, giving LT a little extra hour to get back from New Orleans, we'll do an Ask Us Anything show, talk a little maybe World Cup, and also a little football coming up on this rivalry weekend.
May have a
7.
guest. May have a guest with us.
May have a guest
I'm told.
tonight.
I don't know if the text I sent earlier was misunderstood.
Yeah, I don't know what he was responding
I don't
with.
either, but I am told that our special guest, Charles Barkley, is going to be there. But we'll let you know about that.
Mark Stoops asked at his news conference today, going into their rivalry game to Louisville, about the timing of the contract extension. November 11th, he signed it when he was being rumored possibly at Auburn and Nebraska. Signs a new contract through the 2030 season at Kentucky. $9 million a year he'll start making next year as the head football coach at Kentucky.
Is all this because Calipari called it a basketball school and they feel bad?
Yeah, maybe.
But did you see the...
Here's his answer, though.
Yeah.
Listen, all I know is I'm committed to being here. I hope this proves it. We want more. We want to continue to grow. Mitch and Eli, the president and the athletic director, expect more. So he's not happy where they are.
He's got to get better on offense. This is, I just got to say, it's been a disappointing team for them. And that's a compliment in a weird way to what Mark Stoops has done. But this is a 6-5 team about to play Louisville. I haven't looked at the point spread on that one too much in the Governor's Cup there, but they're about to play Louisville, Jim. You know, if they finish 6-6, that's a disappointing season for Mark Stoops in Kentucky.
I did not have a betting line on it when I looked at it last night. They were still waiting for injuries to put that out.
Yeah, so I mean, 6-6, you would grant me that's we're to the point where that's disappointing with Kentucky.
Yeah, I mean, we're expecting more. I do not
have
lost
to Vandy.
I do not have them in my top 40 right now.
Yeah, so I mean, if you're going to make $9 million, I think he's done a good job there. But if you're going to make $9 million, you got to do better than 6-6. You can't pay that kind of money. Kentucky's favored 3.5 at home in that game. 7-4 Louisville, 6-5 Kentucky. So that's a toss-up game there. I don't know, man. It's just it's a disappointing year for them. And then the crowd Saturday was not good.
Yeah,
they were hosting Georgia and tons of empty seats in that stadium.
But, you know, are you going to go and watch a beatdown?
What's the number one team in the nation? Yeah. I mean, if you can't draw for that, what are you going to draw for?
Oh, I agree. I'm just looking at it from their perspective. Kansas State needs a win this weekend to get to the Big 12 championship game. They're a 13.5-point favorite at home against Kansas in that one. Iowa controls their own destiny. If they win, they're in the Big 10 championship game. They are a 7.5-point favorite at home against Nebraska. Oregon gets into the Pac-12 championship game with a win in the Civil War. They are a 5.5-point favorite on the road at Corvallis, who, by the way, Oregon State is 8-3 on the season. USC needs to win to keep their college football playoff hopes alive. They're already in the Pac-12 championship game. They're a 6.5-point favorite at home in the Coliseum against Notre Dame, some of the big conference races that are impacted. By the way, Troy and South Alabama still have a chance to be in the Sun Belt game. Coastal Carolina is already there. Troy gets in if they win this weekend against Arkansas State. If they don't win and South Alabama wins, South Alabama goes to the Sun Belt championship game. So that's some of the conference races still of interest for this weekend. Fun show. LT's back with us tomorrow, God willing, and the creek don't rise. We'll see you at Top Golf on this Monday night for Bud Light game night. Don't forget, Monday Night Football includes the 49ers and the Cardinals. Should be a lot of fun. The 49ers are 7.5-point favorite in that one at 7:15 on ESPN. Until next time, God bless you, and God bless America.